Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the North American. Before we begin our show today, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our organist for today, Mr. Bernie Schweigert. So please stand, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. Let's bring our first classes in. Yeah. On our E string is our Roll of Victory Angus show, Class 1 Spring Bull Calves, Class 1. Of course you have to strip the live. That's the last strip you took. I mean, 50 state weather. I started 4 years ago. I got it. That's pretty fun. You always have to. I can't stop. On our west ring is our Sim Angus show, Class 1. These will be May heifer calves. Class 1 May heifer calves.
Announcer stand, we need Angus entry 402, please.
Attention in the barn. The show has begun. Let's get classes. You better. Let's get Class 2 and 3 Sim Angus heifers to the makeup ring, and Angus bull calves, Classes 2, 3, and 6 to the makeup ring. We've got some single entries. This thing's going to move, guys.
Good morning, Louisville. It's a great day to be here, and it's exciting for Cody and I to get this opportunity. We got a really powerful bull calf to start our show with. Really got to appreciate the performance this May calf brings. 5.5 pounds of weight per day of age. It's a calf that's got a lot of growth, a lot of mass, and you can see where it comes in from. He's big-bodied. He's got a lot of width, a lot of dimension. Good individual to start our show with. We'll look forward to bringing him back. Congratulations.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Placing first in Class 1, Angus bull calves as entry 388. Destiny's Dynamo 192, shown by Morgan Lee Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. In our ring now is Class 2 Angus bull calves.
Said he sends his apologies.
Announcer stands. Sim Angus needs entries number 303 and 301 to come to the scales, please. I'm sorry, only 303.
Attention in the barn, we need all entries for Class 2 Sim Angus heifers to the makeup ring. Class 2 and 3, bring those heifers to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here and an honor to spend the day judging Angus here in Louisville. Our bull to lead off this class is the powerfully constructed, heavy-muscled, big-rib bull. It's got plenty of performance. If we were to change him, we'd probably like to see him have some EPDs on his paper if we were to make it a perfect world, but a bull that you can't deny his mass and his power. The bull that comes in second is the bull that you evaluate him, really a well-balanced bull, a bull that can get out and travel, just gives up too much in terms of center body and depth and mass compared to the bull that leads off the class here today, but I think a bull that has a tremendously bright future. Young lady coming out in third is a bull that really an attractive, well-balanced, well-made kind of a calf, gives up a little in performance out here, and I think as he catches up, a bull that certainly have a lot of future. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Yeah. This one working all right? I hope. Well, good morning to everybody over here on the Sim Angus side. Man, we're looking forward to a great day. Nick and I think this is going to be a blast today and tomorrow in terms of the quality that I'm sure we're going to find. This first class is awfully cool. 6 head in here, and if you look at the data, we've got a group of cattle that are all pretty darn good and strong in terms of their breeding values. They're all fairly balanced, progressive in some areas, maybe a hole or two there you'll have to protect, but collectively strong enough that I think you can really place your priorities on the phenotype of the cattle. And I like a lot of cattle in here, and I know you got to place them and somebody's got to get beat. But there are several cattle in here that are really complete, and I'll talk about them here in a moment, and I think they just need a little bit more time. This female that starts the class, the star-headed female, she takes a little bit of a hickey in her calving ease direct, but she's still got very competitive direct growth and across the board balances pretty nicely. In terms of her physical makeup, I think she's a pretty commanding type female. I like her best at the ground. Her foot quality is exceptional. Her joints are comfortable, but yet they're smooth relative to how stout made she is. She's the most powerful female in the group. And then from the side, I like her balance as well as any. She's really smooth and maternal in her rib cage, and the way she flows up into that front end is awfully cool to be that stout from there back. The female then that we've got in 2, I felt like between Nick and I, this closest decision was between 2 and 3, because I really like that heifer down in 3, but she's just a little green-bodied. This female that's in 2nd, though, this snip-nosed female, is really fancy from the side. In terms of just matching our class winner with that elite look, this female is really shallow-chested, but yet has a lot of midrib. A female, it's really refined about her throat and the feature to her head. A female that just draws back with a little bit more belly than the female in 2nd. She's really square pin. Where I'd change that female up, she elevates a bit in her tail head. Going away, she rolls her hind leg just a nickel, and up front, maybe just perhaps because she's a little greener in her state of condition today, she maybe goes to the ground and turns him out just a nickel. The female that we've got in 3, I think best compliments our class winner in regards to how they're made at the ground. This female is awfully good in her foot design. She's a little truer up front than the female I've got in front of you. This female is pretty striking from the side, just maybe not quite as eccentric maybe as the female in front of you, which is hard to believe as good as this one is. It's just the comparative difference. This female maybe pinches just a nickel in her loin relative to her tail head when we get the cattle in motion. Maybe not quite as just clean along her jawline as that really feminine female ahead of you. And more than anything, just need a little more time in terms of her rib. But man, she is built right. I like that female a great deal. Both those cattle are awfully good in their numbers. This female that we've got coming next, a female that I like pretty darn well when we're standing still. She's strong and consistent in her top line. She's still stout in her feature, and she's got a great look up front. Maybe like to see that female just get out and handle her blade and her knee just a little bit freer, just on a comparative basis. And we drop her from her hind leg down to the ground. That female maybe doesn't go quite as athletic as some of the cattle in front of her. This strip-faced heifer that comes next, really going to make a great cow. Love the body capacity in this female. Their shape comes with a little extra shoulder, maybe a little lower tying in terms of her neck attachment, and her loin maybe sneaks up a little bit on the go. Really a good cowy one behind that one. This female here, probably the most accelerated in terms of condition. Probably maybe like to lean her up just a shot and lengthen her stifle and give her just a shot more genuine wit to probably play with some of those cattle that are a little higher in this class. Excellent class, great start to our show.
Another really good class of these bull calves. Again, we're a little disappointed. I'd love to see a set of EPDs on this bull. I know it's part of our industry that we're going to all have to kind of bring up to speed. And this individual deserves a lot of credit. He's big-bodied. He's massive made. Lots of rib, lots of shape, lots of top in him. Maybe could give him just a tick more bone when we compare him to the bull standing next to him, but I think he's more than adequate. I love that tight underline. I love that extension of front end, way he ties into those shoulders. Just a good individual. It's got a great weight per day of age, a lot of performance, very deserving of winning this class. Bull that comes next, some things about him really intrigue us that I really like. I like he's big-footed, he's big-boned, he's rugged made. probably disappoints me just a little bit from when I look at him on the profile, the kind of mass and body that he carries and the width and dimension. When he gets out and tracks away from us, he wants to narrow down at his base and get a little too narrow, I think, when we watch him walk away from us. But still an individual I think's got a lot of future. Young lady's bull calf that comes next, I think he's another one of those calves that give him some time, allow him to kind of mature a little bit and catch up. He's got plenty of width, he's big topped, he's got a nice hip, long muscled. We just need to give him a little more time to kind of catch up with these bulls at the front end of this class. But another good class of bull calves. Give these individuals a nice hand for bringing them out.
Thank you, Chris. To catch you up on our class placings, from Class 2, first was entry 392, Destiny's Persis 185, shown by Morgan Lee Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois, bull weight 1130. Class 2, second in that class was entry 398, APS Admiral, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. The bull weighed 915. And third was entry 395, shown by Emily Altenberg, Arlington, Minnesota. The bull weighed 810. Placings in Class 3, first went to entry 404, WCCWL Major Product D28, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. The bull weighed 1120. Second was entry 402, RHA Styles 609, shown by Austin Giles, Cheddick, Wisconsin. The bull weighed 995. And placing third was entry 399, shown by Dorothy Angus, Macomb, Illinois. Bull weighed 885. We now will be selecting our spring and reserve spring bull calf. Results in Class 1 of our Sim Angus show. First goes to entry 8, MMK Young Love 504D, shown by Michael Kenna, Middletown, Maryland. Second, entry 3, STCC PPCC Precious Kitty, shown by Claire Trenopole and Prospect Cattle Company, Middletown, Indiana. Third, entry 11, shown by Volunteer Simmental, Madisonville, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 7, shown by Macy Moore, Sumner, Illinois. Fifth, entry 4, shown by Southern Bell Cattle Company, Horse Cave, Kentucky. And sixth is entry 6, shown by Mackenzie Bergen, Paris, Illinois. In our ring now is Class 2 April heifer calves. Class 2. Okay, so this is... It is also my pleasure to recognize from the American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. Please come to the backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. Your 2015-2016 Junior Bull Calf Champion of the Year is DAJS HH Bonfire 300, shown by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. And your 2015-2016 Reserve Junior Bull Calf Champion of the Year is DAJS Mastermind 442, also shown by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Congratulations, Haley.
Is this the one that's not working?
That's the one that's not working. And
check 1, 2, check.
put brand new batteries.
They're both on the same channel for some reason.
out here in our division. Start off our bull show. 3 real high-quality individuals that come back out here. Our bull out of our first class is one that's well-balanced for his age. He's got a nice set of information on paper. A bull, as you evaluate him from the side, I think is balanced up with enough thickness and dimension. Kind of a performance-oriented bull here out of the second class with plenty of depth and width. As we maybe get him out here and put him in the motion, and maybe not quite as sound as either bull on either side of him, but I think still a big growthy, performance-oriented kind of a calf. And then the one that wins our third class is just tremendously big-bodied and thick-ended, a performance calf that can get out well-balanced from the side, a bull that's good as you study him at the ground. I think a nice set of bulls. Let's give him a nice round of applause, and Dad will go out here and pick your division champion.
Selected as your spring bull calf champion is entry 404, WCCWL Major Product D28, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois.
Okay, have a good day.
And selected as your reserve spring bull calf champion is entry 388, Destiny's Dynamo 192, shown by Morgan Lee Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Congratulations.
Can you call for class 10 and 11 for Angus, please? Class 10 and 11.
Are you kidding? Entering the ring now is Class 6 Angus Junior Bull Calves. Class 6 Angus Junior Bull Calves. Now placings and comments from our judges on our Sim Angus show, Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Well, another really just gorgeous class here, a set of little ladies that are April borns, and there's a lot of time left on the pavement ahead of them in terms of just what they're going to become. Just sorting them today and trying to integrate these values in conjunction with their phenotype and stress and trying to perfect their structure. And the female that I'm starting with here gives up a lot to these 2 power and performance cattle that are in 2 and 3, understandably. She's the female that suits us the best in regards to building them from the surface up, skeletally correct, sound in their design, and feminine and maternal in their look from the side, and she's extra good from this angle right here. As we carry in behind them, obviously, that's where this red female in second is just really, really exceptional. The female that we're starting here, entry 23, a female that's just a little stronger, quite a bit stronger in her calving ease direct, and I think that fits her mold within this specific pair. She's got to bring calving ease to the table to be the more refined female that's just on point in terms of structure for me to win that pair. The Baldy that we've got here, absolutely love this female in terms of her natural degree of stoutness. She's a real outlier for a percentage female. Her round rib shape, she's got a big top in her. She's long-bodied. She's really long out through her front end. I like the read to her head. She's stout, but yet still looks like a cow. When we get her in motion, for me, that's where I'll change her up just a little bit. Certainly adequate, but in terms of perfecting structure, she's a little tighter in her spine. She maybe just doesn't drive off of her rear two with quite as much total freedom as that top heifer. And then probably more than anything, just need to fix her a bit there in terms of her calving ease is tending to compromise her API. The female then we've got in 3 is more comparable from a value standpoint genetically versus like the class winner. They're kind of in the similar boat. This female for us, one that's broody, a female that's got a nice level of structural soundness. I think she's set up well to make a big-time brood cow. A female that, as we just directly compare to the two in front of you, maybe not as many bells and whistles in terms of just maybe not quite as attractive up through her front end as those cattle, particularly down to the base of her chest. When we get the cattle in motion and just watch her handle herself in terms of her forerib shape relative to her shoulder design, maybe being parked just a little more upright in her, just gets just a nickel plainer, maybe compositionally just a little further along and can clean her up and give her just a little fresher image for an April heifer calf. The heifer that we've got then in the next slot of the top 4, she's the strongest in terms of her data. Calving ease is exceptional. She's got a nice spread from there to her pre and post weaning growth figures. This female suits me really good off of her rear skeleton. She is really loose jointed. She's got a great ankle to her, good foot shape. A female that can really get about the ring. She's got a big, powerful hip and stifle in her. She's bold in her body cavity. I'd like to change up the front half of her. She gets a little wide open in terms of her shoulder and a little looser down her top line. It just doesn't fit together as organized through her front end for me to move her up. The heifer then we've got in the next group, a long-bodied female, a little higher, more prominent in her tail head, maybe a little less rear rib and flank relative to her chest floor. A female, though, that's got a lot of quality about her, just gets a little out-horsed here by the cow ability of the one in front and the quality of the 3 up top. The blaze face heifer next is really feminine. In fact, on the standstill, she probably most resembles the female we started the class with. When we get them in motion, I think she kind of sorts her way down. She gets a little tighter in her loin, a little bit rainbowed up there in her spine, just not as loose and athletic at the ground, and that's the reason why. The female that we've got next, a little sounder, but a little more fragile in terms of her foot structure, maybe a little lower and shorter in terms of the tie to her neck, and not as attractive out of her hind leg, but a really cowy one. Don't mean to be too hard on her. We've got another nice female at the end of the group, one we just like to balance up a little bit better from chest to flank and relax her in her top line. Really a nice set of calves, though. Very fun to judge a set that good, and a lot of future ahead of those cattle.
Placing first in Class 2, Sim Angus, heifer calves born in April, is entry 23. HILB Lee Moonlit Gaze, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara, Minnesota. Second, entry 24, Helm Farms Kaylee Rose, shown by Michelle Helm. We got two. Third, entry 19, shown by Laney Lasnek, Painesville, Ohio. Fourth, entry 16, shown by Cook Family Show Cattle, Armstrong, Illinois. Fifth is entry 17, shown by Mason Love, Baltimore, Ohio. Sixth, entry 21, shown by Prestige Cattle Company, Paola, Kansas. Seventh, entry 286, shown by Bach Brader Show Cattle, Bloomdale, Ohio. And eighth, entry 301, shown by WXC Cattle Company, Delton, Michigan, and Elmore Cattle Services, Waukomis, Oklahoma. Placings in that class were 4, 5, entry 18 is out, 7, 3, 6, entry 303 is out, 1, 8, and 2. In our Sim Angus ring now is Class 3 March heifer calves. Class 3 March heifer calves. Oh, shit.
Another really good class of Angus bull calves. Really close pair, I think, up in these top two bulls. A lot of similarities, really long fronted, long spine, lots of dimension. Advantage of our class winner, at least he's got a set of numbers that we can look at that I think we'd like to see just to have an opportunity. I think when we start comparing these cattle, I think he's a little better up from his shoulder forward. He tightens in a little bit more, pulls in a little tighter right behind his shoulders. He wants to fill in, carry himself from his shoulder back through his hip with a little more dimension, a little more width. A couple of really good bulls, a lot of similarities in kind, just a little more profile, a little sounder movement, I think, in our class winner. Really rugged made individual that comes next. Got a lot of performance, a lot of dimension in this calf. You get on top of him, he's got lots of width. Probably as expressive as we have out here. There's plenty of dimension all the way to the ground, big-footed and big bone. Nice calf, nice pair of these calves on the top end. This bull that comes third, probably not quite as expressive made as we have in the two bulls above him. He's probably wanting to flatten out, narrow down just a little bit, but still I think a calf, you have to appreciate the growth, the dimension, the performance this bull brings. I think there's a lot of good in this calf too. Kind of a unique individual I think young lady brings next. He's sure the moderate, earlier maturing individual in here, but he's really stout made. He's wide topped. He's got plenty of hip in him. It's his advantage, I think, when we compare him to the bulls below him, is he just has a little more true natural width and dimension. Gets a little bit off on both ends when you get him out and watch him track. He's off on his front end. Isn't really as sound moving as we'd like for him to be at the ground when we watch him from behind, but I think you have to sure give him some advantage from the amount of true muscle and dimension that the bull brings. And a nice pair of these bulls that we follow in with. Bulls that probably just aren't as expressive made as we have in the top end of this class. Bulls that want to flatten out and get a little narrower when we watch them track away from us. But another good class of bulls. Congratulations to these two class winners.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 6 and selected as your winner bull calf champion is entry 411, CCC Womack Blue Diamond D010, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Campbellsville, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1120. Second, and your reserve winner bull calf champion is entry 417, LAH Caliente 603D, shown by Larry and Joe Horseman, West Lafayette, Indiana. The bull weighed 1210. Third in that class was entry 413, shown by Shane Adams, Augusta, Michigan. Bull weighed 1190. Fourth, entry 412, shown by Eli Kidwell, Walhonding, Ohio. The bull weighed 1080. Fifth, entry 416, shown by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1210. And sixth was entry 415, shown by Alley Cattle Company, Brookhaven, Mississippi. The bull weighed 1105. Placings in that class were 1, 3, 4, 6, 5, and 2. And our Angus show now is Class 9 Senior Bull Calves, Class 9. Now that I've caught my breath from the beginning of our show, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judges for today. In our Angus ring, It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Chris Sankey from Council Grove, Kansas. Chris and his wife Sherry, along with their children Cody and Gina, own 6 Ann Ranch in Council Grove. Chris, a Kansas native, is a 1978 graduate of Kansas State University and was also on the 1977 Kansas State University livestock team. Chris and Cody together have judged several shows individually, but together several junior livestock shows, several junior nationals, and also in Denver and the North American. His associate judge today is his son, Mr. Cody Sankey from Economy, Indiana. Cody is married to his wife, Lindsay, and just recently had a young daughter named Caroline. Cody is a 2002 graduate of Oklahoma State with a Bachelor of Science degree, and in 2004 with his master's, and was on the National Livestock Judging Team at Oklahoma State in 2001. And by the way, he wanted me to note that Dr. Ryan Rathman in the other ring was on Texas A&M's team that year that they beat. Just to bring that up. Sorry, Doc. So comments on this class from Mr. Cody Sankey.
Out here in this class, 3 interesting bulls. I think some give and take and trade-off. Ideally, our class winner would have a set of EPDs. I think in today's environment, selling Angus bulls, it's important to spend the money and get genomics on these animals. I think, but out here, this bull visually has to sort himself up in this class. He's a sound-structured, well-balanced bull that's got some body and dimension. It's a nice place to start off. Young lady's bull in second is extremely dense-bodied and big-ended and thick top. Bull that struggles a little bit from a structural standpoint. We just like to see him get out and travel a little better off both ends. And then the young lady's bull going to complete the class. Just a little greener individual. I like his balance. He gets a little straighter up and more vertical up in his blade. Just like to lay him back and see him reach and stride just a notch better there. But let's give these 3 individuals a nice round of applause.
Doc, I'm sorry. I was forced to do that. I'll give you your time in the spotlight here just a little bit, okay? Don't stutter.
I got you. It's pretty early in the morning to start throwing stones, but we'll see how this party goes.
Hey, when the National Livestock Contest comes in, I might be throwing the biggest stone.
Yeah, well, I'm ready to see the results, so I hope you keep us abreast to what's going on over there.
Okay.
All right, so in this group of March calves, if y'all are looking on the paper, you find a set of cattle in here that have some real outliers in their population. One of them is this female right here, and if you've taken note, she's the best in the division in terms of where her profit indices lie. She's really progressive, and then she's pretty big time good when you look at her physically. Quite a combination here. This female has got performance, and it says so genetically as well. This female has a beautiful look, a big sweeping rib cage, a female that really has an attractive yet very functional and correct hip and hind leg structure. Really a nice female. Maybe I could open her just a shot rounder there to the top side of her forerib and how it connects into the upper portion of her blade, but that's an awfully nice one. It's maternal and awfully good genetically. The heifer we've got here in second, a female that as you stand in behind the cattle, maybe partially because she's blessed with a really fresh haircut, but looks just a nickel stouter in terms of her pin set and just her stoutness of feature in terms of bone and foot versus the heifer we start with. She's a female that's very complete when she stands. To be totally honest with you, she was kind of fighting the halter just a little bit, and it didn't make her front 1/3 come together maybe quite as attractive, particularly when we had the cattle in motion. She wasn't relaxing herself in her top line or her loin maybe quite as effectively, and just getting a little sluggish here in terms of how she coordinates off off of her rear too. And so I think in time as that heifer settles out, I really like the parts and pieces of a sound-made, stout-featured female that'll forecast out to be an awfully moderate cow, but maybe just can't keep pace with that first one from a genetic standpoint. The blaze face heifer that comes next, Nick said, man, this heifer here is nice. She's just slick haired, and I completely agree with them. This female here is really sound in terms of her feet and leg structure, very correct. Very female that balances pretty well. She's got some muscle definition to her, but still looks like a lady. As that female just hairs up and has time to develop, I think you're going to see her become a pretty dang nice one, because fundamentally she's pretty good. The female that we've got in 4 may strike you a little harder at the first impression. She's a long-bodied, broody female that's got a good cow look about her. When we get her in motion, she maybe connects a little bit downward in her loin and just doesn't hold her top line maybe quite as nicely. Has a little extra set to a hind leg and rear ankle that maybe she just doesn't square off of quite as nicely. Shoulder shape sits in her just a little more forward. I'm being pretty picky. That's an awfully nice one. Got a good look. Just need to fix a few minor things. The next heifer in class may be one of the most intriguing. From her shoulder back, she's as good as any in terms of just center body cavity dimension and with the base from behind. A female that's set up with a nice combo of rib to her frame to make a nice, real practical cow. For both of us, she just kind of waddles out of both ends. She just opens up a little too much out of her front end. Her chest floor shape sits in her just a little bit more prominent. Just need to pull her back within her framework to make her get a little higher in this class. A pair of really nice females that conclude the class. Both of them have a nice feminine look from the side. Both of them cattle that, in our estimation, just need a bit more total rib in terms of rib shape and just sweep back to their rear rib and flank, and maybe could just hinge them just a little looser in terms of how they're put together. But a pair of nice females, a really nice class. We've had an extraordinary show so far through these first 3 runs.
Thank you, Ryan. Now comments on our Angus side from
On the Angus side, really a nice pair of these fall bulls, but we're going to go with the Power Bull in there to win this class. Calf that's really got a lot of true dimension in him. He's big boned, he's rugged made. You know, if we're going to pick on him, personally, I'd sure like to change that underlying structure a little bit. He's probably getting a little bit out there for me, but I think you sure have to appreciate the amount of mass and power. And I think when we get him on the move and you look at him from a soundness standpoint, I think this bull's just a little sounder when we get him out and track him around the ring. He holds his top together, he gets out and takes a good long stride, and he's a bull that I think sure got a lot of good in him. Young lady's bull that comes next, a really neat profiling individual, super long necked, real smooth when he ties into those shoulders. We get him on the move though, we'd like to change him a little bit. He wants to roll up in his top, break a little bit off both ends, and not really be as sound and fluid in his movement as we'd like for him to be. But 2 good individuals. Give these young ladies a nice hand for bringing these bulls out.
placings in Class 9 in our Angus Senior Bull calves. I'll get you caught back up in Class 9. There's entry 422, Ard Ridge Jet Setter 25, shown by Ard Ridge Cattle Company, Nancy, Kentucky, and Will Carn, Stanford, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1380. Second in that class is entry 419, Macaulay Bulletproof C8, shown by Destiny Macaulay, Cynthiana, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1455. Third entry 387, shown by Ian M. Cattle Farm, Coffin, Illinois. Bull weighed 1105. Placings in our last class, Class 10. First went to entry 428. WBA Klassen 519, shown by Caitlin Fouts, London, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1595. And second went to entry 425, APS Press Agent, shown by Morgan Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. The bull weighed 1435. Entering the ring now is Class 11 Angus Senior Bull calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion Senior Bull calf. Placings in Class 3 Sim Angus females. First goes to entry 30, HILB Stare and Believe, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Second, entry 36, HPF Sazerac 338D, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Third, entry 127, shown by Sunset View Farms and Young Show Cattle, Auburn, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 32, shown by Wesner Livestock Enterprises, Chalmers, Indiana. Fifth, entry 38, shown by Prospect Cattle, Sumner, Illinois. Sixth, entry 35, shown by Sally Graham, Rosebush, Michigan. And seventh, entry 28, shown by Justin Frazier and Anderson Cattle Company, Winnemac, Indiana. Placings in that class were 7, entry 29 was out, then 1, 4, 2, entry 34 was out, then 6, 3, and 5. In the ring now is Class 4 Sim Angus March Heifer Calves. Class 4 Sim Angus March Heifer Calves.
I'm looking for Angus Class 14.
Attention in the barn. Class 11 Angus bull calves are in the ring. We need classes 14, 15, and 18 to the makeup ring, please. Angus bull calves, classes 14, 15, 18, and 19. Let's be bringing those bulls to the makeup ring. We have single entries. We will not wait.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure now to introduce our judges for our Sim Angus show today. Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas, the Associate Professor at Texas Tech University and the John and Doris Jones Professorship holder. Dr. Rathman is an animal scientist and food scientist at Texas Tech. Teaches courses in animal breeding, genetics, and cow-calf production, and also is works on research in the ruminant nutrition. He's coached 8 national champion livestock teams, 3 at Texas A&M from 2002 to 2004, and 5 out of the last 9 years at Texas Tech. He and his wife Kayla and daughters Kinley and Carly also raise Red Angus seed stock. Along with Dr. Rathman, his associate judge is former student Nick Fitzsimmons from Perry, Oklahoma. Nick grew up on a seed stock operation in western Iowa that raises predominantly Simmentals. He's now a show feed specialist for Sunglow Show Feeds in Texas and Oklahoma, and breeds and markets seed stock and show heifers with his wife Ashley in Oklahoma. Nick attended Blackhawk and then after graduation attended Texas Tech where he judged for Coach Rathman. Let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Ryan Rathman and Nick Fitzsimmons, your judges for this year's Sim Angus show.
Well, the furious pace continues over here in our fourth class. We got another nice set of March heifer calves, and for me, as you start to look at the big complexion of the class, we don't have a bad heifer in here. All these cattle are awfully strong, making some decisions up top, and it's just personal preference on where you lay some priorities, because there's some awfully stout cattle here, like the female there in third. In the big picture, when we get down to that final three, we had two cattle on the opposite ends of that group that are really refined and feminine, and we view to be very correctly structured. And then this long-bodied, physically high-performing female there that's maybe not tucked in quite as good in her shoulder shape, and maybe not quite as fresh in terms of condition as these two calves are just a nickel green here. And so we elect to go with these two calves out front that are a little more refined, in conjunction with the deciding factor being that these two cattle are a little stronger in their values. And the female that starts the class, y'all can see how good she is standing ringside. Genetically speaking, this is the dominant female in the group, and she's a female that leads the class in terms of her double-digit calving ease, the strength in terms of her marbling value as good as any in the group, and so consequently really set up nicely in her API. But this female is super correct. Love the way she just fills her stride every step. Female, it's just correct in her lines, good in the sweep to her rib cage. Like I said, a little green in terms of its shape right now, but in terms of its sweep down low, and that culminating with a really nice feminine look up to the front one-third of her body, I think she ties together in an awfully complete, genetically progressive package. The female that we've elected to stick second, I think just follows her next best in terms of type and kind. She's a little bit behind, and actually if you read their growth genetics, this female's got quite a bit of post-weaning growth ahead of her, and maybe a little short-comed in terms of her pre-weaning growth, and she kind of looks that way. But this female for me is very correct in terms of her feet and leg setup. Female's really feminine out there, head and neck and shoulder. Female's just going to need time. She's just going to have to open up more in terms of her center body, and particularly in her forerib and the base of her heart, but one that certainly is set up to progressively get better. I think no doubt her best days are out in front of her, and that's what we're betting on here between 2 and 3. Clearly understand the physical mass and the substance of this outrageously stout, baldy female we've placed third, and she maybe just lays her scapula a little further on the outside of her rib cage, maybe not quite as just tidy in terms of her chest floor and her composition relative to how we read her future from this point forward. She's an awfully nice female. Probably like to see her just squared up just a shot in terms of maybe how she uses her hind legs at times, but that's an awfully good female that's awfully long striding and loose striding and sound and going to make a tremendous brood cow. The entry 53, this female, if y'all are looking for one that's fresh and correct, like we spoke about in the females that led off the class, this female strikes the mark, and she comes right there with them. She's no worse in terms of just her type and kind versus those cattle we got at the front end of the class. She's really a nice fresh female. For her size, she's really stout pin. She obviously gets a little swallowed up in this class from just a performance and strictly comparative standpoint. Her growth data suggests the same. She's pretty off pace versus her competition in regards to her direct growth, and so we're going to have to leave her where she's at. The female here with some white in her jawline, really broody female. She's really long from hooks to pins. I love her when she stops and sets up. When we get her in motion, she's favoring herself just a bit in terms of her left to hind leg there, and just not as confident, not maybe as much integrity there as we would like to see through our eyes, and maybe just paddles a little bit more out of her front end in terms of just how she handles it and comes to the ground a little bit pigeoned in at the surface. Young man, you got a nice heifer here. The best recommendation I would have for you, and that's just my opinion, you don't have to listen to me, but I think you just need to pull her back just a little bit in terms of condition. She's starting to pone up just a little around her tail head and through her chest. I think that's an awfully nice one. She's good rib. She's just coming across in this set of heifer calves just a nickel stale a little early in her life. And then the female we've got at the end of the class, maybe just a little off versus the others in terms of just structural freedom and pliability in terms of her body and her joints, but a really stout, expressively made female that's got some real power parts there to pass on to the next generation. Great set of calves.
Go ahead, Cody.
Over here on our Angus side, by far the deepest and toughest class of bulls we've judged today. The bull that we're going to use to lead off, I think really a high-quality individual. He's just got the look of a good kind of an Angus bull in terms of body shape and mass and dimension. A bull that's got some substance underneath him, some foot size. A bull that can get out and travel. He's well-balanced. Really a high-quality bull to lead off. The bull in second follows him with type and kind. I think the and the sound structured bull that's well balanced and has some muscle shape. As we study him right in through the center portion of his body, he maybe gives up just a notch of rib shape and dimension to the bull that's going to win the class, but I think really another high quality individual that fits in here well. I had a decision between 3 and 4, and we switched him here at the end. The bull that's coming out, I really like a lot of parts about this bull, the substance of bone and mass. He wants to snap his pasterns when we put him on the go, and just like to relax him there. A bull that just gets a little off in his hip just a bit, but really one that has muscle shape and dimension and quality. Just relax him in the way he travels just a bit to move him up. Same goes with the young lady's bull here next. A bull that's got the right kind of rib shape, the right kind of muscle. He just gets a little tighter in his structure. He gets a little more vertical in his blade. He doesn't quite reach and flex quite as well. We just like to see him move a notch sounder. The bull right here, a sound structured individual. He just gives up too much in terms of performance and overall width and dimension, but an extremely high quality bull to finish out this class. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause on a high quality set of Angus bulls.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 11, Angus Senior Bull Calves is entry 436. Lazy JB West Point, 5696, shown by Lazy JB Angus, Montrose, Colorado. The bull weighed 1695. Second, entry 432, Burke's APS Final Bid, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky, and Sheldon Burks, Park City, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1560. Third, entry 435, shown by Chase Anderson, Chrisman, Illinois. Bull weighed 1570. Fourth, entry 431, shown by Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. Bull weighed 1,600 pounds. Fifth, entry 434, shown by Haley Gents, Fenimore, Wisconsin. The bull weighed 1,345. Once again, placings in that class were 4, 2, 5, 3, and 1. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior bull calf champion. The American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion roll of victory winners. Please come to the picture backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. Our senior bull calf champion of the year for 2015 and 16 is Hunter's Authority 437, shown by Hunter Angus, Fairview, Missouri, and Stair Land and Cattle, Willow, Oklahoma. Your reserve senior bull calf champion of the year for 2015-16 is Spear P. Proven Packer 250-248, shown by Corey, Predol, Omak, Washington. Congratulations.
Last and final call for Angus Class 14, single entry.
Thank you, Jake.
Attention in the barn, Class 14. We have a single entry from David Cuddy from North Carolina. We need your bull to the makeup ring. He is in the ring. He needs to come in the ring. Thank you.
We get ready to pick our senior bull calf champion. Three really good individuals, good set of seconds in the ring with them. I think when you look at these cattle, the similarities is they're as sound as we can get them coming out of class. I think you have to, we have to be pretty aware of structure and keeping these cattle moving, and at this young age especially, these cattle better be good at the ground or it's going to get difficult the older they get. And we think we've got three really good individuals in our class winners. They're bulls that have some substance, they have some structural integrity, they're cattle that have some width and dimension. So congratulations to this lineup of bulls. It's been a really exciting division to get to look at some depth and see some quality. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. We'll pick our champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Selected as your senior bull calf champion is entry 436, Lazy JB West Point, 5696, shown by Lazy JB Angus, Montrose, Colorado. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve senior bull calf champion is entry 432, Burke's APS Final Bid, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky, and Sheldon Burks, Park City, Kentucky. Congratulations. Is it a scratch? Okay, class 14 is a scratch. Class 15, late spring bull calves. Let's bring our class 15 Angus late spring bull calves into the ring, please. Attention Angus exhibitors, I need classes 18, 19, 20, and 21 to the makeup ring, please. 18, 19, 20, and 21 to the makeup ring, please. Placings in Class 4 for our Sim Angus heifer show. First goes to entry 43 HILB JLC Impress Me, shown by Hillbrands Cattle and Storm Johnson, Clara City, Minnesota. Second, entry 47 JS Famous Magnolia 19D, shown by JS Simmentals, Maxwell, Iowa. Third, entry 42, shown by Young Show Cattle and Prospect Cattle, Sumner, Illinois. Fourth, entry 53, shown by Tingle Farms and Gable Cattle Company, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 49, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Sixth, entry 52, shown by Virginia Tech, Blacksburg, Virginia. And seventh, entry 39, shown by Rustic Hills Cattle, Fort Branch, Indiana. Placings in that class were 7, 3, 1. Entry 45 was out. 2, 5, 6, 4, and entry 54 has been added to this class. For those of you watching our Angus show, since this will be our only class in our intermediate division today and also will be selected as our intermediate champions, the American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. Please come to the picture backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. The 2015-2016 Intermediate Champion Bull of the Year was a tie. One of them was DDA Gemstone 1439, shown by Double Diamond Angus, Chrisman, Illinois. And also DAJS Shocking 296, shown by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Your reserve intermediate bull of the year for 2015-2016 was DAJS All About It 034, also shown by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Congratulations.
I think a great class here to end out this division. The heifer that wins, I think you study her there on paper, one that's the most progressive in terms of her data, and then you study her in person. I think she's probably the most fault-free in this particular class on the stand. One that gives you a great look from the side, maternal in terms of her center body, gives you an elegant look from the profile. I think gets out and goes as well as anything in this particular class. I think over the heifers that work down the line in second and third, she just has more true turn to the upper portion of her rib. One that's a bit bolder right there through her center body, and I think stays square right there at her hock. The heifer that comes out next, I think just in terms of looseness of skeleton, she's easily the class winner. One that's soft in terms of her lower joints. We really like that one's center body and how she sweeps from the side right there through her midrib. I think you'd like to see that one have her neck sit just a touch higher to the top side of her skeleton. When she gets out and goes, she wants to drop down right there a touch. The biggest deciding factor is when you step right in behind that one. She could be just a touch more open in terms of her pin set, more genuine in how she moves out of her hock. But I think one, it's got a ton of future, great in terms of her feet and legs. The heifer that comes out next, I think parked gives you as good a look as anything from the side. Maternal in terms of her center body, dead level down her top line, loose in terms of how she carries it. I think her joints read very correct from the side. One that we'd like to see just a touch more genuine in terms of how she sets down underneath. Give her a bit more confidence in how she moves out of her hip. But I think one, it's got a ton of future. Going to be a great cow and an awesome show heifer for that young lady there. The heifer that comes out next, or I guess the next two heifers, I think ones that certainly come with some additional visual performance and stoutness. The one here that comes out in fourth, I think stout featured at the surface, bold bodied. You like that one in terms of just genuineness when you step right in behind her, and I think gives you a great look on the stand. Just like to see that one set down more comfortably at the surface. Like to see her softer in terms of how she uses her ankle and set her back in the angle to her shoulder, and then I think she can move up just a touch. The heifer that comes out next, certainly long bodied, gives you a great look right there on the stand. I think one that just needs to be looser in terms of how she carries her spine. She kind of falls out on paper. She's one that's a bit more questionable in terms of her genetic predictors there. I'd like to see her higher in her API, but one that I think just could get out and go more comfortably, and then you can really respect that one in terms of just her visual performance and stoutness. The heifer that comes out next, I think fresh bodied, one that gives you a great look from the side. Just like to see that one set back in the angle to her shoulder. She could be a bit more progressed in terms of her center body and sweep right there through her midrib. But I think a heifer with a ton of future, you stop that one from the side, gives you a great look. The heifer that comes out next, she missed her class there earlier, and so we dropped her down into here, and I think one that you really got to commend for her additional stoutness, one that's huge in terms of her foot and bone. I think stop gives you a very adequate look from the side, just one that falls out in terms of her birth weight. Really like to see her better there, and I think it follows her in person, one that we'd like to see smoother at the point of her shoulder. She's a bit coarser in terms of her joint work, but one that I think you really got to appreciate for her additional stoutness there at the surface, and then when you step right in behind her. The heifer that comes out next, one that I think feminine in terms of her design. I like this one's shoulder construction better than the heifer ahead of her in terms of how it lays on her body. Just like to see it set back in the angle to her skeleton. She's a bit more forward in her knee there, and like to see her deeper right there through her midrib. And then the heifer that closes certainly comes with more visual performance. Like this one's added depth of body. Just like to see her get out and go more comfortably from the side. Maybe could see her just a touch more feminine up front. Great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thank you, Nick. Now comments on our Angus side from our judge, Cody Sankey.
Really a nice class of bulls out here. The bull we're going to lead off with is the soundest structured bull out here. Really can get out and travel. A good nutted bull that's got some balance to him. He's big topped and thick ended. I think it's really a solid place to start off. The next bull in line is one that probably follows in type and kind in terms of just having that center body and dimension to him. A bull that balances up well. When we put him on the go is where he falls into second for us. Just want to see him reach and flex just a nickel better as we put him on the go. But I think one that has lots of body, he's good testicle, a nice kind of place to come in second. Bull in third, I appreciate the muscle shape he has right out behind his shoulder and down his top. He just struggles a little more for us when we ask him to walk. He gets a little more vertical in his blade and doesn't quite reach and travel quite as well. But really a nice trio of bulls. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Selected as your intermediate bull calf champion is entry 439 from class 15. First, DAJS Special Effects 049, shown by Peyton Herzog, Robinson, Texas. The bull weighed 1775. Second, and your reserve intermediate bull champion is entry 444, Ard Ridge Cherokee Jack 585, shown by Ard Ridge Cattle Company, Nancy, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1855. And third was entry 443, shown by Foley Farms, Pearl City, Illinois, and Marvin Kramer, Farina, Illinois. The bull weighed 1810. Class 18, single entry, entry 445. We have to wait on him. In our Sim Angus show, currently we are selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion females. Chris?
Really nice single entry on our Angus side. A bull that we really have to appreciate him, especially when he's tracking around the ring. Bull takes a long stride. He fills his step. He's wide-based on both ends. Extremely expressive made. Lots of top and lots of hip. Good individual. We'll look forward to bringing him back out again. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 18, our single entry is entry 445, 3 aces, hit again, 45-35, shown by Holly Gamble, Clinton, Tennessee, and Levi Stevenson, Carrollton, Kentucky. The bull weighed 1890. Placings in our Sim Angus Class 5 March heifer calves. First goes to entry 1, HILB Stop and Wish, D507, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara, Minnesota. Second, entry 59, MMK Cruel Love 306D, shown by Callie Raymer from Minnesota. Third, entry 76, shown by Bar Q8 Semitols, Chandlerville, Illinois. Fourth, entry 70, shown by Lashmet Cattle, Winchester, Illinois. Fifth, entry 73, shown by Nicholas Belcher, Abington, Virginia. Sixth, entry 69, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Seventh, entry 54, shown by Larry Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. Eighth, entry 61, shown by Musser and Gordon, Otterbein, Indiana. And ninth, entry 75, shown by Shaley Eisen, Atlanta, Indiana. Placings in that class were 1, 2, 8. Entry 66 and 68 were out. Then 6, 4, 5, 9, 3. And our added entry 54 was 7th. Once again, we are selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion female in our Sim Angus show.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great start to our show here. If y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate our breeders right here. Telling Nick, you know, when you get to sorting these PTP shows, I just absolutely love doing it because you can find cattle that you just love physically, and then data reinforces it. And there's just not too many breeds that can put that together in this environment. And so it's a lot of fun. If y'all do follow along on the paper and you look at some of the individuals we've got winning the classes and standing out here, there are several of them that led the pack in their respective class in terms of progression in their population for their breeding values. And so that made it a lot of fun, makes us feel a lot better about our decision. Obviously, it's a lot easier when we've got this type of multi-purpose cattle out here that are correct and have great data. And they're going to really make something happen when we get them in production. When you study the lineup out here, just quickly comments about a few and then focus on the couple that we're considering. The first heifer up here, she's early May. The next one is in April, and then you kind of get a little tighter spread in terms of age here between some March calves. This first one Nick and I like as well as any in regards to her structure. She's blessed with a little bit more leg hair, and that maybe makes her look a little stouter, but she's good-footed and she's loose-jointed. Probably like just pull her apart just a shot in terms of her rib cage. She's probably the most off-pace in terms of her data, being just a bit, going to have to be protected in terms of her calving ease when it comes to mating time, but really a nice female. It's got a lot of utility. The female that's second in this group, the April heifer calf, I mean, truthfully, she's really nice, but when I get back off the cattle and study them, she gives up just a bit in terms of just physical performance, but building them correct from the ground up, she's sure of that. Then we've got three really nice March individuals. As you study the three, the female that stands third in the lineup, this female just has a world of substance to still tie together that smoothly from end to end. She's super maternal, in my opinion, in terms of just the depth and sweep to her rib cage, the shoulder shape that she's got. It's not too flat that she doesn't have a lot of dimension when you get in behind her, but it lays into her cage and her neck in such a smooth fashion. I like the blend of stoutness but yet refinement about her neck and head, and this gal can get out and just truly travel. She maybe crisscrosses them just a nickel right at the ground from behind, but from the side it's hard to put a hole in her. She's an awfully nice female. Could be just a nickel, I think, underneath the hair, just a nickel stronger right in behind her blade. You've got her fit awfully well right there. This female is the absolute best female in the division in terms of genetics and progression in terms of her economic indexes. The next female right here, a good-looking female. She matches the others. I don't know that there's as much rib and flank and substance and foot in this female as those two that stand on either side of her, but she's pretty cool in terms of her look and correctness. The final female that closed the last class won that class, in my opinion, pretty easily. She's a female that's got an elegant look. She's good in terms of her center body shape and her sweep, and this female's fundamentally just right where you need her to be. Pretty square and true as she travels away. As I get close to her, much like the heifer that stands third in the lineup, probably likes her just a little stronger, probably underneath her hair coat, right in behind her shoulder blade. Y'all fit her to a T. She gets maybe naturally just a little shorter and a little lower in her pin set as I study her, maybe versus the female that's out of Class 3. So great lineup. Our pick here is going to be the Class 3 winner. Let's give this gentleman here a nice round of applause on a brilliant heifer calf.
Selected as your Division 1 Sim Angus Calf Division 1 champion is entry 30, HIB Stare and Believe, shown by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara, Minnesota. Congratulations.
Awfully good one that steps in there for reserve contention. This female's super stout featured. She's behaving just a nickel better than she was even a while ago. And the more time she gets in the ring here, the more comfortable and relaxed she'll look in her design. I'd like to maybe pick her pin bone up just a shot. For us, the two cattle that match each other in terms of refinement, maternal quality, and genetic strength was that female and the one that came out of class number 5. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
And also from Hillbrands Cattle Company, winner of Class 5 is entry 1, HILB Stop and Wish, D507. Congratulations to Hillbrands Cattle Company, champion and reserve in your first division.
over here on our Angus side. Really 4 high-quality individuals out here in this class. What we're going to use to lead off with, I think, compared to the rest of the class, is a bull that balances up very well from the side, a bull that gives you a good look. He's got good numbers on the paper, a bull that's big-nutted. I think a bull that's got plenty of shape to him up high. If we were to change him, a bull maybe gets a little sloppy in his underline, we'd like to tighten him up there just a bit, but still really a high-quality individual that leads off. Bull in second is one that probably compared to him just opens up a little more in his shoulder, wants to round just a nickel out of his hip. Maybe not just that nice balanced pattern look from the side. I think a bull that's got a lot of lower rib shape in him, really a good-footed bull that can get out and travel, a high-quality individual there in his own right. The bull that comes out in third, another big middle, big top, big-ended kind of a bull that's got a lot of real value to him from a production standpoint. Compared to the bulls in front of him, maybe just doesn't track quite as well as some of the others. We just like to free him up in his structure. The bull that comes out here next, a bull that's got some length and performance to him. I really like that about him. A WDA kind of a bull, got a lot of muscle. We just need to make him a notch sounder as we put him on the go, just see him reach and track a little better. But really 4 high-quality individuals. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 19, your Angus Bull Class 19. Winning Class 19 is entry 449, OHL checkbook 0187, shown by Premier Livestock, Hassan Livestock, Milverton, Ontario, Canada. The bull weighed 1970. Second, entry 452, DAJS HH Bonfire 300. Shown by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Bull weighed 1865. Third goes to entry 453, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Bull weighed 2050. And fourth entry 454, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. The bull weighed 2,080 pounds. Entering the ring now is Class 20, Junior Yearling Bulls, Class 20. for those of you interested in ordering pictures for either of our shows today, you can visit Lindy's Livestock website. That website is www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. Once again, that's www.lindy's, that's LINDES, livestockphotos.com. Also, it is my pleasure to introduce or invite each of you to take advantage of the Sirloin, Saddle and Sirloin Club. This is the first year that it's been open to the public, and I strongly recommend each and every one of you to enjoy that dining experience. The Saddle and Sirloin Club is located directly behind me on the upper level of Freedom Hall. They do serve lunch and dinner, and it is open to the public, so feel free to go up and enjoy that amenity that we've added to this year's North American. Also, for you that are attending our show that might have loved ones at home that would be interested in watching live coverage, you can let them know that we are streaming live on the internet on www.livestockexpo.org. Once again, they can tune in live and watch the live stream on www.livestockexpo.org. Real quick before we hear our results here, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce to you our brand new, our brand new Miss American Angus, just selected last week in Indianapolis. Everybody put your hands together for Miss Keegan Cassidy from Normal, Illinois. Keegan is a student at Oklahoma State University with a double major in animal science and ag communications. We want to put our hands together and welcome her and thank her for everything she's going to do this next year. Keegan, congratulations.
Really stout class of these bulls. This has probably been as much conversation between Cody and I about these individuals from top to bottom, because there's good in each one of them. There's some things we'd like to change about each one of them, but I think when we get down to it, the bull that really puts the most good things together for us, this class winner, he's really stout-topped, he's big-hipped, he's expressive-made, he's sound enough, he's fluid enough, he's got enough extension, enough performance. There's just so many good things about him, it's hard to not bring him to the top of this class. Just a really good individual, I think, works his way up into a class of good bulls from one end to the other. So he's the bull, I think, when we start combining the extra bit of mass and performance that he has, that's his advantage over our second place bull. This is a good looking bull in second. We stand back and look at him and look at his profile and his phenotype, and this is the kind of animal that we really like. I like this rib shape, I like the smooth way he ties in up in that front end, like that dimension that he brings to us. If he was 200 pounds heavier, I don't think you'd stop this bull. I think you'd have to, for us, he's one that we really like. We like the dimension, the depth, the body, the soundness. We just need a little bit more of him, and I think it's we went that way when we start comparing our second place bull to our third place bull. Bull coming in third, he is a high growth, high performing individual in here. You want to add some growth, some performance, some weight per day of age, obviously this is the individual you're going to be drawn to. For us, when we look at him on the profile and we stand back and look at him, probably gets a tick deeper up in his chest, a little up, pulled up a little tight in his flank, not quite as balanced out as we'd like for him to be, not as soft made as what we have maybe in those cattle standing above him. Then we have a really nice pair of bulls, and we come down to the tail end of this class, and that's the bad thing about it. All the way through here, these are bulls that have tremendous amount of good in them. The bull that we're going to follow out in fourth is a bull that just ties in a little neater, I think, up through his front end, extended a little more out through that front end structure, and then a big-bodied, massive-made individual that comes next. But good set of these bulls from one end to the other. Give these exhibitors a nice hand, because those are 5 good Angus bulls in the ring. Congratulations.
Well, I'm going to have to brag on Kaylee right here. Little young lady kind of at an age deficit right here versus her competitors out here, and she's just kind of putting the stick on them right here. You do a nice job, young lady. This female, she's kind of looking around and saying, yep. This young lady does a nice job. She's got a really nice heifer. I understand she's got just a little bit of prominence to the front half of her chest. I'd like to maybe just tone her back there just a nickel. But in terms of a female that, to me, has the most honest body shape through her center cavity, stout pin, full and long in her muscle pattern, female that can still get out and travel, particularly out of her front end. She's dialed back good in her blade and back at her knee and true at the ground. I would say from behind she has a little extra set to that hind leg, but yet I think she used it plenty fine. We could open her a bit in terms of her toe spread. More than anything, would like to upgrade her in terms of calving ease, but phenotypically she's our pick. The heifer then we've got in the second hole, a female. It's a very refined, feminine female. She covers her print well. well from the side. I will say that maybe she just could be a little bigger in terms of her foot size at the ground. She's a little more fragile, a female that maybe gets just a shot greener there in terms of her forerib relative to her shoulder angle, maybe pushing slightly forward in her. Not bad, but enough to get her beat versus Kaylee's heifer that won the class. Then we had a decision to make on this third place heifer. The blaze face female of this top end group is clearly the outlier. She's physically a high performing, stout made, great looking female when you stop and show her off. When we get her in motion, she maybe just gets a little uncoordinated in terms of how she uses her hip and hind leg. Maybe comes out just a nickel at the point of her shoulder relative to how square she remains at her knee. Maybe not quite as sweeping back to her flank, but an awfully big time performance female. Should be able to generate some bulls. The next female I actually like a little better structurally probably than both cattle that I've put in front of you. This female just gets a little plainer in her chest relative to the shape of her forerib. Her shoulder design's just a little rougher in terms of the outline of it and how it fits back into her cage. Maybe not quite as naturally wide-based or as dimensional when you step in behind her from her hip down. The next female right here, I would say if y'all are looking from the side of the ring, when they're standing is my class winner. I just wish this female would move a little better in terms of just her structural freedom out of her front end primarily. For me, she's pushed quite a bit further forward in terms of her blade. You can see the way that she goes to the ground is just not as symmetrical, but a nice, good-looking, big-time female in terms of rib and body and mass. The next heifer right there just gets a little shallower, I think, underneath her fit job. A female, though, that's pretty darn good-looking. She's strong in her top, long from hooks to pins, really long from her hook bone to her blade, and extended from there forward, but just need a little more cow ability in that female in terms of her look and promise in the long run. This little heifer right down here that we're talking next, in terms of just correctness of structure from the side, longevity built into her skeleton, as strong a heifer as there is in the class. She's just a hard one to figure out kind of where to put today, to be honest with you. She gets swallowed up by most every heifer that's standing in front of her by a pretty good margin. Coming at you, she comes in at her knee and leaves you a little closer at her hock. As she catches up, I think that female moves right up the lineup. Today, it's just a little hard to work her any higher than where we've got her, in our opinion. The blaze face female that comes next, one that's pretty decent at the ground. She's got a nice cushion built into her ankle, get pretty good foot structure underneath her. She gets a little just too short-bodied for us, just kind of jammed up a bit from the side and doesn't balance out with quite the elegance of some of the rest of the cattle for that reason. Maybe could have a little more real rib and heart in her relative to being a little shorter, smaller package. Female comes next, just like to see her motor out of her rear too a little better. Her running gear starts to tighten, and then the female at the end of the class, a nice outline female in terms of strength, the top line, maybe just a little off pace in terms of her udder structure and where her body and structure sits relative to the competitors in this group.
Nice pair of bulls over here on our Angus side of the ring. Really a nice balanced bull that's going to lead off. Really like his muscle shape out behind his shoulder and down his top. Really a bull that I think compared to the bull that comes next in line, sounder in the way he reaches and flexes and the way he hits the ground. A performance-oriented bull with a lot of dimension and mass to him. A nice place to lead off. The bull that comes in second, bull that catches your eye, I think a really attractive made kind of a calf. Just like Dad and I talked about how he just hits on those hind legs, just like to see him just travel a little smoother there. He wants to kind of wing him out just a little bit, see him set a little squarer and truer from behind. But I think really a nice duo of bulls. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. I'll get you caught back up on Class 20. Placing first in our Class 20 Junior Yearling Angus Bulls is entry 461. Dobson First Class 5500C, shown by Thompson Livestock, Stillwater, Oklahoma, Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Dobson Ranch, Caw City, Oklahoma. The bull weighed 1960. Second was entry 459, J&J Power Move 85, shown by Sidney Johnson, Orlando, Oklahoma, and January Tweedy from Bowden, Arkansas. The bull weighed 1805. Third entry 456, shown by Hunter Angus, Fairgrove, Missouri, and Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Bull weighed 2370. Fourth entry 460, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. The bull weighed 1955. And fifth was entry 455, shown by Destiny McCauley, Cynthiana, Kentucky. The bull weighed 2195. Placings in that class were 5, 3, 2, 4, and 1. Placings in Class 21 Angus Junior Yearling Bulls. First goes to entry 464. Top line in time 5019, shown by Eric Ewing, Rushville, Illinois, and Matthew Ewing, Rushville, Illinois. The bull weighed 2230. And second was entry 466. E.F. Colossal 520, shown by Enright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. The bull weighed 1960. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion junior yearling bull. The American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. Please come to the backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. Your 2015-16 Junior Champion Bull of the Year is Cherry Knoll Brigade 1404, owned by Cherry Knoll Farm, Inc., West Grove, Pennsylvania, and Brody Fitzgerald, West Grove, Pennsylvania. Your reserve Junior Champion Bull is C&C Blue Ribbon 4010, shown by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. Congratulations. In our Sim Angus show on our Class 8 results. First goes to entry 90, UDE Norma Jean 114D, shown by Kaylee Langford, Breckenridge, Texas. Second, entry 82, HILB JLC Dare to Impress, shown by Hillbrands Cattle and Storm Johnson, Clara City, Minnesota. Third, entry 88, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Fourth, entry 215, shown by Kaler Cattle Company and Morgan Small, St. Charles, Minnesota. Fifth, entry 89, shown by Joan Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. Sixth, entry 2, shown by Utopia Genetics, Ash Grove, Missouri. Seventh, entry 84, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Eighth, entry 87, shown by Hallstock Farm, Berthold, North Dakota. Ninth, entry 85, shown by Rustic Hills Cattle Company, Fort Branch, Indiana. And 10th, entry 77, shown by Spitler Show Cattle and Alicia Wansey, Paris, Illinois. Placings in that class were 10, 2, entry 83 was out, then 7, 9, 8, 3, 4, 6, 5, and 1. Entering the ring now in our class of Sim Angus, February Spring Heifer Calves. Class 9, Spring, February Heifer Calves. Please bring classes 10 and 11 to the makeup ring immediately. Sim Angus, Spring Heifer Calves, class 10 and 11 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Can we, these guys are going to stand for the division, the name, and the review of all names that we know from them that they will get on the
Okay, what entry is it, baby? 449.
And then all my bulls are accounted for, so you don't need to keep announcing that kind of them coming
Okay. Clearview Farm from Ontario?
Yes.
I'll do it.
really a high-quality division of bulls out here, and really fun for us to get to evaluate them. Our bull down here out of our first class, I think as you study him, just a single entry in that lineup, a bull that has some shape and turn to his top, a bull that's got some shape to his rib. He maybe just gets a little extra underline, gets a little harder in his body compared to a couple other bulls out here, but I think one that still has a lot of value from a muscle and dimension standpoint as you study him and just look at red meat in that bull. Bull out of our second class is definitely the attractive looking show bull from the side, one that's just tremendously well balanced, a bull that gives you a really good look. He's good in his structure and the way he travels. As Dad and I step in behind him, we'd just like to see a notch more lower stifle in this bull, a little more lower quarter as we compare him to a couple other bulls out here, but one that if you appreciate balance and look from the side, this bull sorts himself up. The bull in the third class is one that's tremendously muscular and robust in his rib. He's got a lot of shape to him. As we begin to analyze him compared to some other bulls out here, he maybe comes apart in his pieces just a little bit, opens up in his shoulder, wants to break in his top and round out of his hooks there just a little bit. We just like to balance him up and smooth him up, but one that's tremendous in his muscle shape and turn. Then our bull out here out of the fourth class, just a real functional kind of an Angus bull, one that we feel has a lot of merit, how you evaluate him from a muscle standpoint, a body, a structure. He's still well balanced. He's a big testicled bull. Just puts together a really nice package out here. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause, and Dad will select your division winner.
I think a great class here and a lot of good differences to talk. The heifer that we used to win, I think just the most fault-free. When you start studying at the surface how she's built, I like this one's hoof structure. I think feet and legs read as comfortable and as square as any in this particular class. I think you study her from the side, maybe not one that gives you just that elite wow look up there through her throat latch and down through her chest, just a little more skin there. I think, like I said earlier, everything just makes sense. She's very well balanced up through her front 1/3. Still gives you a feminine look. I like this one's bold center body. Now she sweeps back there through her rear rib and flank. Makes sense out through her hip in terms of stoutness and still lays smooth on her body. I think that one just doesn't come with a lot of holes. I think just set up from the side and when set into motion, she easily wins this class. The heifer that comes out next, I think, maybe comes with a few more unique pieces. The way that one's neck sits on the top side of her shoulder, a bit more feminine about her head, cleaner about her throat latch. I like this one's additional sweep that back there through her rear rib and flank. I think on the stand, one that you'd like to get up in this particular class in terms of how she moves or holds her hip and hind leg. When set into motion, I don't think we talk about it very often, but this one's looseness of skeleton I think could hinder her as a big bred. One that's a little bit too loose in the way she carries her loin, one that's a bit more uncoordinated in terms of how she uses her extra set to her hock, but I think she still holds it square, and that's why she stays in second in this particular class. I still think one that if managed correctly could be awfully competitive down the road. The young man's heifer coming out next, I think shoulders back, one that you really got to appreciate in terms of just her brood cow value right there through her center body. I think stoutness, a pin set, one that's very comfortable and still correct and attractive in her hip and hind leg. Up front is where that one comes with a few more issues. Like to see her just laid in neater at the point of her shoulder, clean her up in her chest floor and make her a bit more feminine to the top side of her neck. As I said there earlier, I think just a great cow from her shoulders back. The female that comes out next, we talked there earlier, me and Ryan did. If you catch this one just standing, I think she makes a run for the top part of this class. One that gives you a great look from the side, just very well balanced. I think her angles read very correctly. Great fit job on that one in terms of just making everything make sense. When set into motion, I think she's just a bit tighter off of both ends. Like to see her more confident in the way she moves out of her hip and hind leg. Open her up and make her a bit more genuine in terms of her pin set. The heifer that comes out next, I think, just reading future, one that's very feminine in terms of her type and kind. Like that one's boldness of body, just like to see her deeper right there through her mid-rib. Maybe make her a bit more comfortable in terms of how she moves out of her hip and hind leg. The female that comes out next, I think on the stand, long and extended in terms of her type and kind. kind. Just one when set in motion wants to kick up in her spine and draw up in her center body just a touch. I'd like to see her set back in the angle to her shoulder. But as I said there earlier, I think a very feminine female gives you a long and extended look from the profile. You step around and behind them, the blaze face heifer that comes out next, I think is impressive as any in this particular class. I mean, this thing is stout. I think one that'll make some sons that certainly add some terminal value down the road in terms of just her overall dimension to the top side of her skeleton. Just like to see that one look a bit more like a lady from the side. The female comes out next, again, long and extended in terms of her type and kind. Just like to see that one a bit more comfortable. And it may be because she's fighting the halter just a touch, but I like to see her looser in terms of her spine. The female closes, moderate, easy keeping her kind, stout featured relative to her size. Just like to see that one balance up a bit better from the side. Great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thank you, Nick. Selected as your junior champion yearling bull in our Angus show is entry 464, top line in time 5019, shown by Eric and Matthew Ewing, Rushville, Illinois. And your reserve junior champion bull was entry 449, OHL checkbook 0187, shown by Premier Livestock, Hassan Livestock, Milverton, Ontario, and Clearview Farm in Ontario. Congratulations. In the ring now is Class 24. Our judges are discussing Class 24 senior yearling bulls. Placings in Class 9, Sim Angus heifers. First goes to entry 109, Campbell Co. Valentina, shown by Matthew Coverman, Minford, Ohio. Second, entry 96, shown by J.S. Sementals, Maxwell, Iowa. Third, entry 108, shown by Walker Housley, Dayton, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 110, shown by Tucker Tanner, Elgin, Texas. Fifth, entry 94, shown by Prestige Cattle Company, Paola, Kansas. Sixth, entry 112, shown by Hexel Semental Farm, Mayer, Minnesota. Seventh, entry 107, shown by Grasslining Sementals, Leroy, Minnesota. Eighth, entry 100, shown by Harrison Wicker, Rushville, Indiana. Ninth, entry 113, shown by Luke Hare, Arcadia, Indiana. Placings in that class were 5, 7, entry 95 was out, 2, 8, entry 104 was out, then 3, 1, 4, 6, and 9. Entering the ring now is Class 10 Sim Angus January heifer calves. Class 10 January Sim Angus heifer calves. Attention Semental breeders and Sim Angus breeders. Class 11, we need all entries. Class 11 January heifer calves to the makeup ring. Let's start bringing Class 14 and 15 to the makeup ring too. Class 11, January heifer calves. We need all entries to the makeup ring immediately. Start bringing classes 14 and 15 to the makeup ring also. Thank you.
We apologize for taking a little longer on this class. We have two really good individuals in here that are different in kind. And I don't think you don't have to be standing down here to see that. You don't have to, look at them very long to realize that we're looking at two different endpoints, two different kinds, two different individuals in the way they're put together, their growth curves. I think what it gets down to for Cody and I is we look at the individuals themselves and we look at this class winner. He's got as much mass and as much dimension and as much body in him. He's got as much growth to him as he needs. And I think, obviously he's not as expressive made as our second place individual. He's put together a little different. But I guess when we stand back and we look at him, we think about the kind of the value of where we're going to use, what we can use in our program and the cattle that we need to use, we feel a little more drawn to this individual. We think he's got just a little better endpoint for us. We think he's a bull that carries himself around the ring with that much body and mass. He gets out and he tracks. He's not going to be as expressive made. This bull that comes next is, the struggle with us is he's really a good individual that we really like. He's expressive made. He's long necked. He's got plenty of dimension in him. He's a pretty good sized individual. So then we look back at the point of where we're at in our business with us and what we do, and we felt like that we probably needed to reach out and go to this bull that wins the class just because of a growth curve and where we want to be in our individuals. This is a good bull, and I'll never take anything away from this calf. He's long fronted, he's extended, he's big body, he's expressive made, he gets out and tracks around the ring. Just a good pair of bulls. Polar opposites, which is easy enough to see, I think, wherever you're standing in this arena. And I think everybody has to make their own decision on their own breeding programs, but congratulations on a couple of really good bulls.
Placing first in class 24. Angus Bulls was entry 471. Shillings R&R classified. Shown by Eva Hendrickson, Westmoreland, Kansas. The bull weighed 24.15. Second was entry 470. CCC Womack Ace B505. Shown by Cheyenne Jones, Campbellsville, Kentucky, Morgan Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois, and J.R. Smoot, Campbellsville, Kentucky. The bull weighed 24.50. Entering the ring now is Class 25. Class 25.
Well, getting into the month of January now, really a nice lineup here from top to bottom. Physically speaking, there's a standout. On paper, this one drops out, but her dominance phenotypically just too convincing, not obviously to give her the win here. This female is just absolutely eccentric in terms of how long her neck ties from her blade and up to her refined head and ear set and jawline, everything just the way you want it. She flows back and just beautiful in her line. She maybe at times can run downhill just a nickel, but just the sweep to her belly, the refinement to her teats, the length of her hip. She's not just dead level out of her pin bone, but absolutely just functional and just optimal in terms of her pin set, and it allows her to just have a monster reach in terms of her stride. At times when she's maybe not just perfectly relaxed or cooperative at the lead, she gets maybe just a little bit more relaxed or sluggish in terms of how she uses that hind leg, but no question in terms of longevity, she's on point, and in terms of look and quality and mass, she is a pretty clear standout. Then we get into a few decisions. This was a tight pair for us between 2 and 3. If you look at the data, the female in 2 is the strongest of any female in the class, and standing there, I like her well. She's strong in her top line and collected in her look. A female that's really stout in her features. She's obviously going to end up pretty moderate in her size, which is fine. I've got a pretty wide range of acceptability. We move the cattle structurally. For me, she just kind of gets beat right there. I'd like to see that female just handle herself out of her front end with just a bit more mobility. I'd like to see her go from behind with just a bit more freedom. She gets just a little bit more throat and chest in terms of how she forecasts out in the long run. Female that we've got in the third hole right here, a little bit more stretch to her center body. I do like that about her. She's really stout pinned, really thick to the base of her stifle, and stout in terms of her bone work. At the ground, she maybe rolls up just a shot in terms of her hoof shape, and you can see she kind of rolls her ankle in terms of its placement to the green chips down low. She rolls a little bit out of her hip up top and up front. I'd sure like to fit her shoulder back into her rib cage in just a little smoother fashion, but picking on her in several areas, I like that female a great deal. Young lady, your short switch heifer that comes next, one that when we've got the cattle standing there looks fresh, and she's pretty attractive in terms of her design. She's got some depth to her middle rib, maybe just a little bit more throat and chest, maybe not quite as just stout in terms of how she turns right in behind her blade. We moved those cattle, and she's maybe just not as good from her hip down in terms of just not quite as functional as those cattle that may be at the top of this class, but that's an awfully nice female. The next female standing there, really cowy. I like this female standing there. I want to work her up because she's got so much rib and body, and she's way out there in that respect. We get her in motion, she kind of pinches down in her loin and tends to drop her neck a little lower out of the center of her blade, and maybe just shortens up just a bit in terms of her reach and step from behind. Next female is really long-bodied, got a lot of physical performance, maybe just a little less attractive in terms of just the set to her neck. It ties a little lower and shorter into her blade. A female is maybe just a little rougher in terms of her lines and her loin, but a female that's got a lot of length, a lot of substance to that female, one that's certainly phenotypically set up to make some nice bulls. The female that here is second to the end, a little more feminine, refined type look, strong and collected in her top line, good from hooks to pins. Female that's maybe just not quite as opened up in terms of her body shape and softness of center cavity, maybe not quite as pliable on the go. A nice little snip-nosed female here at the end of the group is going to make a really nice, moderate, little low-input, easy-keeping type cow. Just maybe a little bit more masculine about her head, a little shorter and chunkier in terms of her neck and front end, maybe not quite as loose on the go, but still one that's going to make a great cow. Let's give those exhibitors there a nice round of applause if y'all could.
Over here on our Angus side, two really nice bulls out here in this class. The bull we're going to use to lead off, just probably a bull that puts it together a little better, a little smoother package. You study him in terms of depth of rib and body shape, and turn to his top, and still balances up in a good package. And for a bull this age, still to be mobile and get around the ring, nice place to lead off. Bull in second, a little greener, give him maybe an advantage in condition there just a bit. But I think if that he gets a little tighter in his overall makeup, maybe just not quite the mass and dimension of the bull that precedes him. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing first in Class 25 in our Angus show is entry 475, WCC Defense B80, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana, LLB Angus, Erkson, Alberta, Canada, and Defense Associates, Cloverdale, Indiana. The bull weighed 2675. Second, entry 474, Woodruff
Angus Hereford cattle.
Paradise, shown by Woodruff Angus Farm, Milton, Iowa, bull weighed 2340. Entering the ring now is Class 26 Angus bulls. In our Sim Angus Class 10 January heifer calves, results are: first is entry 129, Harrah's Princess 12D, shown by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second, entry 124, shown by Grass Lunning Simmentals, Leroy, Minnesota. Third, entry 138, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fourth, entry 123, shown by Bar QH Simmentals, Chandlerville, Illinois. Fifth, entry 120, shown by Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. Sixth, entry 130, shown by Reck Brothers and Sons, Albia, Iowa. And seventh, entry 284, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. Placings in that class were 116 was out, entry 284 was seventh, entry 118 was out, entry 120 is fifth, entry 122 is also scratched, then it was 4, 2, 8, 1, 6, and 3. in our Sim Angus show now is Class 11 January heifer calves. Class 11 January heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion female.
Another really impressive set of these older bulls. From one end to the other, there's three really good individuals. There's some differences in them, and I think when Cody and I really get to looking at them, where they break apart for us, I think in our class winner, especially when we really look at them right at the point of their shoulder, kind of down to their knee, from up through that shoulder structure, I think this calf that wins the class just pulls himself together a little better right in that area, carries himself a little better on the move. To us, he looks a lot longer top, longer hipped, carries down a little deeper, just an individual that can get out and kind of track around there. And really like this bull that comes in next. Really expressive in the way he's put together. He's extremely big topped, big hipped. He gets a little tight to us, kind of right at his shoulder, down to his knee. He seems to want to round out just a little bit, not be quite as soft and set down quite as fluid as what we have in our class winner. Then another really good individual that comes next. He's given up a couple 100 pounds of performance, and probably right at this stage of the game, to us it appears that when we stand behind him, it's probably just not quite as wide and as massive made as what we have in those two bulls that stand above him. But good lineup, good set of these bulls. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 26 is entry 479, CNC Blue Ribbon 4010, shown by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. The bull weighed 2670. Second was entry 477, HB Guyman 486, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky, Horsley Brothers, Galva, Illinois, and Griswold Cattle Company, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The bull weighs 2475. Third goes to entry 476, DBR Take Notice, shown by Jake Barnes, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. The bull weighed 2170. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior yearling champion bull. Once again, the American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion roll of victory winners. Please come to the backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. Your senior Your senior champion bull 2015-2016 senior champion bull of the year is S&R Roundtable J328, shown by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, Jared Ratcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin, and Weigel's Steer Pit LLC, Cuba City, Wisconsin. Your reserve senior champion bull of the year for 2015-2016 is Destiny's Sound 38, shown by Raylyn Kopecki, O'Neill, Nebraska, and Morgan Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Congratulations.
Can you announce?
Attention Angus exhibitors, we will be selecting our senior champion bull and then our grand bull. Would you please be bringing your cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring immediately? Angus cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. He's going to be senior, he's show bull of the year, he's sire of the year, and he's reserve sire of the year. I'm going to announce that at the end of the show. Right? Show bull of the year. Right here, show bull of the year. I'll ask her. Who's the show bull?
Oh, we already get it now.
Really an outstanding set of older bulls here in our division, and I think bulls that as you get them back here at this age and still maintain structural integrity and have some muscle to them and still some composition to go with it. You know, I think we got bulls that maintain the basic fundamentals of being a solid Angus bull, and then there's some differences in type and kind out here, a little bit of trade-off, but bulls that we still like in terms of muscle and body and structure. Let's give them a big round of applause, and Dad's going to go out here and select your division winner.
Selected as your senior champion bull is entry 479, CNC Blue Ribbon 4010, shown by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve senior champion bull is entry 471, shillings R and L classified, shown by Eva Verken Hendrickson, Westmoreland, Kansas. Congratulations. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Angus Bull. Jordan Wagner, stop. Turn to the crowd. Wave. Happy birthday. It's Jordan Wagner's birthday from Billings, Montana today. Everybody put your hands together. That was a setup, Jordan. You're welcome.
Kent, do you got any information from the judging contest yet?
No, I'm getting updates. We're honoring the 10 and 40-year teams, and it's soon to be known.
All right, we need a scoreboard.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
All right, really a nice group here of early January calves, and honestly, we like a lot of cattle in here, and there's a lot of give and take in terms of types and kinds and where you kind of want to head and balance that with the data. As we kind of get down to the final five, we see maybe this female to be the most correctly structured, a female that's the most feminine in terms of just refinement of shoulder, neck, and head, or at least she's right there with the female in second in that regard, but just out moves her, and she ties together and connects up better in terms of her top line, the way she fits from her full rib and hard into her lower blade and chest. I think everything just makes the most sense in terms of how she organizes herself from the side, and she beats them in motion. From a data perspective, that female, very consistent and balanced in her values. I don't think there'll be anything you necessarily have to protect. The female that we've got here in second is the other female that I felt like in terms of standing in steel, most matched the class winner. She's the other one that really stands out in terms of being long and consistent in her lines and very smooth in the way she blends her blade. The length from her blade to her ears, really exceptional. A female that when we get them in motion is where I leave her second. She just gets a little bit disconnected in terms of just how she fits together, maybe elevates her tail head just a nickel more. Just need to see her handle her front to maybe just a little bit more correct and then connect back into her cage a little smoother. Both those females were strong and balanced on their values, but the female that genetically is the most superior, probably collectively, is the female in third, and that bodes well to her, for her in terms of just her competitiveness. Standing there, I like this female real well. She's more moderate than those two cattle ahead of her. She's not quite as smooth in her shoulder or as long and elegant in terms of her neck and head. Individually she is, but when you put her against those other two that are just pretty waspy fronted, she maybe comes up just a little short. When we get her in motion, she gets a little shorter in her rear step and a little tighter in terms of her loin, but beautiful heifer standing still and really strong genetic values. Then we come to a pair of flush mates in 4 and 5, and I like both these cattle really well from a qualities perspective standing there. This female for me moves just a little longer off of her rear skeleton. She gets just a little bolder in her shoulder relative to the shape to her full rib, and it's probably more a component of her full rib shape. Certainly one that's got some shape and expression down her top muscle-wise, maybe not just as outwardly turning there in terms of the center of her full rib. Both these flush mates from a genetic standpoint are a little off pace, mainly due to calving ease, and it kind of compromises their API. This Baldy right here is one that's really got a nice sweep, a beautiful look from the side. Her tail head maybe parks in her just a little bit higher. See her to be maybe just a bit more sluggish and not quite as athletic in terms of how she handles her rear too. Like her sister, maybe could be opened up a shot more genuinely round in terms of her full rib shape relative to her chest. The female that comes next, a heifer that just kept working up the lineup, young lady. This one's probably the skinniest female in the class. In terms of structure, I think she's one of the best ones. She can get out and she can reach. She's got some function to her. She's long-bodied. She's elegant and refined in terms of her look. Probably right now versus the top 5, just too much outmassed in regards to full rib and flank and just accommodating her extra frame and lateness and maturity with the type of belly that she needs to beat those cattle ahead of her. The next female right here, when we get him in motion, maybe ducks her neck a little bit lower out of her shoulder, sits downward just a bit more in her loin and elevates a bit in her tail head, and maybe not quite as long striding and square moving at the ground. But when she's set, I really love that female a lot. She's long-bodied. She's got a round turn to her midrib, just a beautifully balanced female. The next gal coming along here is really big-bodied. I mean, you want to start the one that's got the most rib and just cow capacity to him. That's the ticket right there. She's super stout bone. She's got about as much dimension of muscularity when you move in behind the cattle as any of them. For us, she maybe goes a little bit towards the territory of being a little coarser made up through her front end. Her shoulder shape sits a little further on the outside of her body. She turns her elbow out and brings her knee in. Just doesn't square up like we'd like to see. Not as feminine in terms of her neck and head, and could drive out of her hock with a little bit more looseness. Nice looking female here. It's good in her line standing. Tends to maybe get a little higher in her tail head and spine on the move, and just maybe doesn't have quite as much just turn and shape to the base of her rib cage. But a nice female, real expressively muscled female. Second in to the end here, that's got a good udder structure starting underneath her, got a good turn down her top, just gets maybe a little bit heavier in her chest relative to her bottom line and natural depth of rib. And the female at the end of the group, still an excellent female, definitely a testament of just how good this class was. She's awfully nice. She's strong top. She's pretty smooth in terms of her makeup. Maybe could just square them up and go a little looser in her running gear from behind, give her just a shot more body, but awfully nice female. Really a good class from top to bottom.
Thank you, Ryan. While our judges are evaluating our champion bulls for our grand drive and our Angus ring, it's my pleasure. The American Angus Association again is recognizing both champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. Please come to the picture backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. Your 2015-2016 Roll of Victory Reserve Show Bull and Senior Champion Bull of the Year is S&R Roundtable J328, shown by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, Jared Radcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin, and Weigel Steer Pit, LLC, Cuba City, Wisconsin. Your 2015-2016 Roll of Victory Sire of the Year is PVF Insight 0129, owned by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Prairie View Farms, Gridley, Illinois. And your 2015-2016 Reserve Sire of the Year is Dameron First Class, owned by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Dameron Angus Farm, Lexington, Illinois. Congratulations. Results from Class 11. Sim Angus heifer calves. First goes to entry 144, Miss SCCF Gestress D300, shown by Taylor Gehring, McPherson, Kansas. Second, entry goes to 281, HPF Right to Love 398D, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Third, entry 140, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Fourth, entry 141, shown by Hudson Pines Farm, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Fifth, entry 145, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Sixth, entry 139, shown by Jordan and Clearwater, Shirley, Indiana. Seventh, entry 142, shown by Andrew Puckbauer, Jackson, Missouri. Eighth, entry 134, shown by Rocking P Livestock, Maysville, Kentucky. Ninth, entry 137, shown by Hexel Simmental Farm, Mayer, Minnesota. 10th, entry 146, shown by Swan Select Simmentals, Louisville, Kentucky. And 11th, entry 143, shown by Rustic Hills Cattle Company, Fort Branch, Indiana. Placings in this class were 8, 2, 9, 6, 3. Entry 282 is out, then 4, 7, 11, 1, 5, and 10. We now will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion, Sim Angus female. Once again, before our judges make their comments on our Grand Champion Bull selection, let's put our hands together again for Mr. Chris Sankey and his son, Cody Sankey, for evaluating your Angus cattle today. Thank you, Chris and Cody.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been so much fun for Cody and I so far to this point of the day, and it's an honor to get to come out here and judge these Angus cattle. And we really, where we're at and what we do, we probably put as much value in a good Angus bull and we appreciate the females, but this is the lifeblood, I think, of where we need to be in our industry. We need to embrace the fact that, there is going to be a time, and there is a time, and there will be cattle that can stand here and be dominant in this part of it and still contribute to our industry all across the board. And I think that's what we strive for. If you have any passion to want to show one, then you ought to also have the same passion that these cattle have to fit the needs of the industry so that they're not just one-dimensional, that we can bring cattle to this part of the industry and still enjoy this, add value to them, but bring them out of here and contribute to our breed. It's been a lot of fun. We really look forward to the rest of the day. This has been what we think is a lineup of bulls that we find a lot of value and a lot of use in. And we could use these cattle in our program to make an impact in our cow herd. I know we've passed up some cattle that are a little different in type, or maybe they've been, bigger, growthier cattle, or they've reached a different endpoint. We're trying to find the cattle that work the best for us. My congratulations. I know what it takes to get to this point. All of you that have been here understand the blood, sweat, and tears. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. This is something that we've really enjoyed doing. Cody will pick our champion, and we'll move on to the rest of the show. Thank you again. Congratulations.
Selected as your grand champion, Angus bull, entry 464, top line in time, 5019, shown by Eric and Matthew Ewing, Rushville, Illinois. Congratulations. Angus exhibitors, as soon as they select our reserve bull, we're going to break for 5 minutes to take pictures, okay? And selected as your reserve grand champion bull is entry, Is that right? 436. 436, yes, sir. Entry 436, Lazy JB West Point, 5696, shown by Lazy JB Angus, Montrose, Colorado. Congratulations. Well, folks, I've got a small announcement here. For those of you keeping tabs on our livestock judging contest today, Cody, I'm sorry, buddy. Placing third, Oklahoma State. Second, Kansas State. First, Texas Tech. Dr. Rathman, congratulations. Now don't mess up these reasons.
10-minute break after this division.
That feels really good, I'm not going to lie. 15 years ago, Cody, you got us. But here in 2016, Raider power, baby. Raider power. No, that just means the world to me. I've got such a humble, good bunch of Christian young men and women on that team, and they just mean the world to me. That's pretty special. This division's pretty unreal. We've got four phenomenal females. Kaylee's pulling out of the front there, and I don't know if y'all know it or not, but this young lady here with this leadoff heifer, it's her birthday today. Let's give her a nice little round of applause. She's 10 years old today. She shows like she's 20. She does a really nice job. I like your work ethic. I like your intensity. You're all business. This female's all business that she's got. She's a female that's built right from the ground up. She's heavy boned. She's sound jointed. She's good bellied. She's really moderate framed. A female that just has that extra stoutness for a percentage sim that I do like. I would maybe like to just lengthen her out of her hip just a bit, Kaylee, and maybe pick her pin bone up just a shot. Maybe could lay her chest floor and her shoulder into her, maybe just a nickel kneader, and just upgrade her a bit in terms of her genetics. But that's an awfully, awfully good one. We step to the next class, and this female here, I thought won that class pretty easily. This female is just beautiful from the side. She's long-bodied. She's smooth pattern. She's long-necked. Just a gorgeous female. She's maybe got just a little bit of chest, and I agree with Nick and what he said a while ago. It's probably more dewlap. I think y'all have managed her just right. She looks fresh. I just love the sweep, the angles of skeleton this female possesses. Everything fits together like a lady, and she can get out and travel. Her genetics are awfully nice as well. The next female there out of the third class, this tall young man in the black shirt, this female just stands alone. I don't know how else to describe her. From a phenotypic standpoint, she is absolutely on target. The beauty of her front end, the sweep, and the flow to her body shape, to be as massive as she is, but yet as maternal in the way that it fits together, is really second to none out here. She's fundamentally right at the ground. At times we said she's a little sluggish from behind, but not my biggest complaint. My biggest complaint is probably just her genetic profile, being a little off pace and a little under where it may need to be. But to be totally truthful with you, when you make one this good in their skeleton, you're going to be able to mate her to about anything. So I imagine you can find a sire option to take care of that. And then the snip-nosed female, the last class, I think she fits the pattern of these other cattle really, really well. She's balanced and correctly structured, and she won that class because of it. Coming through her chest and her forerib and through her pin bone, I think she's maybe just a little off pace versus these race cars in front of her, but she's really, really nice. Our division champion in this group is going to be the one we like the best phenotypically, and that'll be our third class. Let's give this gentleman here a nice round of applause. Yeah.
Selected as your Division II champion, Sim Angus female, is entry 129, Harrah's Princess 12D, shown by Stuart Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations, Stuart.
Really a nice female that comes in behind that one. She's obviously going to end up making a more moderate cow. She's a nice female, though. I thought for Nick and I, it came down to a very tight pair between these two ladies in the front, between Kaylee and then our second class winner right here. Between the two, I like them both. But in terms of one that maybe fits the pattern of this one and then genetically has the upper hand in this pair, we're going to go with class number 2. Let's give her and all of our competitors out here a nice last round. What a great division. Congratulations to y'all.
And selected as your Reserve Division II champion is entry 109, Campbell Co. Valentina, shown by Matthew Coverman, Minford, Ohio. Congratulations. Sim Angus breeders, we're going to take just a short break here before our next division. Just a real quick break, please. Attention in the Angus barn, we need classes 35 and 36 to the makeup ring. Angus spring heifer calves, classes 35 and 36 to the makeup ring, please. As we continue in our Angus show and our ROV Angus show, entering the ring now is Class 31 cow-calf pairs. Class 31 cow-calf pairs. Class 32 in the makeup ring. Sim Angus exhibitors, I appreciate your patience, but our judge had to go get a picture taken with his champion team, so they'll be right back. We have to get that done, and I appreciate your patience.
Really nice class of these 2-year-olds start our cow-calf show with. Female of the pair that wins the class, I think that for us, when we look at these females, I think she's a little sounder when we get right up in her front end structure, down to the ground. She wants to get out and flex a little more, especially from her shoulder to her knee and down the way she carries those front feet. And then I think when you look at them from a production standpoint, she's probably got just a little more udder under her, realizing, you know, that we've got a January that calved in May as compared to our January that calved has a March big bull calf behind her. But I think as a pair, as a combination, we're going to run with this pair and think they probably, for us, they combine the most good things. Really like the performance in our second place female. Love that bull calf and the power that he brings. You can see her transmit that into her. If we could just change her a little bit up in her front end structure, make her a little sounder, flexible, a little straighter and fluid when she gets out and tracks, I think we'd probably appreciate her a little more. Then we have a really good pair, I think, that comes next. I think a female that you got to really appreciate, got a big heifer calf at side, doing a nice job, good in her udder shape and design. It's a good pair of cattle. Nice set of females all the way through. Give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 31, 2-year-old Angus cow-calf pairs is entry 484. Champion Hill Georgina, 8577, shown by Caroline Cowles, Rockfield, Kentucky. Second, entry 483, WCC Forever Lady, B4, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. And third, entry 481, shown by Carrie Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. Now entering the ring is our Class 32 cow-calf pairs. Class 32 Angus cow-calf pairs. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion cow-calf pair. Sim Angus breeders, let's bring Class 14. Class 14, December heifer calves into the ring, please. Class 14, December heifer calves. Coach, congratulations.
Really a nice pair of cows out here and real representative of the Angus breed. The cow we're going to usually start off with, just a real functional kind of a female. Represents what the Angus breed is about. Got a tremendous feminine head about her and up and through her front end. I like her body shape, a high quality udder underneath this cow, a nice heifer calf at side, just a real nice kind of a female. The one that comes out in second, definitely no slouch. I think another real feminine, attractive made kind of a female. As you study her, maybe just gets a little tighter in her loin just a bit, maybe doesn't quite reach out quite as far in her structure as the one that wins. Got a nice bull calf at side. Really a nice pair of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 32 is entry 487, QVC BK Georgina 293, shown by Quentin Smith, Lebanon, Tennessee. Second, entry 486, Black Magic Power Lass 901, shown by Emily Altenberg, Arlington, Minnesota. We now will be selecting our ROV champion and reserve champion cow-calf pair.
Over here on the Simmental side, a pair of December-born females, and I think both very fresh in terms of their composition. It's something you really have to commend these breeders on. The heifer that wins, the star-headed female one, that I think is just more correct in the way she's built off of either end of her skeleton. I think she's neater and smoother in the way she lays her shoulder onto her front part of her skeleton, one that I think is just a bit more maternal right there through her center body, partially because she's just looser in the way that she holds her top line, one that gives you a really feminine look from the side. The solid black heifer that comes out next, again, one that I think fresh in terms of her composition. When you step right in behind them, of the pair, she is quite a bit bolder to the upper portion of her rib, comes with a bit more stoutness right there in her pin set. One that I think gets out and goes adequately off of both ends at the surface. Just like to see her a little bit looser in the way she moves out of her spine, set her back in the angle to her shoulder. I think that one could be just a touch deeper right there through her midrib, but a very feminine female. It's fresh in terms of her type and kind.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in class 14 of our Sim Angus show is entry 147, Bell HS Lady C527, shown by Krista Barb, Boston, Virginia. Second, entry 148, Harrah's Miss Princess 15C, shown by Triple J Show Cattle, Parsons, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 15, October Heifer Calves, Class 15, Sim Angus, October Heifer Calves. The American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. Please come to the backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. It's my privilege and pleasure to introduce your 2015-2016 Cow-Calf Pair of the Year, DAJS Lady Empress 537, shown by Andrew Hodges, Montague, Texas. And your reserve Cow-Calf Pair of the Year is Champion Hill Blackbird 8369, shown by Champion Hill, Angus Bidwell, Ohio, Reese Johnson, Slaughters, Kentucky, and Emily Johnson, Slaughters, Kentucky. Congratulations.
Get ready to pick our champion cow-calf pair on the Angus side. This is a ring full of good females. Cows that are really production-oriented. They're big ribbed, they're attractive made, they're doing a tremendous job with their calves at side. I think it's good for us to get an opportunity to see some of these females come to the ring, kind of get a chance to see some that have obviously probably been, started their life as show heifers, and yet we still see they get to come back into production. So it's a real pleasure to look through these, give these exhibitors a nice hand. It takes more work to bring a pair than anything you can do, I think, when you come to a show. And congratulations, and Cody will pick our champions.
Selected as your champion cow-calf pair in this year's ROV show is entry 484, Champion Hill Georgina 8577, shown by Caroline Ashford Cowles, Rockfield, Kentucky. Congratulations. And your reserve champion cow-calf pair is entry 483, WCC Forever Lady B4, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Congratulations to both Caroline and to Olivia. Angus exhibitors, we're going to take our cow-calf pictures real quick, and then we'll be bringing in Class 35. So we need all entries for Class 35 and 36 to the makeup ring. Angus exhibitors, let's start bringing Class 37 to the makeup ring. Thank you. You have enough room here, Doc? All right. Oh, I got plenty of room. I'm happier as pig in mud. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need all entries for Class 36 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 36, we need you to the makeup ring immediately. Class 37, let's be bringing those entries to the makeup ring.
Well, a really exceptional group of October cattle. I mean, we got some big-time cows in this group. I don't know that there's a perfect one in regards to just, part for part, but in terms of pushing the envelope and putting them out there and putting them in a spot to really be a generator, I like this female that starts the class awfully well in that respect. She's a little looser shouldered. I think we can all see that, a little looser right in behind her top, but from there back, she's just the real burly one that just opens up so huge in her body cavity. She's got just a tremendous amount of width from hooks to pins. When you move in behind her, I love how square she stays from there to the ground. That female really has just a lot of intensity in terms of mass and cow kind. And then in terms of her genetic value, she's a standout in this group. She's more accelerated than the rest of the cattle, and the cattle right in behind her aren't bad. They're a little below breed average here in a few areas, and they're all-purpose index, but this female is the one that takes it to the next level in terms of genetic progression for the next gen. The female that we've got here in two, a female that arguably a little nicer balance when she stands, a female stronger in terms of her skeletal strength in her top line, a little smoother at the edge of her shoulder and the way that it fits back into her body. I like her in terms of this view right here. I have her starting. When we get the cattle in motion, a female that for me just posts up just a nickel harder in terms of just the natural angle that she's afforded in her hock, and just gets maybe a little shorter in terms of just her natural step, because she's not maybe the longest bodied heifer in the world. When I study her through her chest floor, she's got a little extra plate relative to maybe her natural shape of forerib. Beautiful female, just gets a little genetically outdone, and maybe can still pick a few holes on her skeletally. This heifer in three, I think truthfully, is probably the longer stepping cattle out of these top three. She's pretty fresh in terms of her condition still. I mean, I think she's still got room in terms of how she's going to advance forward. She's got a little bit more of a purebred sim look about her, and I don't mean that in a negative manner. It's just she's just a bit thicker in terms of the presentation of her neck and throat and chest. Her shoulder's just a little bolder relative to how she fits together back into her forerib. Her tail head maybe just a nickel more prominent, and then when she gets in motion, her spine maybe just comes up on her just a shot. But there's one that's got room to get better, and she's going to get better because her feet and legs are certainly sound enough, and she's got a world of stoutness built into her from front to rear. The female that's got a strip down her face and snip on her nose is one that I like pretty well, standing there in terms of strength at top and how she fits together. You put her in motion, she maybe just gets a little bit chesty relative to being tighter at the base of her heart, maybe not quite as much genuine width. As I step in behind her, a little shorter and lower in terms of her pin set, and so just a combination of things in that female that maybe I think leaves her short, but an awfully nice female that her own right individually is awfully strong. This next heifer is one that is really good from the side, and Nick's a big fan of this one. This one's a female that's really deep in the sweep to her rib, the way she flows into the front 1/3 of her body, and I like that well. She's got a little bit more of an Angus influence look from her hook bone forward. From there back is where I've got her in this spot. I think she narrows to her pin and just gets a little sluggish and short striding and kind of rolls in the point of her hock and ankle down at the grounds where I got to change her up to move her up. The Baldy female that comes next, one that has a lot of body capacity. She's got a lot of mass about her. She'll be a good cow. I just like to hold her together better in terms of her front end, the way she rolls out of her shoulder and leans forward just a shot in terms of its presentation and posture, maybe just a bit off the mark. We've got two nice cattle at the end of the group, one here that's a little deeper, maybe just a little bit coarser in terms of her joint work. Young lady or heifer at the end's got a nice look about her. She's a little later maturing and kind of gives up some rib and body in this group, is why she's down here. But a nice group. Let's put our hands together and congratulate our exhibitors there in that October class, please.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 15 is entry 163, CMFM Firefly 139C, shown by Tanner Howey, Rockwall, Texas. Second, entry 161, STCC Classy Cinderella, shown by Trenopole Farms and Lillian Van Zant, Middletown, Indiana. Third, entry 158, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Fourth, entry 156, shown by Rocking P Livestock, Maysville, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 162, shown by Andy Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Sixth, entry 155, shown by Lauren Davis, Chatsworth, Georgia. Seventh, entry 154, shown by Shelby Ison, Atlanta, Indiana. And eighth is entry 159, shown by Triple C Farms, Jamestown, Tennessee. Placings in that class, entry 152 is out, then 7, 6, 4. Entry 157 was out, then 3 and 8. Entry 1 60 was out, then 2, 5, and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 16 September Sim Angus heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion female. Cody?
Out here in our first class of our Angus heifer show, we're going to start with a heifer that we feel like is just probably the best heifer out here in the class. We know she's not the biggest, but she's also the youngest. She's the one that's truest in her structure and the way she handles the angle to her front shoulder and down at the ground, the way she reaches and flexes. Really a balanced up heifer, and the one that Dad and I talked about. If we were going to take one home and bank on the come on this class, she's the winner, and so that's where we sided with her. The one in second's definitely the big power heifer in the class, lots of WDA. Need to change her structure for us. Just hits the ground a little hard in the way she moves, and just see her reach and flex a little better. And then our heifer that's going to complete the class is one that we really like, the angularity and the femininity that she has, a little greener out here. Maybe just lay her back and her shoulder just a touch and see her reach and go a nickel better. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 35 spring heifer calves is entry 2, BC2 Laura 4016, shown by Sabrina Youngs, Sanders, Kentucky. Second, entry 9, Macaulay Rihanna D2, shown by Destiny Macaulay, Cynthiana, Kentucky. And third is entry 11, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. Placings in that class were 1, 2, and 3. Entering our Angus ring now, and our ROV Angus show is Class 36 late spring heifer calves. Now comments in our Sim Angus show from our judge, Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons.
I think another very high quality class here and a lot of give and take. I don't know if there's just a clear cut winner. The one that we end up using, I think, a unique breeding piece to say the least. One that where her neck sits on her skeleton relative to how she takes it up there and being very feminine about her head, her jawline, then down into her chest. Like this one's boldness of body. I think on the stand, one that gives you a great look. If you want to start picking this one apart, I think she could be just a little bit more progressed right there in her forerib. One that could be just a touch deeper back there through her rib and flank. And I don't know if she's just the absolute longest striding of this top trio. I think she's the most unique from the side. I think with a little bit of time, that one come Denver or so could be awfully competitive just in terms of what she puts together from the profile. A very unique female there to start this class. The high indexing heifer in second, I think on the stand, one that maybe does hook in just a touch stronger right there from shoulder to forward in terms of how her shoulder lays onto her skeleton. I think gives you a good look as well up there through her front end of the top pair. We just thought that one was a little bit straighter and how she's built off of both ends of her skeleton. Like to rock that one back in her knee just a touch. Like to see her more confident in terms of how she sets down off her root too. But a nice female, I think gives you a great look from the side. The heifer that comes out third, we just talked, I think going to be a great cow. One that's bold in terms of her body type, low maintenance in terms of her look, moderate in her type and kind, has the stoutness of feature advantage in terms of those top trio. One that from the side just gets tripped up from a look standpoint. Like to see that one more feminine up through her head and neck. Like to clean her up in her chest floor. I don't know if she sets down just near as confidently off her rear too as well as far as a structural improvement, but I do think that she's a sound, functional female. It should be low maintenance and a good cow for that young man there. The heifer that comes out next, I think on the stand, probably our class winner. In terms of just how she's put together, there's no big holes. When set in motion, she actually struggles the most of those initial four. One that wants to get tighter in her spine, a bit more uncoordinated off of both ends of her skeleton and brings her hock in. The female that comes out next, I think again, I'm sounding like a broken record out here, but from the side, I think a female gives you a really refined, feminine look, low maintenance in terms of her type and kind. Certainly has plenty of flex built into her lower skeleton. Just a genuineness question when you step right in behind that one. She wants to bring her hock in, close up at the surface. Like to see that one opened up just in terms of her chest floor as far as genuineness, but I think a high quality female from the side. The female that comes out next, one that falls out a bit on paper in terms of her indexes. Like to see that one just a bit better in terms of her calving ease to growth spread. One that in person, like to see her looser in terms of her spine, like to get out and go just a touch more comfortably off of both ends. But I think bold right there through her center body gives you a feminine look up front, just like to see her built better. And the female that closes again, one very feminine in terms of her type and kind, gives you a striking look up through her front end, just needs more time right there through her midrib. Great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 16, September heifer calves is entry 169, CLR WTR Lucky Charm, shown by Maverick Dwenger, Osgood, Indiana. Second, entry 166, shown by JS Simmental's, Maxwell, Iowa. Third, entry 171, shown by Atkins Cattle Company, Chandlerville, Illinois. Fourth, entry 167, shown by Daniel Dobbs, Carnesville, Georgia. Fifth, entry 170, shown by Jordan Stevens, Ewing, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 172, shown by Jeff Stevens, Ewing, Kentucky. And seventh, entry 168, shown by Tynan Show Cattle, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Placings in this class were 2, 4, 7, 1, 5, 3, and 6. Entering the ring now is our Division III champion and reserve champion selection. Sim Angus breeders, please be bringing class 19, 20, and 21 to the makeup ring immediately. Classes 19, 20, and 21 to the makeup ring.
you doing, bud? You're hanging in there okay?
Yeah.
Really nice class of these heifer calves. Heifer that wins the class, going to tell the young man at the hall to ride off. I'd sure like to see some data on this heifer. Hopefully these guys can afford a DNA sample on this heifer and find out where we're at as we go down the road with her. But good female, I think obviously deserves to win this class. Big bodied, long neck, long spine. Get her out and track her around the ring, and she's a female that you sure have to appreciate. And I think she finds her way to the top because she combines a lot of things that we're going to want to see in these females. This heifer that comes next is a little unique. She's given up some performance on both sides when we compare her to the heifer above her and the heifer below her, but she's still pretty sound and pretty attractive. She's got some rib shape. She's still feminine fronted, and that's probably her advantage when we compare her to the heifer that comes next. Love the big body, powerful made female that we have in third. She gets a little plainer made when we really want to start looking at depth of chest, kind of right up between her front legs, that chest floor and up through her front end, but a female that you really have to appreciate the performance and the mass on her. Female that follows in next is a female that probably wants to just kind of, I guess when we look at her and she pulls her, she'll get herself pulled together, but she has a tendency to kind of want to come apart a little bit, kind of open up on both ends, not be quite as tight and pulled together as we'd like for her to be. This female that comes next really unique in the way she's put together. You got to appreciate her standing still. You love that profile. If you want to really kind of that freak made when she is it. She probably, for me, she's going to get a little straight when we get her out on the move. She's a little straight up in her pins, down into her knee and down into her shoulder. She just doesn't want to flex on both ends that I'd like to see her do. And then I think we follow with just a really good female young man's heifer that comes next, heifer that's got plenty of dimension from one end to the other, and then we follow out with some females that, again, I think when we compare them to the heifers above them, we're going to need a little more true dimension from one end to the other. We're going to need them sounder structurally, I think, as we look through these heifers to get them up on the front end. But good set of females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
All right, here in Division 3, our fall division, nice group of cattle. We had to switch lead cars here, and every herd needs a good lead cow, huh, to bring them to feed and show them where the corrals are, and so that's what we got up front. But the heifer in the middle is the youngest, and I'll talk her first. This female is a little stubborn today, coming into estrus, I guess, but a female that's pretty sound and correct on both ends of her skeleton. Maybe not quite the cow substance in her, right to the center of her body, but an awfully nice female. Then we'll go back to the lead cow. This female that is in front from shoulder back is really just wide open in terms of her skeleton. Real heavy muscled female. I won't say she's the longest striding, but I still think her angles from behind read right, and I love how square she travels from behind. She's not a very easy one to show. She gets a little slack framed and a little looser shouldered, and then her chest floor falls out of her just a shot. But in terms of making a good cow, I think she's awfully strong in that respect. And from a genetic standpoint, if you're following along on the sheet, she stands out. She's her and this other female back here, the Blaze female, the two cattle that have a lot of Cavignies bred into their pedigree, and of them, she still brings a pretty nice rate of growth to weaning and yearling, and so that gives her the index lead in this division. She's the best genetically in the group. The Baldy heifer back here, one that I love, her silhouette, her lines, and how sweet-fronted she is. As you start studying her from a three-quarter shot, probably get just a little more critical of her in terms of her lower joint work and just whether or not she maybe opens up enough in terms of her full rib shape. So I guess for Nick and I, as we study the cattle. They're obviously three very different ones, and that's just where we ended up, not apologizing for that. But of the three, I think the best cow is the female in front. So let's give this gentleman here a nice round of applause, our division winner. We'll bring our second place over here, and a tight placing for us. We were actually pretty back and forth between those two cattle. This female could maybe just issue her hock just a little bit more functional and go about the ring a little more free, but standing there, she comes together well, and for us, that was a tight pair. We're going to leave those two together. That's going to be our reserve. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rathman. Our Division III champion female is entry 163, CMFM Firefly 139C, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Your reserve Division III champion female is entry 161, STCC Classy Cinderella, shown by Trinipole Farms and Lillian Van Zant, Middletown, Indiana. Congratulations to both of your exhibitors. Entering the ring now in our Sim Angus show is Class 19 May yearling females. Results from Class 36 in our ROV Angus show. First goes to entry 24, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 6050, shown by Elisa Frisian, Arnett, Oklahoma. Second, entry 21, EXAR Princess 6792, shown by Carson Jones, Earth, Texas. Third, entry 29, shown by Kelsey Tice, Leavenworth, Kansas. Fourth, entry 30, shown by Claire Trinipole, Middletown, Indiana. Fifth, entry 36, shown by Jared Ratcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin. Sixth, entry 33, shown by Seth Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Seventh, entry 26, shown by Lizzie Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Eighth, entry 34, shown by Caitlin Corsentino, Denham Springs, Louisiana. Ninth, entry 18, shown by Carrie Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. 10th, entry 35, shown by Mary Patton, Earl Park, Indiana. And 11th, entry 12, shown by Morgan Hutchins, Charleston, Illinois. Placings in that class from top to bottom were 11. Entry 15 was out. Then you have 9, 2, 1, 7, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 5. Class 37, Angus spring heifer calves are in the ring. We do have a scratch. Please scratch entry 40. Attention Angus exhibitors, we need all entries, please, all entries for Class 40 to the makeup ring. Class 40 to the makeup ring, please.
The young lady here that wins this class a little late to the party, but we're not going to certainly hurt her on it. I think one that gives you a great look from the side, and I think that's what sorts her up in this particular class. Like the way this one's built better in terms of her shoulder and how it lays on her skeleton, the way her neck comes out of the top side of it. I think that she's quite a bit more confident in the way she uses her hind too. I think it starts at the surface one that's bigger and squarer in terms of her toe spread, and I think that allows her to get out and go just a touch more comfortably at the surface. She maybe too could set down just with a little bit longer stride, but I still give her the advantage in terms of the way she's built and her angles, one that gives you a more ideal look up there through her front end. The female that comes out next, Broody, is I think the best way to describe that one. Opened up and massive right there through her center body. Certainly when you step right in behind the pair, I think has the mass advantage in terms of her pin set down there through her stifle, and we certainly commend her on that. She too has the advantage on paper in terms of her indexes, one that just needs to be built better at the surface. Like to see that one just a bit square in the way she sets down in her toes. Like to see her a bit longer, more extended, feminine in the way she's built up there through her front end. Still a great class there and a nice pair. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Placing first in Class 19 in our Sim Angus show is entry 173. Miss Trap Queen, shown by Nicholas Bauer, Willard, Ohio. And second is entry 175, Spittler's Lola, 91C, shown by Mackenzie Bergen, Paris, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 20. Class 20, April, yearling females, Class 20.
another really high quality class Angus females here. And the females we have up here at the top probably just kind of maintain those brood cow fundamentals. Dad and I discussed, you know, we're not going to just bank everything on data today. We evaluate cattle visually, but sure like to slot some numbers in on this heifer here that wins the class, send in some DNA and really get an evaluation of where she's at. Visually, she's a female that I think balances up as good as any out here. She's got as much length and performance and depth of rib and body volume. She's a heifer that can get out and travel and still maintain some eye appeal and quality about her. I think just a nice place to lead off. The heifer that comes in second probably is the kind of cattle that Dad and I like. You know, that's how she moved up here. We just got to asking ourselves, you know, these are the kind that we generally have, just big-bodied, cowy, deep, wide-made individuals with some performance to them. You know, compared to the heifer that wins the class, maybe not as sharp and elegant up front, but I think a really high-quality heifer. 3 and 4 get a little more closer in their type and kind, a little quicker and more conventional, a little shorter coupled heifers. The third place heifer really well balanced, sound structured kind of a female. I think as you evaluate her, just gets a little frailer in her makeup. Heifer here, just one that gets a little quicker for me in terms of shortness up front, and just a little more length of spine there for that heifer. Heifer next, similar type and kind. Just kind of pull her apart just a little frailer in her bone work. I think a broody, big-bodied one. One here that's probably a little more elevated in her frame, big power kind of a female. Maybe wants to reach out quite right out of her shoulder and front leg placement and just kind of fix her there, but you have to appreciate the power and dimension. Really a high quality heifer that comes out next. Just gets outpowered to not be too redundant, but if you see her, just gets a little tighter underneath, maybe not quite the pin width, but a really sound, functional, good kind of a female. Young lady's heifer here, I really like her, just not quite sound enough for us. Gets a little tight and restricted in her movement. We let her walk out, she moves up the line. Similar here, a heifer that a little down-eared out here today, doesn't look like she's feeling the best. Just need to, you know, she just kind of has a hard time getting around out here as well, and young man's heifer going to complete the class. Just a little flatter, a little more caved in underneath, real sharp and attractive May. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, we got a group of May heifers over here. The female that wins this class just flat good. When she stands on the profile, everything just comes together. It's a perfect blend of lady look with stoutness, and yet at the same time just a high degree of function. At times it looks like her neck maybe just comes just a nickel low out of the top of her blade if we had to pick on her anywhere, but she's square and she's true and she's on target phenotypically. Data-wise, she's just as balanced in her production values as she reads on foot. The female that we've got in the second hole, young man, you've got a really cowy one here, and from just an absolute spine pliability and looseness of stride standpoint from the side, she may be even better than the class winner. When I get him behind her, she maybe just gets a little outside of herself and tends to throw her hind leg and needs to be squared up there. More than anything, I think it would do her good service just to be leaner in terms of her overall composition. If she were, I think she'd have more look out through her front end and chest. That female's maybe just a little bit of a downgrade genetically. The female behind her's got that advantage on the chart. This female's a big-time growth female, and I like that about her. She's maybe physically just a little more downward in her chest and more pronounced there relative to her forerib shape, maybe being not quite as round as maybe those cattle that are in front of her. She's maybe not quite as loose and pliable in terms of how she hooks her loin in up high, but a really square hip female that's got the right type of frame score to make a good cow. The female that's in fourth, the strongest in terms of her genetic offering. She's got a lot of promise there. This female's strong in her top line, very smooth in terms of her design. This young man does a nice job here on the stick. When we get her in motion, she probably just gets a bit more general in terms of the landscape of her hind leg, and coming in behind her, she's not quite as intense from a muscle and dimension standpoint as those cattle that precede her. Maybe just a little less substance altogether, but nice four-pack there in that May class.
Thank you, Doc. Placing first in our Angus Class 37 was entry 66. Seldom Rest Lucy 6022, shown by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Second, entry 54, AVF Sarah 2346, shown by Kelsey Teese, Leavenworth, Kansas. Third entry 310, shown by Champion Hill, Bidwell, Ohio. Fourth entry 52, shown by Calian West, Paris, Texas. Fifth entry 62, shown by Ardridge Cattle Company, Nancy, Kentucky. Sixth entry 57, shown by TK LLC, Riverdale, California. Seventh entry 55, shown by Fitzner Farm, Wolverine, Michigan. Grand River Angus Farm LLC, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Eighth entry 58, shown by Lauren Walter, Aviston, Illinois. Ninth entry 42, shown by Sierra Day, Sarah Gordo, Illinois. And 10th entry 43, shown by Jessica Radcliffe, Baraboo, Wisconsin. Placings in that class were 9, 10, 4, 2, 3, 7, 6, 8, 5, and 1. Now comments on our division from our judge, Mr. Chris Sankey.
Really a nice lineup on this first heifer calf division. I think as we work our way through them, we're going to continue to try to find cattle with body and volume and still attractive, but not probably as critical as the fact that they've got a functional look to us, and that's what we're going to try and find. Cody and I got a pair of heifers we think come together pretty good. We're going to go pick our champions. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Selected as your spring heifer calf champion is entry 66, Seldom Rest Lucy 6022, shown by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Congratulations, Catherine. And selected as your reserve spring heifer calf champion is entry 54, AVF Sarah 2346, shown by Kelsey Tice, Leavenworth, Kansas. Congratulations to Kelsey and to Catherine. Entering the ring now, Class 40 Angus spring heifer calves, Class 40.
They just called fast.
Angus exhibitors, Class 40 is in the ring. We need classes 41 and 42 to the makeup ring, please. Sim Angus exhibitors, we need classes 24 and 25 and 26. Let's be bringing those heifers to the makeup ring, please.
I think the quality just keeps coming in this class, as we've seen all so far today. The heifer that we used to win, I think it's close up top, but I think that the way that she's built in terms of her shoulder allows her to win. She's neater down low in the point of her shoulder, and I think up high especially, she lays it on her skeleton just a bit smoother and takes her neck higher to the top side of her shoulder. One that I think reads really maternal in terms of her type and kind. Certainly not the hairiest here today. What you see is what you get, but I think we certainly like what we see in terms of just the way she's put together from the side. Going to be a really low maintenance female for this young lady. One that gets out and goes very sound off of both ends. Maybe comes with a bit more set to her hock, but I think it only aids to her ability to be a great cow down the road. One that's really easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. Still gives you a great look from the profile. The heifer that comes out next, I think maybe just a bit more eccentric in the way her throat latch ties in up there about her head. I think she's really neat and cute. One that I think gives you a really attractive hip and hind leg. Up front is where we sorted her in a second. Like to see that one a bit neater at the point of her shoulder, and I think of that pair, even though we'd like to see them both just a touch fresher in terms of their composition, she's a bit more outward at the point of her chest. Like to see that one neater in the way she lays in up high. A great pair there. I think a lot of give and take back and forth. The female that comes out next, a hairy, highly presented female that I think comes with some stoutness of feature in this particular class that we certainly commend her on. When you get right in behind them of that initial trio, she easily is the boldest in her upper rib shape. Like that one, stoutness of pins, and certainly commend her additional muscle when you step right in behind them. One that I think could just read a bit more like a lady when you study her from the side. Like to see her more refined up front and deeper right there through her midrib, and I think that allow her to move up in this class. Just as a side note, like to see that one a bit more cleaned up in the way she's depositing fat back there in her udder, but I think a nice female in her own right in terms of stoutness of feature. The female that comes out next in this particular class, Ryan and I were talking, I think in this class we'd like to see them all just a touch fresher, and I think it makes you want to work this female up that sits here in fourth. When you lay your eyes on her, one that just refined in terms of her type and kind, fresh in terms of her composition, on the stand great in terms of her angles. I think legitimately she is just a bit harder in terms of the way she's built, in terms of her full rib, the way she comes back into her center body and flank, and wants a kick up in her spine just a touch there. But I think a really eye-appealing female from the side. The female that closes on paper, certainly the high-performing female, and visually matches that. I think comes with a bit more frame. She's stout, powerful, and we certainly commend her for that. I think should make some great bulls for this young man and exhibitor here down the road. Just like to see that one a bit more feminine up there through her front end. Like to see her set down more comfortably and smoother in terms of her joint work underneath. A great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
In our Sim Angus show, Class 21, results from Class 21. First is entry 186, Sinky Miss Erica Sue 503C, shown by Adrian Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Second, entry 190, Card Heather, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Third, entry 189, shown by Whitney Halfhill, Brazil, Indiana. Fourth, entry 184, shown by Courtney Cox, Ripley, Mississippi. Fifth, entry 185, shown by Kyle Foltz, Earl Park, Indiana. Placings in this class were 4, 5, 1. Entry 187 is out, then 3 and 2. Entering the ring now is our selection of our Division 4 champion and reserve champion Sim Angus female.
y'all do me a favor and put your hands together for these exhibitors over here on the Sim Solution side. I think a great division, and as we work on down the line, I think all three of these bring a lot of quality to the table. We've seen a lot of good cattle so far today, and I don't think these three certainly let down from what we've seen thus far. The heifer there out of that first class, as we talked there earlier, I think bold and stout in terms of her body type and pin set. One that gives you a neat look from this side. As we talked there as well earlier, I'd like to see that one maybe just set down a touch more comfortably off of her rear too. Could be just a touch deeper right there in her midrib, but I think for where she's at today in terms of freshness, boldness of body, and look from the side, that one's awfully good and got a lot of future built into her. The heifer that comes out of that next class, one that we like an awful lot and just in terms of what she puts together. I think stoutness of feature at the surface, you step right in behind her and see all the mass that she takes to the top side of her skeleton, and then you step back off her, and I think you really got to appreciate, for one, with all that additional power, just how maternal she's put together from the side in terms of her midrib, the way she gets out and goes, and the function that she has built into her skeleton at the surface, I think is very, very good. If you want to get very nitpicky on one we like an awful lot, I think you maybe could take her neck just a touch higher to the top side of her shoulder, but I'm going to take a shot in the dark and say that's not going to hurt her when she's kicked out in the pasture, and I think that one's got a lot of function built into her skeleton. The heifer out of that last class, one that I think just built to last at the surface, maternal in terms of her body type, moderate in terms of her type and kind, still gives you a great look. Maybe when compared back to some of these other ones, not near as opened up right there in her full rib, could be just as touch stouter when you step around and behind her from a comparative standpoint. I don't think it's anything that takes away from her from an individual standpoint, but when you start working her back against these other ones. A great division here. We're actually going to use the heifer here out of that second class to win this particular division, and then the heifer out of that third class is going to be your reserve. Congrats to both those exhibitors.
Over here on our Angus side, just an outstanding class, Angus heifer calves. What you expect when you come to the North American and get on the green shavings and black heifers. This is the kind of caliber that you expect to come out. Heifer that we're going to use to start the class is one that is just extremely well balanced from the side, really feminine about her head and neck. She's got plenty of depth of rib to her. She's a heifer that's got plenty of width out from behind. She's a heifer that reaches and flexes good as you ask her to go. Really a high quality individual to lead off our class. Really a powerhouse heifer that comes in second, just massive in her body and dimension. As we begin at this level, you have to find the little things, and a heifer that's maybe just not quite as long and stretched out as the heifer that beats her in class, but I'd love a heifers that are built like that with that body and mass and dimension. Real functional cow prospect in third, a heifer that today gives up a little in terms of performance. 6-8 months from now, a heifer that I wouldn't bet against in terms of having the look of a female and broody and depth, and just out here just like to power her up just a notch, but I think that comes with age. Heifer that comes in next, similar scenario, follows a lot of the heifer that was in third. Really well balanced, sound structured individual. A heifer that, as we begin to compare to the two that win the class in second, maybe just not the mass and dimension. Really a big performance-oriented female that comes in here next in the lineup. One that probably just gets a little plainer in her makeup for us, but I think a heifer that you have to appreciate her length, her depth, her width that she offers and brings to the table. Heifer that comes in next, just striking from the side, ultra cool up through her front end, maybe sets her tail head in just a little funky. If we could set that in there and smooth out her hip, a heifer that you can contend to move up, really massive in her body. Heifer that comes next, just need to see her flex and ease a little better on her go. She just gets a little tight and restricted in her movement. Young man's heifer coming next, holds that advantage probably in the structure and the way she sets down, just not quite the width from behind that we'd like to see in terms of pin width and down at the ground, but I think really a high quality female. Heifer that comes next just gets a little tired out here and labors just a little more around the ring, and one we just like to loosen her up as she goes. Heifer next wants to roach in her top line just a bit, just lay her in just a little smoother in her structure. Heifer here a little quicker and more conventional in her kind, one that's got some rib shape though, and appreciate that about her. Heifer that's here just gets a little tighter in her loin, but still one that has some width and body shape. The young man's heifer going to complete the class. Just like to see her move a notch sounder. High quality set of heifers. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Selected as our Division 4 champion Sim Angus female is entry 181 Zeiss Miss Gwen C 1895, shown by Jaron Goki, State Center, Iowa. And your reserve Division 4 champion female is entry 186 Sinky Miss Erica Sue 503C, shown by Adrian Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Congratulations to both of you individuals. And our Sim Angus show now is Class 24 March yearling females. Results from Class 40 in our ROV Angus show. First goes to entry 100. Seldom Rest Lucy 6013, shown by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Second, entry 84. Lazy JB Sarah's Dream 689, shown by Caden Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Third, entry 82, shown by Logan Boyd, Mayslet, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 98, shown by Emma Nowotny, New Braunfels, Texas. Fifth, entry 92, shown by Brady Clindworth, Walker, Iowa. Sixth, entry 79, shown by Jessica Radcliffe, Baraboo, Wisconsin. Seventh, entry 89, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Eighth, entry 73, shown by Eric Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Ninth, entry 96, shown by Premier Livestock and Hassan Livestock, Milverton, Ontario. 10th, entry 68, shown by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. 11th, entry 77, shown by Austin Giles, Cheddick, Wisconsin. 12th, entry 94, shown by Barnes Brothers, West Alexandria, Ohio. And 13th, entry 81, shown by Black Magic Angus, Arlington, Minnesota. Placings in that class were 10, 8, 11, 6, 13, 3, 2, 7, 5. Entry 93 was out. 12, 9, 4, and 1. In our ring now, in our ROV Angus show, is Class 41. These will be our early spring yearling heifer calves. Class 41, early spring heifer calves. Please bring Class 42 to the makeup ring. Angus heifer calves, Class 42 to the makeup ring, please. Sim Angus exhibitors, Class 24 is in the ring. We need all entries for Class 25, 26, and 29 to the makeup ring, please. Sim Angus females, Class 24, 25, 26, and 29 to the makeup ring, please.
Would you announce about their call, please?
Once again, folks, may I remind you there is no smoking or aerosol cans in Freedom Hall. No smoking or aerosol cans allowed in Freedom Hall.
Well, a pretty special class here and an awfully special female that wins this group. I like this one a lot. You want to just talk about fundamental at the surface. She has put together some kind of correct, and she's fresh in her presentation up high. Her frame score is one to me that allows her to be competitive in the ring and then still on target as a cow. I like right where she's at. She's a beautiful female. From the side, her numbers are maybe not just super great, but they're not fall out of the bed either. The female we've got in 2, we both personally thought that the call between 2 and 3 was awfully close. And when they're standing, I like this female here. This female is one that matches that leadoff female in terms of just body volume and mass and looking the part from the side. She's long-bodied, she's long-hipped, she's got a good look as she sits still. When we put her in motion, she's a little fatter chested, and she has a harder time, I think, handling herself out of her front end. She has to just calculate her step just a bit more precisely to lay it down as comfortably as maybe that leadoff heifer, but she can still stride adequate, and so standing there, I think just the match and kind of that duo there, I think she stays second. To be totally truthful with you, I like this Baldy heifer an awful lot. And then this is just a class where we've got a smoking good one up top. We have another one, like I said, I think to me the decision comes in just one that matches her and still awfully good. This rig right here can really motor. She's really good in terms of her feet and leg structure. Her joint work is awesome. She's a moderate little hussy. She would work awesome in West Texas, I can tell you that. Her shoulder design's maybe just a little bolder, but to be totally truthful with you, it's probably because she's just a little slicker haired. I hate to criticize any stock for that, considering what I look like up top, but this female's just a little shorter out of her hip, maybe just not quite as extended from the side as those 2 good ones up top. The female we've got in the 4th position's a little off pace relative to the competitors on paper. Standing still, she's really nicely balanced. When we put her in motion, she starts to reveal her composition a bit more in terms of her chest floor, her neck coming a little lower out of the center of her blade, her top line maybe not just perfect, and she could go a little square and more genuine from hock down as we ask the cattle to leave. The heifer that we've got next, Nick made the comment, the more that this gentleman pulls this heifer around the ring, the longer her neck seems to get. She's a giraffe up front. I appreciate the fact that she's lean in her composition. There's just a little less to her in terms of her forerib, and I think it's our job to try to adjust back to a common fat end point, if you will, almost like looking at market cattle, say, well, how much real body does this one have versus the other one that's got a lot of white muscle on her? That one probably still comes up a nickel short in terms of just her forerib, relative to how just freaky she is out of her front end. Scares me a little bit in terms of her as a cow, but I'm not saying she's not good, because she's exquisite from the side. Young lady, you got a nice hairy heifer here at the end of the group. She just gets a little fatter there in her chest floor. We need to just pull the reins back off of her in terms of the feed bucket and freshen her up if we can. I think it would help her get out and stride just a little looser as well, but nice set of cattle.
On the Angus side, another really good class of these heifer calves. I think our class winner, though, she's really maternal in her type. She's really attractive made, big rib, big bodied. She has enough width and dimension. She's sound enough on the move. We kind of like her man, she's a nice cow prospect. And, you get to this stage of the game and you kind of want to see some of these that look like they're going to make really good cows when we turn them out. I think she's one of those. I think the female in second, similar in kind. Not as stout. She doesn't have that expression that our class winner has. She gets a little flatter when we kind of get behind her, wants to narrow down a little bit. But on the profile, when you phenotype and look at them from the side, she's got that rib shape and volume, attractive made. Her advantage, I think, over our 3rd place heifer is from the point of her shoulder forward down through her chest floor. Our 2nd place heifer is going to be a little more extended. She's a little longer neck. She looks like she's got a little more long-term look to her, but really a nice set of females. 3rd place heifer's got some bone and mass and power to her. We'd like to just change her a little bit when we look at her right from shoulder forward and down into her chest floor. Nice heifer that comes next. Probably her big advantage, she's going to be a little bit moderate when we compare to the heifers on both sides, but her advantage is, I think, when we get her out and move her around the ring, she's a little better from the point of her shoulder to the ground, I think, than the heifer that follows her. She's got a little more flex up in that front end, a little neater made up through there. Another big-bodied female, again, that comes next, wants to get up a little bit, kind of from up on that front feet, wants to kind of dance as she comes out of here. And then we have another another nice pair of these heifers. They have some rib shape, they have some dimension, they're good, high volume, big bodied females. We're going to have to just change them a little bit. We're going to have to make them a little sounder structurally, lengthen them out a little bit through that front end structure if we're going to get them up under the top end. But good set of females, congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 41, entry 111, SSF Ellen BC 1236, shown by Marcus Voorhees, Bowling Green, Ohio. Second, entry 106, CJ Margot 106, shown by Bradshaw Smoot, Campbellsville, Kentucky. Third, entry 105, shown by Lazy JB Angus, Montrose, Colorado. Fourth, entry 104, shown by Schilling Cattle, Edson, Kansas. Fifth, entry 115, shown by Lauren B. and family Wilson, Lauren B. Wilson and family, Orleans, Indiana. Sixth, entry 120, shown by Enright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. Seventh, entry 109, shown by Black Magic Angus, Arlington, Minnesota. Placings in this class were 4, 3, 2, 7, 1. Entry 112 was out. Entry 115 was 5. Entries 117 and 18 were out, and entry 120 was 6. Entering the ring now, Class 42, Spring Heifer Calves. Class 42, Early Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our winner and reserve winner heifer calf champion. Results from Class 24 in our Sim Angus show. First goes to entry 205, Mia, shown by Elizabeth Heaton, Toulon, Illinois. Second, entry 206, Miss CCF Gestress, C12, shown by Whitney Dale, Jefferson, Georgia. Third, entry 209, shown by Tingle Farms and Caitlin Stair, Newcastle, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 309, shown by Turnipole Farms and Kendall Leonard, Middletown, Indiana. Fifth, entry 129, shown by Beckett Cattle, Germantown, Kentucky. And sixth, entry 201, shown by Mackenzie Stattenmiller, Dayton, Pennsylvania. Placings in that class were 5, 6, entry 204 was out, then 1, 2, 4, and 3, and entry 272 was also a scratch. Showing in our Sim Angus show now is Class 25, February yearling females. Please bring Class 26 to the makeup ring and 29. Classes 26 and 29 to the makeup ring. Sim Angus exhibitors, let's start bringing those bull calves down to the ring, please. First call, Class 43 and 44, Sim Angus bull calves to the makeup ring, please.
Certainly a high-quality class here in the Februaries, and I think after you look at the paper and see that it's a fairly uniform set in terms of their genetics, you just start sorting cattle. And I think this top pair certainly has a lot of give and take, and I think the reason that we end up using this female is she just reads donor cow, and not taking anything away from the female in second, but when you start looking at the pieces that this one puts together in terms of stoutness of feature at the surface, up high in terms of her boldness, you get her right in behind her, and I think that's just a whole lot of woman in the way she lays that mass up high down her top side, stoutness of pin set, and still gives you a really feminine look from the side. I think what's so surprising is for one that's so massive in every regard, she still gets out and goes very comfortably off of both ends. I like that one an awful lot. The female that comes out next, certainly more tempered back in terms of her moderation and size, and we certainly commend her on that, because I'm not telling you that heifer that wins that class isn't just a little too big. I think when you start studying this one, just complete, I think is the best way to describe her. Sound in terms of her feet and legs. I really like this one's lower joints and how comfortable she is in terms of her hock and pastern. I like her at a depth of body and sweep back there through her rear and flank. I think when you start studying her and comparing her back to our class winner, maybe just doesn't have those wow factor pieces. Could be a bit stouter featured underneath. And I think what's interesting is she still is just a bit shorter strided when compared back to our unique class winner. Great pair there, and a lot of give and take. The heifer that comes out next, I think when you fix that one underneath, she gets awfully competitive herself. When you do study her at the surface, she wants to pigeon in just a touch up front. She's starting to curl and get a little bit longer and flatter in her toe spread off her rear too. But when you just analyze that one from the side and when parked, I think moderate in terms of her type and kind, really easy keeping right there through her midrib, and still gives you a balanced look. Just like to see her built better, most specifically in terms of her hoof shape. The heifer that comes out next, I think, gives you an eye-appealing look from the side when parked. Her neck comes high to the top side of her shoulder, still right in terms of her body shape, and I think comfortable off her rear too. Just like to see that one set back and angle to her shoulder, make her a bit longer and more feminine up through her front end. But I think a great female there. It still gives you a great look. The heifer that comes out next, another one in this class, just comes with a lot of stoutness of feature. One that's big boned, bold bodied, and stout hipped. From the side is where we'd like to see that one just built a bit more like a lady. She's a bit shorter and chuffier up front. Like to see her laid back and angled to her shoulder and just smoother in the way she lays it onto her skeleton. But I think a great female there, and going to be an awesome donor cow for that young lady to make some projects down the road. The female that closes fresh in terms of her composition when you initially lay your eyes on her. Long and extended up front, and certainly more feminine about her head and neck than the female directly ahead of her. I think she's still sound off her rear too. Just like to see that one set back and more comfortable in how she sets down up front. She wants to splay out just a touch and kick up in her spine. Great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in class 25, February heifer calves. February yearlings, I apologize. First is entry 220, CMFM Believe Sioux 218C, shown by Madison Loschke and Circle M Farms and Luke Doris, Kingsdown, Kansas. Second, entry 214, HPF AF B&K Miss Alley 311C, shown by Hudson Pines Farms, Ivy and Sons, and Double J, Sleepy Hollow, New York. Third, entry 212, shown by Nicholas Belcher, Abington, Virginia. Fourth, entry 86, shown by Smith Family Farm, Chilton, Wisconsin. Fifth, added entry 221 is MLH Magic Peach, shown by Kirsten Wilcox, New Madison, Ohio. And sixth is entry 211, shown by Bailey Dwenger, Osgood, Indiana. Placings in this class, again, were 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, and our added entry, fifth, is entry 221. Entering the ring now, class 26, January yearling females. Class 26, following this class, we will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion Sim Angus female. Cody?
really a high-quality set of Angus females out here. The heifer we're going to use to lead off with probably combines the most good things out here in this class in terms of having some performance. Today, she's probably the most ready in this class, the most advanced in her maturity pattern. You see as much center body and dimension that she has compared to the next two. Some length, skeleton there. I think a female that balances up well. Just gives you a real broody look from the side. Really a nice place to start off. Heifer in second is one that Dad and I really liked. I think we won't bet against her a year from now. We think she's a heifer that's really attractive and feminine in the way she's put together. She's really well balanced and sound structured out here compared to the heifer that beats her. Just not quite the center dimension yet in that heifer, but I think as it comes on, one to watch out for. Heifer that comes in next, a similar type and kind, has that robust center body and some width to her. Maybe just gets a nickel planer in the way she's put together compared to the heifer that precedes her in the class, but real sound, functional, big-bodied, cowy kind of a female. Heifer that comes out in fourth, the one that's our trouble heifer in the class. She's a heifer that you love her standing still, really well balanced, thick in dimension. We just like to see her hit the ground just a notch sounder off her hind feet, just kind of plant that hock a little truer, but love the power and the dimension that female brings to the table. Heifer that comes out next is one that's just real functional Angus female. She's the kind that's going to have some longevity. She's sound. She's well structured. She's got plenty of rib shape. Compared to the four that precede her, just gives up a nickel bit of power. Heifer that comes out next, you study her, one that's tremendously big bodied. We see her, we'd like to strengthen her in behind her shoulder blade there, see her move a notch sounder, lay her tail head in her just a notch better. Heifer that comes out next, really extended up front, a heifer that's got a lot of levelness to her. Need to make her a notch sounder at the ground when we ask her to go. Similar scenario here, a heifer, just see her stand a little square and truer from the hock to the ground. Watch her hold her top line in her loin. Young man's heifer here coming out next is one that's got some body shape and dimension. Just need to balance her up and make her a notch sounder. Outstanding class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing first in Class 42 of our ROV Angus show is entry 123, EXAR Princess 6151, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Second, entry 121, EXAR Envious Blackbird 6671, shown by Logan Boyd, Mayslick, Kentucky. Third, entry 125, shown by Spruce Mountain Ranch, Larkspur, Colorado. Fourth, entry 133, shown by Danielle Sheets, Dallas City, Illinois. Fifth, entry 124, shown by Peyton Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Sixth, entry 126, shown by Maddie Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Seventh, entry 129, shown by Madison Lynn Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. And eighth is entry 127, shown by Enright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. Ninth, entry 122, shown by Richard DeMoss, Bowie, Texas. Placings in that class: 2, 9, 1, 5, 3, 6, 8, 7, and 4. We now will be selecting our ROV champion winner and reserve winner calf champion.
Thank you.
Angus exhibitors, we need all entries for Class 45, 46, and let's start bringing Class 47 to the makeup ring. All entries for Class 45 and 46 to the makeup ring, and let's start bringing Class 47. Thank you.
Well, a nice group of Januaries that are certainly making some progress reproductively, gestation-wise. When you just step back off and look at these cattle as individuals, this one here just looks like a mama cow to me. In terms of her udder structure, her udder structure is awesome. I mean, just very square, great teats, just the way you want to design it up. I like her frame score. I know we use, I was, commented to Nick, you just use the best cattle in terms of how they hit you in the class, and you got to have a wide tolerance, I think, in terms of where your frame scores scores are at. In the last class, we used that little bigger heifer, and then we come down the ladder just a little bit and use one that's, obviously more moderate. But this female just fits together so well from the side. I think you got to give her a touch of forgiveness in terms of how she handles her top line. Everything just makes sense. She's still fresh. I like the way that she's presented. Just a nice sound bird cow. That's going to make an awesomely maternal one in production. I thought that the decision really came a little bit after that. I thought that one won pretty easily myself. This white flanked heifer not quite as far along in terms of gestation, in terms of her appearance. Maybe just a little fatter and heavier in her chest there. But in terms of the one that follows the kind of the class winner, she ties her neck high. She comes back strong in her top line. She's stout at her foundation in terms of her feature. Her teats, although she's not coming along as rapidly gestation-wise, are very refined in terms of the way that they're structured. I think she moves pretty good, and that's where I like her. The female that comes in behind her is one that is a little bigger, and that's fine. Like I said, we got a wide range here. This female is super, super stout in terms of just her feature and her foot and her bone size. So maybe it closes just a nickel in her foot relative to how stout bone she is, but she too's got a great udder. A female reads really stout in terms of her head. She maybe just gets a little bit more outward turning in terms of her shoulder design. I like to wedge it back into her rib cage just a little bit neater. She maybe flattens and weakens just a little bit up high in terms of how her full rib turns and shapes and connects into the backside of her blade. But that's an awfully nice female, a really nice big frame female that can throw some performance. When we get them out and move them, that's where I probably get the most critical of her. She just tends to get a little tight in her hock and like I said, kind of turn her elbow out and twist them out up at the ground. The female that comes next, a really nice blaze face heifer that's going to make a real cowy one. I like the cow potential of this one. She's real practical bodied. Like her frame score. Female is pretty sound on her feet and leg structure. I like her foot quality. A female that's coming along gestation wise. Just need to clean her up a little for me in terms of her lower 1/3. I think we got her maybe just a little too far in terms of just the amount of cover that she's packing and deposited down there in her chest and up around her tail head. And then I think that would really lean her up to her front end and just give her a lot fresher type look here for the ring. Young man, your heifer's still awfully good. This was a tough class. This female's long-bodied. This female's got the right kind of shoulder design in terms of stepping forward, pretty true. Maybe not just the most athletic in the world, but not bad. This female's got some mass and dimension. Maybe drops her pins and lowers her chest relative to how she balances in her bottom line. Just maybe not quite as fancy up to her front features as some of the cattle, but still an awfully good one, a strong group.
We still don't have entries for class 45, 46, and 47.
Well, if you're in the Angus business and you like being out on the ring and on the chips, then this ought to excite you. It's got Cody and I pretty pumped up. If you do this and you've done it for your life, or whether you're just getting started into it, you always strive to get to the point where you can win a calf division at a national Angus show, and you can bring cattle out here that are competitive. And we've had a great set of calves come through these older heifers all the way from the very beginning in our young divisions to this division. It's been really exciting, and it seems to kind of be building momentum for Cody and I. We look at these cattle and we think, we can stand out here and we'll pick, and we get pretty critical, and we probably argue a little bit back and forth because at our house there isn't a perfect one, and we're always able to find a hole in one. So we can find some holes in some of these that we'd like to change, but there's way too much good out here to really come after them and say they're not good enough to be here. These are good cattle. Every one of these class winners, every one of these seconds. These are a tremendous set of Angus females. A lot of fun to stand out here and look at them. We'll tell you what we think about them. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Selected as your winner heifer calf champion is entry 100. Seldom Rest Lucy, 6013, shown by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Congratulations. And your reserve is entry 123, EXAR Princess, 6151, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Congratulations to you also. Angus exhibitors, we need Class 45, Class 45, senior heifer calves to the into the ring, please. Class 45 into the ring. Class placings in our Class 26. Sim Angus females. First goes to entry 232, CMFM Zenyatta 410C, shown by Owens Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri. Second was entry 216, CMFM Bandy Maid 413C, shown by Rocking P, Edens, Harrington, and Fenton, Maysville, Kentucky. Third entry 229, shown by Shelby Griffin, Boonesboro, Maryland. Fourth entry 225, shown by Rolling Hills Farms, Bell Center, Ohio. And fifth entry 227, shown by Chase Travis, Olney, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Division 5 and Reserve Division 5 Sim Angus female.
Man alive, this show has really kicked it up. This has been a lot of fun out here on the green chips. These cattle are awfully good. When you get in this division, couldn't be just more tickled. We got three just exceptional cattle that are big time here in the ring and going to be big time in when we throw them in the pasture. That first female up front, I tell you, in terms of just drawing on one up, in terms of how you want their feet to be shaped, their joint work to appear from the side and action when we put them on the go, and then to complement how good her balance is and her femininity is, she puts a lot of pluses together. I won't say she's just the absolute boldest if you shot an arrow right to the center of her forerib, but when you look down her top, study her from hooks to pins, and from there down, this female is really genuine, and I think she's about as honest as they come in terms of where we've got her managed from a condition standpoint to look progressive enough mass-wise, but yet come across fresh here in the ring. This female in the middle, I think Nick nailed it on the head, just a big-time donor cow. Wouldn't you love to have this one? I mean, this female is so stout. She is such an outlier in terms of where she's at on the corners and yet still within herself. She's big-time powerful all the way through. There's not a bone in her body that doesn't read powerful. This female, can still handle it awfully good, and that's why we elected to go with her and fully understand that she's probably a little large for a variety of environments, but she won't be too large in the donor pen, and hopefully she puts them out because this female here can really generate. When we have to maybe pick on her here in the ring, she is just a nickel big, probably just in terms of classifying what is ideal amongst cattle that are elite. This female maybe tightens just a little bit in terms of her top line when we get them in motion. The female that's back here in the back out of that January class, I'm a sucker for it, but her udder's about a 10 on my scale. Just absolutely perfectly square and refined. I love how the front side of her udder travels into her navel in such a proportional manner. This female is just rock star maternal when we get the cattle planted, just in terms of the way her muscle lays on her skeleton, how smooth she is from front to rear. Her joint work and hind leg set is near ideal. In terms of just being a deadly level in her top line, maybe you could pick on her a little bit there, but for God's sakes, look how far along she is and what type of a mother she's set up to be. So you got to forgive her a little bit for that. But this is an awfully nice female, and I find it hard to put any major holes in her. So if y'all don't mind, I know we don't ask you too often, but let's put our hands together and let's congratulate our breeders here. This is a lot of work to breed cattle this good, and that's a heck of an achievement for what we've accomplished out here. For Nick and I, just breaking them down part for part are just personal favorite is going to be the female that came out of the first class here.
Real quick on the Angus side, we'll talk this single entry. But this is a good December heifer. You know, when you talk about functional sound cattle that come to the show ring, then you're going to take them home and they're going to make cows, and this is the kind we like. Big body, lots of top, lots of dimension, walks out, tracks out, covers the ground. I think this is a good heifer. We really do appreciate her out here. I think there's a lot of good in her. We'll look forward to seeing her come back. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Our single entry in Class 45 of our ROV Angus show is entry 139, EXAR Princess 5938, shown by Bowen Bridges, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is Class 46 Senior Heifer Calves, Class 46. Angus exhibitors, we need Class 47, 48, and 49 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 46 is in the ring. Class 46 is in the ring. We need classes 47, 48, and 49 to the makeup ring immediately, please. Selected as your Division 5 champion Sim Angus female is entry 205, Mia, shown by Elizabeth Heaton, Toulon, Illinois. And your reserve entry 232, CMFM Zenyatta 410C, shown by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our Sim Angus female is Class 29, followed by our selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female. Class 29. These two females will also serve as your Division 6 Champion and Reserve females. Sim Angus exhibitors, let's bring all of your division champions and reserves to the makeup ring, please. Sim Angus exhibitors, we need all your divisional champions and reserves. Let's start bringing those Sim Angus bull calves down too, guys. Gelbvieh exhibitors, attention in the barn. Gelbvieh exhibitors, your start time of 2:30 is accurate. We will begin the Gelbvieh show at 2:30 in the West Ring.
As Ryan runs to the little girls' room real quick, I'm going to talk this class, and it's actually going to be your Division 2. This heifer, the blaze face that we use in this particular class, I think for her age and how she's put together from the side, one you really got to appreciate for her femininity up front. Her center body, her feet and legs are incredible in terms of her joint work and how she gets out and goes so comfortably up of both ends. All on target in terms of stoutness from behind and still lays so smooth on her body. One, if you want to pick on her just a touch, maybe could be a bit further along in terms of where she's bred. Like to see that one a bit further along in terms of her udder. The young lady said she's due in December, so we all have had a little bit of tough time getting one bred before, but I still think one that just from the side gives you a great look. Set in motion, maybe she wants to kick up in her spine just a touch, but I think that one in terms of her feet and legs and bounce from the side, very, very good. Young lady does an exceptional job getting that one shown. The solid black heifer that comes out next, long and extended from the side, certainly stout and powerful when you step around and behind her. Like that one's boldness through her upper rib. Just like to see her balance up a touch better from the side, relative from her chest back into her flank, maybe drop down right there in her midrib and set down more comfortably off her rear too. I still think a great cow for that young man that comes with a lot of stoutness when you step around and behind her. Great pair there and a great division to end the day. Looking forward to the grand drive.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 29 and also your Division 6 champion female is entry 233, Miss CCF Gestress B79, shown by Morgan McDaniel, Jefferson, Georgia. Second, entry 234, and your reserve Division 6 champion female is TSSC Moonwalker, shown by Triple J Show Cattle, Parsons, Tennessee. Oh, okay. Angus exhibitors, we're still missing 7 head for Class 47. Class 47, let's get those heifers down here to the makeup ring, please. Let's bring Class 48 and 9 also. Okay, Sim Angus exhibitors. We've got both judges back now, so let's bring our champion drive in, please. Coming in the ring now is our grand champion drive for our Sim Angus female. Hey Ryan, just for the record, I didn't fire that shot. Your own boy fired that shot.
really a nice class of fall heifers here. We did a little switch here at the top. The heifer that we're going to use to lead off with, I think it's a heifer that probably holds her structure together a notch better than the heifer that's directly behind her. She's a heifer, as you study her in terms of weight per day of age in relation to her frame size, she weighs right in here with all these heifers, and a little deceiving if you don't study her. I think a heifer that's good in her body shape, she's good in her pin width, she's a heifer that balances well, and I think that's where we found her to start. The heifer that comes in second is one that we liked and caught our eye when she came in. The longer she goes out here, she wants to wing out just a little bit on her hind end. We just like to see her plant square and truer off those hind legs. If she does that, I think she wins the class, but we just can't handle that the way she plants her hock and her foot down at the ground. Young man's heifer that comes in third is one that's extremely long and extended and got a lot of performance to her. As we begin to relate her to the two in front of her, she gets a little harder in her heart and a little pinched up in through there. Maybe wants to duck her pins and get underneath herself just a bit on the go. Heifer in fourth from the side is one we like in terms of depth and length and balance. As we view her from behind, she funnels in down at the ground and gets base narrow, and just want to widen her up compared to the trio that precede her. Heifer that comes next is real functional kind of a brood cow. As you evaluate her in terms of depth and width and rib shape, I think a female that's got a lot of longevity. She just maybe doesn't come together in quite as striking a package of the heifers that come in front of her. A little larger framed heifer here next. We'd like to see her handle her shoulder and front leg better. When we ask her to go, she kind of waddles a little out of there. Just like to square her up. Young lady coming in next, we moved her up, but she's one that fell victim to being the first heifer in the class, and her heifer didn't want to lead, and it was hard to get a good look at her. But when we got her out, she's one that you still have to appreciate the good and quality that she has. A heifer, though, as we say, gets a little more condition in her underline, wants to jiggle a little more compared to the ones that precede her. Really a growth and power female next, just wants to roll up in her structure just a little bit, come underneath herself. A real moderate brood cow there, one we just like to clean her up in through her chest floor, navel, and kind of just loosen her up in her structure. Young lady doing a tremendous job. A heifer that just gets a little base narrow. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 46 in our ROV Angus show. First went to entry 148, WCC Blackcap C113, shown by Laramie Chafin, Roothouse, Illinois. Second, entry 155, Champion Hill Georgina 8948, shown by Sidney Facemeyer, Fraser's Bottoms, West Virginia. Third, entry 153, shown by Brandy Facemeyer, Fraser's Bottom, West Virginia. Fourth, entry 144, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 156, shown by Megan Green, Leavenworth, Kansas. Sixth, entry 151, shown by Callie Flanders, Buffalo, Kentucky. Seventh, entry 140, shown by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. Eighth, entry 146, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. Ninth, entry 154, shown by Ardridge Cattle Company, Nancy, Kentucky. Riley Cook, Springfield, Tennessee, and Colin Cook, Springfield, Tennessee. 10th, entry 158, shown by Jake Tweedy in Bowdoin, Arkansas. Placings in that class were 7, entry 141 was out, then 4, 8, 1, entry 149 is out, entry 151 was 6th, entry 152 is out, then 3, 9, 2, 5, and 10. Entering the ring now is Class 47, Angus females. Class 47 is in the ring. Angus exhibitors, we need classes 48 and 49 to the makeup ring immediately. Now comments in our Sim Angus show for our grand drive from our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've just had an absolute ball. I've been very blessed in my life, and the fun thing about this business and doing, the things that I do is just being able to go places and see people and judge livestock that honestly just humble you to death in terms of when you step into a ring with them and you just sit back and admire just the exceptional functionality that the breeders behind them have built into them. So honestly, this is probably one of the funnest mornings I've had judging a show in quite some time. And part of that's obviously because of my team winning, but simultaneous to that, what I really enjoy about doing this, and I kind of had some heartache about taking the show because I didn't want to miss that banquet over there and the kids that I think the world of and whatever moment they might have. But one reason I took this show, number one, because this breed is just a lot of fun to judge. The breeders that put these cattle together, and they focus on a balanced approach in terms of prioritization of production values and phenotype, so that these cattle that are in the ring can translate to the kind of cattle that can raise parent stock and suit the commercial side of the business. And that's hard to link together from the show ring to the pasture. And I personally find it as much of a joy to see and judge this breed, because I think those two are as closely tied together as just about any of the breeds that we have. And then secondly, one reason I wanted to judge the show, honestly, is so I could ask Nick to judge with me. Nick judged for me several years ago, and he grew up in this breed, and I just absolutely think the world of him. He's got a very natural cattle eye, and more importantly, somebody that has a type of values that I admire in young people. And so it meant a lot to me to be able to ask him to step out here, because I know he was pretty fired up about it. So we've had a marvelous show, as we sit back and join our thoughts together on exactly what we want to do. Some comments that maybe keep coming back to us and that we have is that, and they kind of hit me the same way as when we had this Junior Heifer Supreme Drive on Sunday night. That was so phenomenal. It's, we're getting to the level here where cattle are so good, your ability to manage them and put them in a state in which they're fresh and not too fat, so that their framework and their skeleton and how superior it is can shine through, and they can demonstrate that here. There's a female out here that for both of us, not wildly massive, but in terms of building them the way we're looking to perfect them structurally and foot quality wise, and be managed in a manner that'll still give the cattle some reproductive longevity and not compromise it because we're just trying to mass them out here for the show ring. I think we're past that, and we got to step past that, and we got to use fresh cattle that try to perfect structure and not necessarily just mass them out. That's not the game, and it's not the best interest for the stayability of these cattle. So we're not going to go back through and talk them. I just simply would ask that the crowd standing around put your hands together. Let's congratulate such an elite lineup of cattle and the breeders behind them. And I'm going to ask Nick to go out and select your champion.
Selected as your grand champion female is entry 205. Mia, shown by Elizabeth Heaton, Toulon, Illinois. Congratulations, Elizabeth.
All right, well, congratulations to you on your champion heifer, one that hits me really good, and like I said, fresh and correct, and that's where we need to be, in my opinion. As you step back and look at the rest of the group, for both Nick and I, we get a much closer call. Just to maybe make a few remarks on that, because they're deserving, and y'all that are showing deserve to know what we thought or how close this race was. The first two calves that are at the head of this lineup, I think are just flat exceptional from a phenotype and design perspective. The female out front is genetic genetically one of the best cattle in the offering, and she is some kind of correct, and she's got a big-time future. If I had to pick on her anywhere, and this young lady gets her stuck so well, and she's presented so highly, you probably can't tell it real well, but I think there are moments when she relaxes or I get up close to her where I maybe just strengthen maybe her skeletal spine in terms just from purely an aesthetic standpoint. It affords her so much function at the ground. This female then out of that next division, honestly, phenotypically, probably is my second favorite in terms of just one that's just crazy good from the side and super functional, progressive in terms of her physical performance for her age, just absolutely elite in the way she draws up. She runs downhill just a nickel and has a tendency to maybe move her hind leg a little underneath herself. Both things aesthetic and don't mean much economically. From a genetic perspective, just to be blunt about it, she has the most shortcomings of any female that stands in the lineup right now before y'all. And so how you want to enter that in is up to you. This is a balanced show in regards to prioritization of both phenotype and genetics. Then we step back to the reserve in that division that we chose them from, and that female right there is just wildly maternal in my opinion. She's slick-haired. I think she's fresh for her state of gestation and age. I could make a lot of cattle like that one in terms of their foot, their joint work, their udder design, their frame score relative to their body. She's a little off in her top line, but yet she reads to be the female that's the furthest along in gestation of any of the cattle out here. And so standing still, it's hard to argue, in my own opinion, with that one's cow quality, and her values are reasonably balanced. The young man that's pulling out here too, I didn't mean to forget about you, but this female, when she came in that division, just looked absolutely stout, and she stood alone in that group, and she's a remarkable female. And don't get me wrong, she's fresh-haired and she's fit up to a T. She's a remarkable female, and I'm sure there's a lot of y'all standing behind us that's the one you like, and I don't argue too much. I criticize her a little bit for needing to be a little fresher in terms of how she's managing her chest. I think when we peel the white off, maybe she's a little lower in her pin set and ducks her neck just a nickel. So in terms of maternal quality, I maybe could just amp her up just a shot. So one more time, let's put our hands together, congratulate these sim breeders, and let's get you a reserve champion.
Your reserve grand champion, Sim Angus female, entry 232, CMFM Zenyatta 410C, shown by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Bodark, Missouri. Congratulations. Chris?
Well, this is one of these classes, I guess, where I'm glad I'm the lead judge. I'm the guy that gets to make the final call, because Cody and I, we agreed on everything down through this class, and we did agree that these are the two best heifers standing at the front end. But there's some give and take. There's some disadvantages to our class winners compared to our second place heifer, and there's some disadvantages to our second place heifers compared to our class winner. But the heifer that wins the class, I'll be the first to admit, and it probably is, we want them as sound as we can get them. This heifer misses by about a half a stride of where I'd really like to see her. I'd like to see her just reach just a little bit more, be a little bit more flexible. But I'm going to give her the benefit, because I think when you really look at the true muscle and mass that this heifer has in her, stand behind her, look at her from her hooks back to her pins, down to the ground, watch her walk away from me. She's wide tracking. She's truly got some natural width and dimension. I'm going to give her this because I realize that, if it was a perfect world, we'd have her step just a little further, but I think she's good enough. And this is where Cody and I ran into the differences. This female is super sound and fluid. She reaches and covers her steps, but for me, when we stand behind her, then she narrows down. She doesn't have the width that our class winner has, narrows in at her pins, doesn't show me that true real dimension and expression that we have in our class winner. Nice female that comes next. A lot of bone, a lot of mass, a lot of power. She gets a little bit turned out up front. She doesn't want to hit quite right when we watch her track out. She comes in at her hocks, wants to kind of kick out on both ends. Female that we just like to make sounder. Really a nice profiling female that comes next. Heifer that's probably a little flatter in her true muscle shape when we compare to the heifers that stand up above her. Like to just get a little more expression into that heifer. Another big bone, rugged made female. You watch her kind of get out and walk, and she kind of wants to kind of drop that head and kind of get off on her front end a little bit, not be quite as fluid and sound. She really labors a little bit. Another really good cow prospect coming next. And I know that gets, I hear that when I'm standing in there and I'm thinking, well, what's that supposed to mean? To me, it means that she's big-ribbed, high volume, easy keeping. In this class, she just isn't maybe stout enough to get her further up, but she's a female that's got a tremendous amount of quality. And then I think a young lady that follows next with another really good heifer. Again, if we're going to move this heifer farther up, we're going to have to make her sounder and make her a little more powerful. But a good class of females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Attention Sim Angus exhibitors, we need all division winners and reserves up to the picture backdrop. We need to get pictures of all your divisions and reserves, please.
Looking for Angus class 52 and 50.
Results from class 47. Results from class 47 in our ROV Angus show. First goes to entry 161. Dameron Princess 5218, shown by Jack Dameron, Towanda, Illinois. Second, entry 160. SSF Lady Impression 0265, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third, entry 168, shown by Tucker Bayer, Ringel, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 174, shown by Carly Jones, Earth, Texas. Fifth, entry 178, shown by Haley Trainham, Maxwell, California. Sixth, entry 176, shown by Ardridge Cattle Company, Nancy, Kentucky, and Matthew Morgan, Cecilia, Kentucky. And seventh, entry 163, shown by Michaela Jeffries, Horse Cave, Kentucky. Placings in that class again were 2-1-7-3. Entries 170 and 72 are out. Then 4-6. Entry 177 is also out, and entry 178 was fifth. Into our ring now is class 48. Class 48 Angus females class 48 is in the ring. We need classes 49 to the makeup ready, and we also are calling classes 52 and 3. Angus females, class 48 is in the ring. We need class 49, 52, and 53 to the makeup ring, please. The American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. Please come to the backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. This year's Junior Calf Champion of the Year for 2015-2016 show season is CCC Sarah's Dream 5116, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. And we had a three-way tie for Reserve Heifer Calf Champion of the Year. Our first one is Cherry Knoll Elsa 1510, shown by Alexis Wright, Philippine, West Virginia. EXAR Winnie 2235, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California, and Lazy JB Queen Latifah 525, shown by Haley Conley, Plainfield, Ontario. Congratulations to all four of those winners. Your Senior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year is Pleasant Valley Elsa 1439, shown by Shelby Stadler, Gaithersburg, Maryland. And your Reserve Senior Calf Champion of the Year is Dameron FR Sandy 4180, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Congratulations to all of our award winners. Angus exhibitors, we need classes 52 and 53 to the makeup ring, please. Angus exhibitors, please bring class 52 and 53 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gelby exhibitors, your show will start promptly at 2:30. Gelby exhibitors, the Gelby show will start at 2:30.
Interesting class of our Angus heifers over here. Some give and take and trade-off. I think all the way down the line as we evaluate these. The heifer that we used to lead off was probably the one that probably came together the best for us in terms of just having the ability to have some body shape to her, some depth of rib. She's a heifer that as you study her, she balances up well. She's got some extension through her front, length of hip underneath her. I think a heifer that you watch her, she can get out and travel. Maybe maybe a heifer we just, in terms of composition, we wondered just how much condition she had back in through her flank there and muscle shape, but I think probably the heifer that comes to the top. Heifer that comes in next, tremendously big body. She's a heifer that gets a little frailer at the ground, wants to get a little extra set to her hock and kind of hock in. I think a heifer, though, that's really big in her center body. She's got some length and balance to her and a lot of quality. Heifer that comes in third is one we struggled with a little bit. We like the pin width of this heifer as we get in behind her. We like the width all the way through that she brings to the table. She's a heifer, as we began to analyze her to some of the ones that precede her, just gets a little plainer up through her front 1/3. She's a heifer that maybe didn't have quite the depth in through her center body, but I think a really nice, high-quality individual. Heifer that comes out next is really a big-bodied, kind of a performance-oriented kind of a female. It's got some WDA to her. She's got a lot of body shape. She gets a little plainer up in through her front for us, but I think a heifer, you like her substance and mass. Heifer that comes in next, just like to change her structure. She wants to duck her pins and hit the ground a little hard. She's a heifer that, as we view her, just maybe a little deeper in her chest in relation to her heart girth there, but I think a heifer that just like to see her reach and flex just a notch better in her structure. Heifer that comes out next gets a little coarser and plainer up in through her front end. She just gets a little off in the way she's put together there. One that's big-bodied and got a lot of shape to her. The heifer that comes next, really a long, tall heifer. We just like to see more genuine body shape to her, get a little peaked up in her tail head and a little flatter sided. Just like to shape her up just a bit. Heifer that comes out next here is one that, as we view her, just gives up too much in terms of performance and dimension and mass. We get a heifer here that got away from us at the start and kind of calmed down. It's a heifer you can appreciate her. She's one that just you don't see quite the width and power. The heifers that come out, and the young lady going to round the class out. Just a real functional kind of a female that needs a notch more balance. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 48 is PVF Proven Queen 5250, entry 181, shown by Corey Mosier, Larchwood, Iowa. Second, entry 188, Kramer's Top Line Lady 5040, shown by Carter Lampy, Bowling Green, Ohio. Third, entry 190, shown by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Fourth, entry 191, shown by Bailey Wolfkuhl, Burriton, Kansas. Fifth, entry 192, shown by Ann Dameron, Towanda, Illinois. Sixth, entry 194, shown by Austin Woodrow, Emporia, Kansas. Seventh, entry 196, shown by Mia Allison, El Reno, Oklahoma. Eighth, entry 183, shown by Morgan Scalacci, Baker City, Oregon. Ninth, entry 197, shown by Carly Berkheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. And 10th, entry 187, shown by Jaden Tweedy in Bowdoin, Arkansas. Placings in that class: entry 180 was out, entry 181 was first, entry 182 was out, then it goes 8, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. In the ring now, Class 49, Angus females.
Well, we're going to go ahead and kick off our Percentage Sim Bull Show. Not a huge show, but I'm sure we'll see some good cattle. This first little fella is May 16th, and genetically speaking, this bull has got good calving. He's bred into his pedigree. He pushes pretty good there to a year of age, and just reads right around breed average or above it for most of his columns. Physically, this bull is really got a lot of body. I like his just natural fleshing ability. He looks like he's got a really functional hip and hind leg in him. He's pretty stout, rugged, and masculine for a bull of his age as well. Maybe at times he looks just a little looser, but he's maybe not just perfectly broke yet. So we'll wait and talk him maybe a little more critically here in a moment.
Single entry in our first Sim Angus bull class, Class 34. 285. Entry 285 is SVJ Night Moves D14, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. Entering the ring now is Class 35 Sim Angus bull calves. Sim Angus April bull calves, Class 35. Sim Angus exhibitors, please bring classes 36, 39, 40, and 43, and 44 to the makeup ring, please. These are small classes. Class 36, 39, 40, 43, and 44. Let's be bringing those bull calves down to the makeup ring, please. Thank you.
Very high quality class of April bulls here. And I think the one that we use, just when you read him in terms of his feet and legs and what he can generate for this breed, I think is very, very impressive. Good in terms of his hoof shape, one that's so comfortable in terms of his angles. You study him from the side and maybe doesn't give you any sort of a wow factor up through his front 1/3, but I think just looks like a stout-featured Simmental bull, one that's opened up and bold in terms of his center body, dead level out through his hip, and as I said there earlier, one that I really commend in terms of his feet and legs. Still very impressive on paper, and one that I think can generate some awesome females, both in the show ring as well as to put back into production. I like that one an awful lot. The blaze face bull that comes next, when you step right in behind him, certainly the stouter, more powerful bull that has more true turn to the upper portion of his skeleton. Really like the way that one feeds right there to the backside of his shoulder, and the additional shape that he has right there in his stifle when you get right in behind him. Bold in terms of his body type, and I think correct off of both ends. Maybe you'd like to see that one a bit more long and extended in terms of how he uses his hip and studies from the profile. And I think the biggest thing on that one is you'd like to see him just a bit more progressive in terms of his calving ease, but one that I think is just a good beef bull in terms of the width and dimension that he brings to the table. I think that one's awfully nice for that young man. The bull that comes out next, a bit longer and more extended, as we were talking, when compared back to that one that is there in second. Still deep and bold in terms of his center body, got a good sweep back through his rear rib and flank. Like to see that one just get out and go a touch more comfortably off of both ends. You get right in behind him, like to see him a bit fuller right there through his lower quarter and stifle. The next bull, some people standing ringside might call him the show bull, and I wouldn't disagree with you. One that's neat and extended up there through his front 1/3, long and level out through his hip. Like to see that one just look a bit more like a man about his head and jawline. Like to open him up in terms of genuineness underneath, and I think then he can work up in this particular class. The bull that closes, I think, still moderate in terms of his type and kind. Should make some low maintenance females to put back into production. The one question mark is will they be sound enough? I think this one just has a bit more of a question mark in terms of how he uses his hock and pasturing off his rear too. A bit more twisted in terms of his scrotum, but still a stout, powerful, low maintenance bull there that I think is going to go out and do the job that he needs to. Great class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thank you, Nick. Now comments in our Angus ring from our judge, Mr. Chris Sankey.
Another really good class of these senior heifer calves. The heifer that wins the class, she's probably not the one with the wow factor that comes in here and grabs you right off. She's probably one, though, that when you really start analyzing them, really put these cattle on the move, watch them track around the ring. She's sound, she's fluid, she's got a real functional long-term look to her. She's got plenty of rib shape. There's going to be some bigger-ended heifers, I think, stand down the line from her, but she's wide enough. She's wide enough when she tracks away. She's sound enough. She just puts the most good things together, I think, especially when we get them out and move them. Love this heifer standing still. This is a heifer that just, man, I mean, it's so hard to gravitate away from her because you come in and you look at her, and when she's standing still, she just really reaches out and grabs you. Beautiful neck, beautiful profile. I really struggle with her, though, when we get her on the move. She really kind of wants to paddle in that front end and just not come down like we'd like for her to. She seems to just not want to reach and have that long fluid stride that we have in our class winner. This is a real powerhouse heifer in here. This is a big top, big hip, lots of rib shape. Probably does get a little, I don't want to call it plainer, but she just gets not quite as attractive made from the point of her base of her brisket up in through her front end. She's not quite as neat made, not as quite as attractive, but from shoulders back, you really appreciate the rib shape and the volume. Like to just change her a little bit if we're going to get her up on that front end. And then we come with a heifer that gets a little straight in her shoulder, wants to get too far up on that front end, need to set her back a little bit, get her a little more flexible. Follow with another heifer that kind of pounds the ground when you get her around, watch her walk away from you. She just isn't as flexible as we'd like for her to be. She gets a little stiff down at those joints at the hocks. Then another heifer very similar. I think off both ends we could make her a little more flexible, but good set of heifers all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Chris. Now comments on our single entry in our Sim Angus show from Dr. Ryan Rathman.
This is a single entry here, last class of this first division. Old Curly here, he's a bull that reads pretty decent in terms of having some calving ease to him, and API there's just right around breed average, just a little short of it. But a bull that's long-bodied. I think he can contribute some muscle shape and expression to his progeny, looking down his top and through the center of his stifle. It's pretty rugged in terms of his bone work and pretty progressive in his testicular size. Maybe could square him up just a shot coming at you, maybe loosen him up just a nickel out of his pin bone and hock, but an awfully nice performance bull here to win this class.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first in Class 36, entry 245, AKS Sweet Remorse, shown by Orchard Acres, Brandon, Wisconsin. We now will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion, Sim Angus bull. As we select our senior calf champion in our ROV show, class placings from Class 49. First, entry 207, DDA Northern Miss 1548, shown by Haley Boyd, Waynesville, Illinois. Second, entry 198, SCC SCH Phyllis 593, shown by Sterling Reichenbach, Bath, Michigan. Third, entry 209, shown by William Harsh, Radnor, Ohio. Fourth, entry 201, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Fifth, entry 211, shown by Pat Foley, Pearl City, Illinois. Foley Farms, Pearl City, Illinois. Sixth, entry 206, shown by Barnes Brothers, West Alexandria, Ohio. Once again, we are selecting our senior and reserve senior calf champion in our ROV show.
Can you call for Class 54 in the Angus side? Thank you.
Attention in the Angus barn. We need Class 54 and 55. Let's be making our way to the makeup ring, please. Class 54 and 55. Let's get to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. Sim Angus breeders, we are selecting our first division champion. I need Class 39, 40, 43, 44, 47, and 48. Not very many in each of these classes. Let's get these bulls down here to the makeup ring, please. Thank you.
Well, a nice group of bull calves here. We had two single entries there on opposite ends of the lineup. The bull up front, a little May, is a calf that Nick and I both like real well in terms of how solid he's at. Constructed out of its hip and hind leg, real sound bull. He's got some ruggedness. He's masculine for a bull of his age. His scrotum sits in there a little twisted, but that bull's got a lot of body, a lot of flushing ability about him. He reads balanced on the paper. That bull's front end maybe could use some modification. If we had to perfect him, probably rocks forward him just a shot and turns out in him just a little bit, and consequently maybe his top line comes apart just a touch. The bull there in the middle of the group, a bull that as well I think is, in terms of functionality, hip and hind leg is as good as any. He's the other bull out here that's the most special on paper, and a bull that I think physically square in a scrotal set, long-bodied, correctly balanced, a bull that offers a lot of value here in terms of being a good kind of problem-free cattle. Well, Curly back here is maybe just a little off the mark structurally, but a nice performance bull. We're going to use our class number 2 to win this division, our April bull calf.
Selected as our Division I champion, entry 238, NXT SHS Tejas Upbeat, shown by Ellie Drock, Pontiac, Illinois. Congratulations.
Well, Really, to me, when we get this second place bull in here, this slick-haired bull, I probably like that bull's top shape and pin width and stifle shape as good as any of the bulls in this D1 group. But this bull is pretty sound in terms of overall correctness. Maybe could square him a little at his hock going away, but a nice calf. Our biggest limitation on him, just to be forthright, is probably a bull that's looking a little harder in terms of his calving ease. Value on paper from the sire's side, certainly something that I think we've got to keep in perspective. And so between this bull and the other bull in front of him, two bulls that kind of pattern up very similarly, we're going to go the direction of the extra calving ease genetics of the bull in front of him that's a lot like him, and use the bull there out of the first class.
And selected as your reserve Division 1 champion is entry 285 SVJ Night Moves D14, shown by SVJ Farm, Amity, Pennsylvania. Now comments on our Angus side for our division champion.
Really a nice set of heifers that come out here in this division. 5 class winners that bring a lot of quality and good out here. Our heifer out of the first class is one that's really, for a heifer that age, is tremendously big-bodied. She's thick, she's functional, and the way she's put together has a look of a brood cow on down the line. The heifer that comes out of the second class kind of follows in that same type and kind of broodiness and depth and width, and we really like that about her. The heifer out of our third's probably the stoutest pinned, widest made heifer out here, and got enough depth and broodiness to her and still gives us a balanced look. The heifer that comes next is one that you really like her balanced look from the side in terms of having some substance and mass and bone to her. Heifer that's got some depth into her center body. And our heifer out of the last class, just really a functional kind of a female when you study her in terms of structure and body, having enough width, one that looks like someday when you turn her out on whatever kind of range pasture you're on, she's going to have some survivability and just still be there in the end. And so a lot of real functional females. Let's give them a big round of applause and we'll select your division winner.
Selected as your senior heifer calf champion in our ROV show is entry 207 DDA Northern Miss 1548, shown by Haley Boyd, Waynesville, Illinois. Congratulations, Haley. And your reserve in this division is entry 161 Dameron Princess 5218, shown by Jack Dameron, Towanda, Illinois. Congratulations to both Haley and to Jack. Angus exhibitors, let's bring Class 52 summer yearling females into the ring, please. Class 52 is in the ring.
I think a fairly straightforward February bull class we have here in the Blaze Face that we use to win, I think just in about every regard, is the one that'll make just the most functional kind of cattle, and one that's sound and correct underneath. His foot shape's right, one that's bold and easy fleshing about his center body. I think gives you a well-balanced look from the side. Looks like a good beef bull about his head. He's got some stoutness of feature up there. I wish he was maybe just a touch more shapely when you get right in on top of him, but I still think he's got plenty of mass, and one that just gives you an easy fleshing look from the side. I think should make some great daughters to put back into production in terms of his feet and legs and fleshing ability. I think that one's awfully nice, and he does a great job getting that one shown. The bull that comes next, and I think here's the pair that you got to discuss back and forth. The one that comes in second, quite a bit more rugged in terms of his overall makeup. I like that one's stoutness of feature about his head, his foot size, his power when you step around and behind him. I think he's quite a bit bolder right there through his center body, and still has the added depth advantage back through his rear rib and flank. What allows him to win is he still gets out and goes more comfortably off his rear too. I do wish that one was just a bit smoother in the way his shoulder lays on his skeleton. Maybe like to see him neater in terms of his joint work about his hock, but I still think a powerful beef bull there. It's large in terms of scrotal circumference, should make some good fed cattle down the road. The bull that closes this class gives you a neat look from the side. I really like this one's face paint. I told Ryan that earlier. I'm kind of a sucker for some crazy face paint. One that I think gives you a neat look up through his head and neck. I think balanced and long and level down his top line. For one that gives up just a bit more mass, we wish he was just more comfortable in terms of his lower joints, and that's why he goes third today. But I still think a high quality bull, when you study him from the side, has a great future ahead of him.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 39 in our Sim Angus show is entry 248, Dotson United D003, shown by Dotson Cattle Company, Versailles, Kentucky. Second, entry 253, Silverstone Frontier, shown by Silverstone Simmentals, Crawfordsville, Indiana. And third is entry 254, shown by Southern Jewel Cattle Company, Victoria, Texas. Entering the ring now is Class 40. Class 40 is in the ring. After this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion bulls. Sim Angus breeders, I need classes 43, 44, 47, 48 to the makeup ring, please. 43, 44, 47, and 48 to the makeup ring, please.
On the Angus side, a really nice pair of these August heifers. I think our class winner, though, she kind of follows what we've been doing all day. I think she's really feminine, productive, kind of into our wheelhouse when we start talking about getting the right size, the right body type, and the right condition on these cattle. And she's one that I think just kind of fits right into that mold for us. She's not going to be as stout and powerful as what we have in this second place heifer. You got to really give this young lady a lot of credit. You want a lot of performance. You want to put some weight per day of age and some power into your cattle. This is a female you're really going to be drawn to. For us today, we just like to maybe change her a little bit when we start looking at her and comparing her to the front end structure on that other heifer. Like to just change that about her, make her a little more feminine, a little more attractive made, but we're sure not going to discount that body and rib shape. Could make her a tick more flexible maybe on the move, but still a lot of good in these females. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 52 is entry 215, Dameron Northern Miss 5195, shown by Kaylee Rumbold, Wyanett, Illinois. And second, entry 214, Maple Crest Valley 5130, shown by Ellie Kidwell, Wahondig, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 53, Summer Yearling Females, Class 53. Angus exhibitors, we need Class 54, 55, and 58. Let's start bringing those Class 58 females to the makeup ring, please. But we need Classes 54 and 55 and 58 to the makeup ring, please.
Well, a really good set of 4 bulls here in this January class to share what we think. This bull that starts is Calving Ease Deluxe. When you look at his pedigree, he's as strong as any bull that we've seen in the show so far. I think his API is up there in the top 7% of the breed's registration base. This bull, has that same silhouette and physique about him in terms of reading with a smooth pattern look from a 3/4 shot. Blade lays in there great. His neck and head are masculine, but yet, reads with maybe some calving ease. He's super sound and agile in his feet and leg structure. A bull that's just very correctly patterned and correctly made. He's not a powerhouse, but I don't necessarily think he's by any means narrow, and he's certainly not frail. The bull's awfully rugged at the ground. The bull that's in second, I think phenotypically rivals him. He's just got a question mark in regards to his calving ease. On paper, the bull's significantly harder made there in terms of his calving ease figure. The bull in front of him actually doubles him up in the API index. This bull right here, though, is really rugged, good-footed, good testicle, big rib, certainly a rugged masculine potential sire that is really going to add a lot in terms of just his overall basic build. The red bull that comes next, I think he's got a lot of quality about him. This bull is got a pretty nice turn down his top and over his loin edge. Bull's really expressive out of his upper hip, and he's absolutely huge in terms of his testicular size for a January bull. Run into some issues with him in terms of just structure from our vantage point. Not terrible, but a bull that we like to see just a little more flexible in terms of how he handles himself off both ends of his skeleton. Hook him in probably a little smoother there in terms of his forerib to blade. Then we've got the bull in the end that's just an absolute meatball. This guy is just loaded with muscle, maybe to the point where for my taste personally he's just a little round. He's a little too low to the ground perhaps, but a bull that is really chunky and wide open all the way through. Just need a little bit more stretch to his overall skeleton.
Really a nice class of heifers, and I think really an outstanding pair here on the top of this class. The heifer that we're going to use to lead off, one that's got tremendous internal dimension. She's got a lot of depth and width to her as you study her down her top. Got some width through her pins. I think a heifer that's genuine in her muscle shape, heifer that balances up and gives you a good look from the side. I think a nice place to start off. Young lady's heifer in second, I think pushes on her pretty hard in terms of just being a real functional kind of an Angus female. I love the refinement about her head and up and through her front end, probably a little more of a head shape that I prefer. I think a female that balances very well, really good in her type and kind, and really a lot of quality in that female right there that comes out. Maybe just not quite the overall width of the heifer that wins, and maybe just gets a tick tight in that loin, but I think a nice pair there at the front end. Heifer that comes in third is really a big stout power female. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder blade as we ask her to go. Maybe doesn't sit back there and reach and flex quite as well, but I think really a nice heifer there in terms of muscle and dimension. Heifer that comes in next is one that probably gets a little harder in her rib shape and just gives us a little harder look from the internal side. We just like to widen her up and all the way through. Young man's heifer going to come out next is one that probably for Dad and I just a nickel out on size for us, but we'll leave that up to others to decide what works for them. But I think one that's got a lot of power and dimension, a lot of good in that heifer. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placings in our Sim Angus Class 40 January bulls. First goes to entry 261, CMFM Durango 36WD, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Second, entry 258, RWA Distinction, shown by Riney Way Acres and Smith Family Farm, Merrill, Wisconsin. Third, entry 262, shown by Grass Lunning Simmentals, Leroy, Minnesota. And fourth, entry 263, shown by Southern Bell Cattle Company and Kaiser Simmentals, Horse Cave, Kentucky. We now are selecting our Division II champion Sim Angus bull.
Thanks, Kent. And I think when we come back out here for our second division, a pair of bulls that are just sound and comfortable underneath, and that's certainly what we're striving for here as we work through the bull show. The one out of that first class, one that I think, as I talked earlier, should make some easy flesh and low input females. Sound and comfortable off of both ends, got plenty of depth of body. As you study him from the side, I think still gives you a balanced look. When you step around and behind him, I do wish that one was a bit more opened up right there out of the back side of his shoulder and stouting him up in his pin set. Along with that, he does kind of play out a bit more down through his lower quarter and stifle. I think he's got enough certainly to go out and breed plenty of cows, and as I said there earlier, I think should make some great replacements, but just from a comparative standpoint, that's kind of what we saw. The bull out of that second class, again, I think got a lot of utility in the way he's built at the surface. He's bigger footed, square in terms of his toe spread, one that gives you a great look from the profile. He too isn't the absolute stoutest one in the world. I do think his is a bit more due to immaturity. I think he's still got plenty of width and squareness up high. I think that one still has plenty of power to the top side of his skeleton, gives you a great look from the side, an outlier on paper. He's going to be your champion in this particular division. As we pull that Baldy back out here for reserve, one that we talked there earlier, just stoutness of feature and overall power actually is one that I think can work up over the bull that we just used when he just studies sheer stoutness. Still got a great look from the side. I think he's sound and comfortable off his rear too. One that I think could be laid in just a touch neater at the point of his shoulder, and as we talked earlier, maybe just a question mark in terms of calving ease, but I still think one that gives you a great look, ton of quality. He's going to be your reserve in this particular division.
Is that a circle under?
Selected as your Division II champion female is entry 261 CMFM Durango 36 WD, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. And your reserve Division II champion bull is entry 258 RWA Distinction, shown by Riney Way Acres and Smith Family Farm, Merrill, Wisconsin. Congratulations. Class placings in your ROV female show in Class 53. First goes to entry 219 PVF Missy 5216, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Campbellsville, Kentucky. Second, entry 224 SNR Entella J549, shown by Samuel Paul Henderson, East Troy, Wisconsin. Third, entry 218, shown by Lydia Dance, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth, entry 222, shown by Carter Lampy, Bowling Green, Ohio. And fifth, entry 220, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Placings in that class were 3, 1, 5, 4, and 2. In our ring now is Class 54 Summer Yearling Angus females. Class 54 Summer Yearling females are in the ring. Angus exhibitors, I need Class 55, 58, and 59 to the makeup ring, please.
November 3rd bull right here, a bull that, on paper reads pretty solid across the board. Maybe not just the most extreme in his growth categories, but on foot, here's a long-bodied, big, shapely top bull that's got a lot of muscle expression to him. A bull that's got a lot of length and yet still, I think, ties it together for his age and the right type of frame score. He's really masculine about his front features. A bull that, if we could upgrade him anywhere, maybe pull his pin bone up and back just a little in terms of length, and maybe give him a shot more of freedom when we get him out of motion. But collectively, bull's plenty adequate in his structure. He's got a ton of shape and length. A lot of things I like about this bull.
Single entry in Class 43, entry 265, FSCI Mr. Loaded Up C585, shown by Ferguson Show Cattle, Chardon, Ohio. Entering our ring now is Class 44, Class 44 senior bull calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion bull. Sim Angus breeders displaying Class 47, 48, 51, and 54 to the makeup ring if you haven't already done so. Classes 47, 48, 51, and 54 to the makeup ring, please.
Really good class of these females. I think we've got, 5 of these June heifers in here, and there's a lot of good. There's good heifers clear to the tail end of the thing. The heifer that wins the class, so I think she's by far for us. She really struck us pretty hard when she got in here, and I'll have to pick a little bit on our showman. There's times when he'll let her kind of drop, and she just doesn't want to look as good as she can, because when he lets go of her and she takes off, she can do a lot on her own. But she is big ribbed, big top, plenty of width, plenty of dimension. A female that we really like her. You get her out on the move, you track her around the ring. There's just a lot of good in this cow, and I think her advantage when we compare to our heifer coming in second, extra bit of sweep and dimension in our class winner. When we look at these cattle and we compare them from the profile and rib shape, this is a really neat looking heifer. When she stops and puts her head up, she really pulls herself together. It's as attractive made as any of them. Just don't have as much cow there, I think, is what we have in our class winner. Following the female that we'd like to just make a tick more flexible, we'd like to change her up, point of her shoulder down to the ground, make her a little more flexible and get her to just free up a little bit when we get her out on the move. And then we come with a female that I think there's a lot of good here. We don't have as much width and dimension when we stand behind her. When we compare her to the 3 heifers above her, she narrows down, wants to get a little narrow out on the move and not give us that real width and dimension that we have in our class winner. And then we follow again with a female that put her out here, get her to kind of stop and stand, and she's really pretty good to look at. You appreciate the profile and the look she has, get her on the move, and then she wants to get straight up in that shoulder, not quite as flexible and sound as we'd like for them to be, but good set of females. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first in Class 54 summer yearling females is entry 227, EXAR Winnie 5794, sewn by Sydney Schnorr, Chowtilla, California. Second, entry 225, Dameron C5 Elsa 1519, shown by Ella Brooks, Prophetstown, Illinois. Third, entry 228, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Fourth, entry 226, shown by Alyssa Friesian, Arnett, Oklahoma. And fifth, entry 232, shown by Paige Piney, Hastings, Minnesota. Placings in that class were 2, 4, 1, 3. Entry 230 was out, and entry 232 was fifth. Entering the ring now, Class 55 late spring yearling females.
I think you really turn up the heat here in this pair of bulls that we have, and certainly have their strengths both on paper and on foot. It's kind of personal preference. We elected to go with the blaze face bull here, one that we thought was just a bit more mature and I think bold right there in his forerib. He's quite a bit deeper and bolder right there through his center body and fuller back through his rear rib and flank. And then when you step around and behind him, I think one that just opens up with a bit more mass right there in his pin set and center stifle. Gets out and goes very comfortably off of both ends, give you a great look from the profile, and he's the calving bull in this particular class that I think is going to go out and make some awesome females. The bull that comes next, one that I think could make some pretty impressive bulls, and then I think his terminal cattle will have a lot of value when you read them on paper. On foot, one that I think gives you a really cool look up through his head and neck. Neat in terms of the way it lays on his skeleton. He's good in terms of his shoulder. One that I actually prefer in terms of his hip and hind leg, about his levelness and stoutness of feature at the surface. When you study him compared back to our class winner, one that we'd like to see more opened up in his forerib, deeper right there in his heart, and I think just a bit further along in terms of his center body and how he feeds back through his rear rib and flank. Again, a great pair of bulls there. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 44. Senior Bull Calves is entry 266. GSC Sagahatchee 161C, shown by Gritty Show Cattle, West Point, Iowa. Second, entry 268, MRCCF Common Courtesy, shown by Stephen Cooper, Jefferson, Georgia. We now will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion bull. Following this class 55 in our Angus show, we will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion. Following this class, we will be selecting our division champion.
Well, here in our fall division, that lead bull there is a single entry. The mott-faced bull is one that you like in terms of expression and muscle shape, boldness of body. He maybe rocks forward a shot more in his knee set and his shoulder design, but certainly a bull's got a lot of pluses to him. Then that other class here, we had a nice pair of bulls. Nick and I are both highly impressed with both of these cattle. As you said, you know, just opposing strengths in terms of how you want to use them and place them in your program and the jobs that you need them to sign up for. This bull that we used, I like this combination of calving ease and his pedigree to be a bull that's just built heavy duty and tough in his skeleton and stout in his kind. He's going to be our champion in this group, and the bull with a lot of grow here that's built so well is going to be our reserve.
Selected as your Division III champion bull is entry 266, GSC Sagahatchee 163C, shown by Gritty Show Cattle, West Point, Iowa, and the reserve Division III bull is entry 268, MRCCF Common Courtesy, shown by Stephen Cooper, Jefferson, Georgia. Congratulations. Sim Angus breeders, let's bring class 47. Class 47, May and April bull, yearling bulls into the ring, please. Class 47, May and April bulls into the ring, please. Once again, for those of you that have not experienced the Saddle and Sirloin Club, this is the first year that it has been open to the public. You do not have to buy a membership to be able to get into the Saddle and Sirloin. I encourage each of you to go up and dine there. There's lunch and dinner each day, and we'd like to see you all up there to use that facility. Great place to have. It's a great opportunity. It's right behind me on the upper ring of Freedom Hall.
Really an outstanding class here in Summers. Young ladies heifer we're going to use to lead off is one that's just real functional in her type and kind. You love her body shape. You love the way she gets out and goes. Heifer that what she does want to do is walk, and she walks in when she goes. That's where you appreciate her. Balances up, I think, compared to the next two, just outclasses them a little bit from a balance and phenotype standpoint, and just in terms of femininity and look up through that head and neck. The young lady heifer that comes in second, it's just a brood cow in the making here. I love the body and mass that this heifer has. And then when you study her in her own right, she's a heifer that you say, wow, that's a really high quality individual that merits a lot of consideration. Unfortunately for her, she's in here with that heifer that just is a little more up fronted, a little straighter and truer, and just a little more. But I think a heifer that I love the cow power and broodiness of that female in second. The one in third is balanced up well, comes in a matching size and package of the two that precede her. Just don't see quite the center power that we do in the heifer that precedes her, but really the young lady does a nice job getting her presented out here. A heifer that you study her is just a really high quality functional kind of an Angus female. Then we get into a trio of heifers that got a little more frame size than what maybe we would prefer. Nothing against these heifers. One here, just a powerhouse, big and stout and powerful in the way she's put together. One that probably gets a little out there in terms of for where we were looking at, but I just love the way she comes with all the mass and dimension that female brings to the table. Next heifer in line maybe just gets a little out in her front end when she walks. I'd like to square her up in through there just a little bit, see her move just a little stronger and truer. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of center body depth compared to the heifer precedes her. The heifer that comes next gets a little shorter and coarser up in her neck, just a little more, maybe just a little plain up there is how I guess the best way to use the term to say, but a little extra condition on that female as well. Starting to get a little chest in this next heifer down there. Like to clean her up there just a bit. I think a heifer, though, that you appreciate her, the center body dimension that she has and the natural width. The young lady heifer coming out next is one, as you view her, just a real functional kind of an Angus female that maybe doesn't balance up as well. We've got a heifer here that just gets a little narrower underneath. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Over here on the percentage Simmental side, here in the April-May division, or April-May class, I think the bull that wins, when you study him on paper, here's the calving ease bull that still visually has a lot of power built into him. When you get up high, I think he feeds back true out of the backside of his shoulder. He's big over his loin, stout pin, got a lot of dimension when you step right in behind him. Still from the side, one that's moderate and easy keeping in his kind. Maybe could get out and go just a touch more confidently off of both ends, but I still think his angles read fairly correct. If you set that one back in his shoulder just a touch, I think he's awfully nice in the way that he puts some neat things together as far as calving ease and power when you step right in behind him. The bull that comes next has some awfully impressive marbling genetics built into his pedigree, and one that I think when you study him visually, here's the high-performing bull, one that's longer, more extended from the side. I think that he's got a nice hip and hind leg built into him in terms of comfort and stoutness at the surface. One that up front we'd just like to see built better, set back and smoother in the angle to his shoulder, and see him square in the way he sets down in his front skeleton. Allow that one to just be a touch deeper and fuller right there in his forerib. And the bull that closes, I think one that gives you a neat look up through his head and neck, long and extended from the side. I don't think falls out of bed on paper or on foot in terms of structure. Just like to see that one bolder right there in his forerib, deeper right there through his center body, and just a bit smoother in how he carries his top line. But a nice class there. Let's give all those exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, Nick. Placing first in Class 47 in our Sim Angus show is entry 271, HC Steel Legend 36C, shown by Hicks Cattle Company, Covington, Indiana. Second, entry 270, H&S Gin and Juice, shown by H&S Farms, Baltimore, Ohio. And third is entry 287, shown by Will Watts, Wesson, Mississippi. Entering the ring now is Class 48, January and February yearling bulls. Results in our ROV Angus female show from Class 55. First goes to entry 236, Seldom Rest Sandy 5086, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Second, entry 250, Kingsway Miss Molly 342, shown by Katie Story, Clyde, Ohio. Third, entry 247, shown by Keegan Cassidy, Normal, Illinois. Fourth, entry 245, shown by Colton Lorenz, Woodville, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 240, shown by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 237, shown by Brandon Hickey, Mount Pulaski, Illinois. Seventh, entry 248, shown by Enright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario, and Cherry Knoll Farm, West Grove, Pennsylvania. Eighth, entry 249, shown by Callie Flanders, Buffalo, Kentucky. And ninth, entry 235, shown by Maddie Tebby, Pocahontas, Illinois. Placings in that class are 9, 1, 6, 5. Entry 242 and 243 were out. Then 4, entry 246 is out. 3, 7, 8, and 2. We now are selecting our champion and reserve champion intermediate Angus females in our ROV show. The American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. Please come to the backdrop for your awards and photos when you are announced. Your 2015-2016 Reserve Intermediate Champion Female of the Year, we have a tie, is EXAR Forever Lady 4849, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana, and KAF Century Missy 164, shown by Maddie Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Congratulations.
Well, this is a outstanding division. We talked about it earlier in the day, how this thing just keeps getting better and better, and I think we've reached some older females that are really starting to show us a tremendous amount of cow power. These are big-bodied, functional, really productive appearing females, and so then it gets down to Cody and I stand back and we'll nitpick every one of them. We find a spot in every one of them we don't like. But then we realize that how good they are and that you just can't find the bad things. You got to find the good qualities in these cattle, and there's a tremendous amount of good in all 4 of these heifers, plus a heifer standing on the other side of the ring. It's been a pleasure to sort through this division. Cody's going to pick our champions. Give all these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Hold on just a second. Selected as your intermediate heifer calf champion is entry 236, Seldom Rest Sandy 5086, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations. And your reserve is entry 227, EXAR Winnie 5794, also shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Doc.
Well, a really good pair of bulls here. Both of them have been 50K'd, and their values read pretty competitive across the board and pretty nice and balanced. This bull that wins, for a big bull that's masculine, he's got a pretty whippy look up through his front end. It'd be hard to see a bull that probably carries his neck much neater and cooler out of his skeleton than what that bull does there. He combos that with a huge hip when you move him behind the cattle. He's got a good turn down his top. top, well endowed underneath. If I could change him up, I just bust him open through the base of his heart and maybe just see him a little more pliable in his top line and his joint work from behind, but that's an awfully interesting creature. The bull we got here in seconds got a ton of muscle shape wrapped over his frame, over his rib and loin. He's impressive to the center of his stifle. Same story. This bull as well has got a nice look about him. He's maybe a touch rounder in terms of how his hip and rump structure's put together. Maybe just a nickel shallower bodied just in the big scheme of things, but I love his rib shape. Bull that's certainly got a lot of performance and length, a lot of breeding value in that beast right there.
Placing first in Class 48, Sim Angus Bulls is entry 277. HPF Hill Uprising C104, shown by B&K Farms and Woodlawn Farms, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Second, entry 273, SS Blackout, shown by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion bull. Angus exhibitors. Class 58 is in the ring. We need all entries for classes 59, 60, and to start bringing up 61 to the makeup ready, please. Class 58 is in the ring. Please be bringing classes 59, 60, and 61 to the makeup area, please. Thank you.
Back out here in the bull show on the Sim Angus side, Division 4, and I think 4 bulls that all certainly have some pieces that would bring some value to every operation. As we talked here between our 2 DNA verified class winners, I think the one that wins out of that first class, moderate in his type and kind, easy feeding right there through his center body, I still think gives you a well-balanced look from the side. His angles read adequate on the stand. When set in motion, he just gets a bit tighter off of both ends. One that we'd like to see laid back and smoother at the point of his shoulder, but I still think gives you a balanced look. His angles read correct on the stand, and I think has a neat combination of calving ease and still having plenty of power that he brings to the table. I think that one's awfully nice for that young man. The bull out of that second class, one that I think brings some pretty cool pieces to the table. As Ryan talked to earlier, where his neck sits on the top side of his shoulder and how cool he is about his head and throat latch for being a mature bull that's still stout featured is awfully cool. Still got a good sweep right there through his center body and back through his rear and flank. Got an attractive hip and hind leg, and I still think very correct in terms of his angles. One that we'd like to see opened up right there in his forerib shot. Now he's starting to become a bit more comfortable out here. Earlier he was just a bit tighter in the way he moves, but I still think very correct in terms of his feet and legs. That bull right there is going to be your champion in this division. Let's give him a round of applause.
Selected as your Division 4 champion Sim Angus bull is entry 277, HPF Hill Uprising C104, shown by B&K Farms and Woodlawn Farms, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Congratulations.
As we pull that second back out here, I think when you step right in behind him, one that you really got to appreciate for his additional shape to the top side of his skeleton. He's bold right there through his center body, and no one questions this one's stoutness of feature. We just like to see him deeper right there through his center body relative to his additional frame and see him reconstructed in terms of his shoulder and knee and allow that one to just get out and go a touch better. The bull out of that first class is going to be a reserve in this division. Let's give him a round of applause.
And selected as your reserve champion Division 4 bull is entry 271, HC Steel Legend 36C, shown by Hicks Cattle Company, Covington, Indiana. Congratulations. Sim Angus breeders, let's bring in our Class 51. Class 51. These will be the only two bulls in this division, so these two bulls will serve as your champion in reserve.
Well, as we start in here to our junior yearling division, you know that things are going to get pretty heated here pretty fast, and really a nice pair of heifers here at the front end. I think a close decision. Dad and I sided with what probably we would have at home. One that's just a little softer, a little bigger bodied, a little thicker. One that's got a little more substance and mass to her. I think a female, as you study her, just comes together with just a little more power there from nose to tail. Heifer that comes in seconds, a little more refined about her head and neck, laid in smoother at her shoulder. Definitely one that's got a little more angularity up in her front end. She probably just gives up a little too much dimension for us today, but certainly a high quality female that's well balanced and has a tremendous future ahead of her. Heifer that comes in third probably gets a little weak in her hock and down at her pasture, and we just like to square up there just a little bit, but still has the look of a breeding female about her head and the dimension that she has. We just like to square her down at the ground. Heifer that comes next, ultra big bodied and powerful, one that just gets a little extra condition for us, a little shorter up front, down in through her chest floor, maybe not quite as refined about her head and neck as opposed to the heifers that are going to be in front of her. Heifer that comes out next is one that gets a little coarser in her head and her shoulder. Maybe you want to see her reach and flex a little better, but tremendously big bodied and powerful in width from hooks to pins and down at the ground. Heifer that comes in next, the exhibitor there that's got the heifer that's a little straighter in her shoulder, maybe doesn't quite get out and flex like we'd like, but certainly a good kind of female. Heifer that's going to round out the class. Another one of those real functional Angus females. It's got some body shape and some real quality about her, just maybe doesn't quite reach and hit the ground square and true off those hind legs as we'd like to see, but let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, a pair of nice bulls here to wrap up our show before we get to the drive. The streak-faced bull right here, obviously absolutely a beast when we got the cattle just standing still. For a big mature bull, he's a bull that has just an incredible amount of balance to have this type of power all the way through his skeleton. I love how tight sheep this bull is relative to his body cavity and how soggy made he is. Just got a ton of dimension when he's stepping behind him. His joints are pretty clean for a big heavyweight bull. Foot quality-wise, he's adequate. I could probably square him up a little bit more on the outside of his outside toes here from behind, but the bull's, he's getting loosened up. He's starting to move a little better. Don't question this bull's functionality in terms of angles of his skeleton. Standing there, when you read him as well, he's a bull that, from a genetic profile standpoint, reads plenty balanced and will have a lot of flexibility in terms of how you can mate him. The bull we got here in second, taking nothing away from that bull, he just gets a little out-horsed here relative to the leadoff bull. This bull is a little more moderate in his size. He's real level top. Love the shape over his rib and loin, the way he carries in the backside of his blade's pretty darn impressive. Bull's just really square pinned. He's stout and rugged in terms of his structure and got a nice look about him. Probably maybe just not quite as much mass right to the center of his body and flank as that lead bull, and it could rock him back just a shot in terms of the angle of his hock, but another really nice one. Pair of awfully good breeding bulls.
Thank you, Ryan. Placing first and selected as our Division 5 Sim Angus bull is going to be entry 278, KRMS primary candidate, shown by Prestige Cattle Company, Bauer, Twisted Nickel, and Francis Cattle Company, Paola, Kansas. Second in our reserve Division 5 bull is entry 283, TWCC Little Victories, B15, shown by TW Cattle Company, Paris, Kentucky. Our final entry of the day is a single entry in our Division 6. He will be our Division 6 bull. Is entry 279, GLS Breakout, B56, shown by Harker Simmentals, Hope, Indiana. For those of you watching our ROV Angus show, results from Class 58. First entry 252, 4WA Mayflower 532, shown by Grace Stolp, Oronico, Minnesota. Second entry 260, Dameron Lucy 5119, shown by Callie Rumbold, Wyanett, Illinois. Third entry 255, shown by Brady Schnelton, Carrollton, Illinois. Fourth entry 258, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Fifth entry 261, shown by Hayden Weaver, Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Sixth entry 253, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. And seventh entry 263, shown by Austin Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Placings in that class, entry 251 was out, then it was 1, 6, 3, 4, 2, 5, and 7. In the ring now is Class 59. Class 59 Angus females. Please bring Class 60, 61 to the makeup area, please. Classes 60 and 61 to the makeup area immediately.
Single entry here to close out the bull show, but I think one that can withstand a lot of competition. The Baldy here, the gentleman said that he's been covering cows all summer, and I think it's kept him in really good shape. One that I think gets out and goes very adequately off of both ends of his skeleton. Huge-footed. I like the way this one's built underneath, and then you study him from the side. I still think gives you a very balanced look in terms of a profile. Maybe you could see him just a touch neater about his head, but that's a big bull that gives you a well-balanced look and very impressive when you step around and behind him in terms of the true width and dimension that he carries to the top side of his skeleton for moving as well as he does. I think that bull's awfully nice and should be fun to see back out here with all the rest of them.
Once again, our single entry will be our Division 6 champion bull, entry 279 GLS Breakout B56, shown by Harker Simmentals, Hope, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Sim Angus Bull. If I could have your attention, please. Would Hudson Pine Farms and Hillbrand Simmentals, would a representative from those two firms please come to the announcer's desk? We have a presentation. Angus exhibitors, please bring classes 61 and 64 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 61 and 64 to the makeup ring, please.
Got 269 Chicago.
Oh, Cameron had reserve tire here.
Yeah, that's it though, right?
Folks, let's put our hands together, congratulate our bull exhibitors out here, if you don't mind. Make a little noise for them. We didn't have a huge show. We've got an awfully nice offering. There's a lot of cattle out here that, in my own opinion, have an extraordinary amount of value. And again, my comments would be, as you kind of look across the lineup, we maybe don't have any two bulls that are exactly the same. We've got a lot of bulls that phenotypically are awfully good, but have different strongholds, different places in terms of use on heifers, use on cows, fixing certain parts, progressing certain pieces. It's an awfully interesting and entertaining lineup, in my own opinion, and across the board genetically, we've got some cattle in a position to be used quite a bit. I don't think we have any major stones we can throw at them in terms of calving ease for the most part throughout the group, and some cattle that really take some things to the next level. To highlight a few things, I don't think this is necessarily a straightforward selection, and so I will take the time maybe to discuss the cattle just briefly. The first bull there out of that first group, nice sound bull, obviously maybe a little outpowered right now, but a good correctly made bull. It's going to have some value to him. This bull that's second in the lineup's in consideration for Nick and I. A bull that, if you study his numbers, is as good as any in terms of his API today, and his calving ease is just brilliant. A bull that's going to have an immense amount of utility in terms of where his place is. He's super sound and he's good in his shape in terms of shoulder design. The bull's very correctly balanced. He's by no means a powerhouse, but he's very stout-featured and rugged in his makeup from the side. I just bust him open a little bit more to maybe his center stifle and right in behind his shoulder in terms of his center forerib. But in terms of correctness and kind, I think that bull's going to have as much use as any of the cattle out here. The next bull, the strip-face bull there, one that he's going to be a little more modern. You know, he reads just a little shorter in his face, a little shorter in terms of his pin bone, but he's pretty chunky just from end to end. This guy is square-made and he's wide open and he's muscular. A bull that should sire some really just chunky cattle that are going to really be tough and easy fleshing. I like that bull well. I'd maybe stretch him just a nickel in terms of his stride, and I think that kind of reads the same, maybe just a shot in terms of his neck length and his rump length. Then the next bull out here, the slick-haired bull, that bull there, I appreciate him not being too fat. That bull is in terms of pieces, when I made that comment a second ago, if you need to clean a front end up and set a pin bone on the outer edges of their skeleton, there's none better than this guy right here. He's pretty wild in those pieces. In terms of correctness of structure standing there, certainly like that bull real well. When we move him, we got to get a little critical of him being just a little tighter in his center spine and just needing to handle his hock maybe just a little better. With that coolness of front end that he's got, he may be just a little bit harder and maybe in terms of his natural fleshing ability as I read him through the base of his heart. Then this next bull here, got a little cover on him, but this bull's awfully good. In terms of building them all the way through their skeleton with a big wide open round center cavity that still fits together pretty darn good in terms of blade shape. This bull is really unique in my own opinion in those pieces. Bull reads really sound and functional in terms of angles of his skeleton from the side of the cattle. I get a little critical of his hoof shape, but you know, I know when these bulls are being pushed as hard as they are, some of that's a bit environmental. I'd probably square him up just a nickel in his pin set would be my major complaint on him. But man, that bull is really balanced. He's tight sheath. He's got a world beater good center skeleton to him. This bull out of the last group, a bull that really, I love his skeleton. He's so rugged and heavy duty in terms of his bone. He can travel for a big heavyweight bull. He could cover some big pastures in as athletic as this critter is. He's a bull that's really expressive and shapely muscle-wise and long-bodied. A bull that's pretty tight in his sheath there and correct, obviously, in terms of testicular size and shape. He's a bull that I guess if we're going to change him anywhere, I'm going to give him a pass on his forerib and heart because I know he's been working. In terms of where I just change him skeletal, I'd probably pick his pin bone up and square him up a shot from his hook bone back if I could just upgrade him. Maybe spread his rear feet out just a shot in terms of his toe set, but in terms of outer hoof shape, in terms of his sidewall, he's pretty good. So again, every bull in this lineup's in contention for us. So Nick and I are going to ruminate on it just a little bit more, talk about it, and as we do that and select your champion, let's put our hands again together and congratulate our breeders out here.
On the Angus side, Cody and I, this has been the deepest, stoutest set of females we've had come through the ring. There's not a female in here that just finds her way easily into any position in this class, especially when we start having to put some down lower, because these are good cattle. These are really good females all the way through. The heifer that wins the class, I think when you really analyze this heifer and look at it from a body mass standpoint, just how much true dimension she brings to the ring, and along with it, she's got a little extra look to her. She is a little neater made, especially when we compare to the two heifers standing right below her. She's a little more extended. Her head comes up out of her shoulders. Her neck comes up out of there. She gets herself off. She's a female that does a lot of good things and still carries herself with a lot of grace when we put her on the move around the ring. Females that are close. This second and third heifer is a close pair for us. For me, I guess I feel like this heifer in second. I appreciate her a little better from point of her shoulder up through her neck. I like her. She's a little more like our class winner. She's just a little more attractive made there. These are big-bodied, sound, functional females. Heifer in third, again, is a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape. She's got plenty of dimension. They're good on the move. They're females that are sound when they hit the ground. You know, they're heifers that just have a lot of dimension from one end to the other and still fluid and attractive. As we come with our fourth place female, probably a heifer that's a little more refined when we compare to the three heifers that stand above her. Not quite that extra mass and dimension that we have in those heifers that lead out ahead of her, but still, you're really attractive, good doing female. Another big-bodied, massive in their center portion of their body, and still good cows, still functional and sound. And you know, it's not to be repetitious, but as we work our way through here, you can talk these cattle about the same all the way through. It gets down to the fine points of maybe just getting a little sounder structurally, getting them a little better right down at the ground to get them to move for us just a little sounder if we're going to get them any farther up. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Selected as your grand champion, Sim Angus bull, is entry 278, KRMS primary candidate, shown by Prestige Cattle Company, Bauer, Francis, and Twisted Nickel Cattle Company, Paola, Kansas. Congratulations.
We were just going to pick our reserve, but I did want to make a comment, and I do this mainly because those of y'all that are back here in the stands, you're reading pedigrees, trying to figure out what kind of genetics you want to use, or you know, and perhaps they're standing out here in their physical form today. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of things still yet. This decision for Nick and I gets really tight here as we selected both champion, but probably more so for reserve, to be honest about it. Between, I'll just say, between this big bull that's back here, for me, I like that guy quite a bit. He's just so rugged and athletic, and his skeleton gets maybe just a nickel PC. And then this bull that stands second and out of the in the lineup, that January bull there, that second division. And I guess when it comes right down to it, I mean, these bulls are crazy good. You can use whatever you want. Y'all can pick your favorites. But in terms of just looking at where their value is, that bull, for his calving ease and his pedigree, to have the push he's got in his genetics, is probably one of the best beasts that we look at here in either show, and he puts himself together right. I think that bull's going to get a lot of utility, and we like where he's going to go from here forward. So that bull here will be our reserve grand champion. Let's give this gentleman and all of our bull breeders here a nice round of applause. Excellent, excellent show.
And your reserve grand champion, Sim Angus bull, is entry 261. CMFM Durango 36WD, shown by Circle M Farms, Rockwall, Texas. Congratulations to you champions, and thank you again to Dr. Ryan Rathman and Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons for evaluating our Sim Angus cattle. We will see you guys here tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Cow-calf are first. Cow-calf pairs are first. Once again, could we get a representative from Hillbrand's Cattle Company and from Hudson Pines Farms down to the announcer stand? Here comes our Hillbrand's Cattle Company representatives. Congratulations. You are exhibitor of the show. Premier exhibitor is Hillbrand's Cattle Company. Congratulations. And Hudson Pines Farms is our premier breeder. Congratulations to both Hillbrand's Cattle Company and to Hudson Pines Farms. That concludes our Sim Angus show. See you all at 8 o'clock in the morning. Cow-calf class will be first. There you go.
what I've heard.
Keep my piercings up.
I got you booked up. Yeah, they want me there
Gelby exhibitors, I apologize for our tardiness, but we will begin your show shortly as soon as we get these pictures taken. Gelby exhibitors, let's be bringing down those first classes. Class 59 in our ROV Angus show. Results are first 274, BC2 Sandy 0215, shown by Evan Henning, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second, entry 265, Bergman Lady 1510, shown by Brady Clenworth, Walker, Iowa. Third, entry 268, shown by Madeline Bauer, Willard, Ohio. Fourth, entry 266, shown by Caroline Cowles, Rockfield, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 271, shown by Tyler Pinkerton, Liberty, Indiana. Sixth, .277, exhibited by Haley Conley, Plainfield, Ontario. Seventh, entry 276, shown by Caitlin Corsentino, Denham Springs, Louisiana. And eighth, entry 267, shown by Eric Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Placings in this class again were 2, 4, 8, 3. Entry 269 was out, then 5, 1, 7, and 6. In the ring now is Class 60. Class 60 Angus females.
Announcer Stan, can you announce that the Gelby Futurity will be first before the show, and they need to go on and bring those cattle down to the makeup ring, please?
Attention Gelby exhibitors, we will be doing your Gelby Futurity before the show, so let's bring those 7 head of Gelby Futurity animals to the makeup area so we can begin the Gelby Futurity, please. Hey, hi buddy. How you doing, squirrel? Huh? Angus exhibitors, please bring classes 64 and 65 to the makeup ring. Please bring classes 64 and 65 to the makeup ring, please. Thank you.
Interesting class of females, and Dad and I feel like this top pair is some trade-off in type and kind. The heifer that we're going to use to start off with, we think balances up a little better in terms of just the way she holds her top line and out through her hip. She's got a little more substance of bone and angle to her hock there. She's a female that's probably just a little more refined up in there through her front end. Plenty of shape. She gets a little lazy out here and kind of lumbers around, and sure we'd like to see her just really get out and rock around the ring. And but I think a heifer this probably fits in, just that body type and balance. The lady's heifer coming out in second is one that we like her structure and the way she reaches and goes. She's really long, and a female that's got some body shape to her. She starts to get a little plainer up in through her front end. She's a heifer that maybe wants to get a little rough in her top and kind of off in her pins just a touch. And boy, you know, when you get out here at this show, those are stupid things to be talking about, but when they're this close, that's where we sorted that pair. And so those two females are really high quality here at the front end. Young lady's heifer coming in next is one that we really like, her balance, her type and kind that she has. A moderate frame, kind of a female that's functional in her body. She's got a lot of shape to her. She gives up a little in performance out here, but just a real functional kind of a female to get out and track. Young man's heifer coming out next in the lineup's a heifer for us. Just gets a little flat from behind. We'd like to widen her out from her pins back. A heifer that gets a little straighter up in her shoulder. Like to see her move a little sounder there. The exhibitor's heifer coming next, a really attractive, refined fronted heifer. Maybe just needs more shape from behind down in through her lower pins and just widen her out all the way through. The heifer that comes next here, the young man's heifer, really a functional kind of a female. Maybe gives up in terms of balance, the way she holds her tail head in there, just like to lay her in there smoother. The exhibitor's heifer next in line, just a real functional kind of an Angus female that gets a little more refined, a little heavier up in through her front end, just like to sweeten her up there just a bit. Really like the moderate framed heifer here, gives up some performance, maybe gets a little extra condition underneath, but really has some depth of body and looks like an easy doing kind of a female. Get a little taller frame kind of a female that probably gets out of our range just a little bit, but you can't deny the power and performance that she has. And the heifer that comes in next is one that you look at her just to like to change her structure just a bit. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Placing first in Class 60 is entry 488, EXAR Forever Lady 2125. Second, entry 297, Gambles Georgina 3055, shown by Mary Oliver, Union City, Tennessee. Third, entry 285, shown by Victoria Gherkin, Cashin, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 293, shown by Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Fifth, entry 294, shown by Brandon Hillary, Wichita Falls, Texas. Sixth, entry 287, shown by Reed Shipman, Manhattan, Kansas. Seventh, entry 280, shown by Hannah Craig, Winchester, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 296, shown by Morgan Scalacci, Baker City, Oregon. And ninth, entry 303, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. 10th, entry 284, shown by Maddie Tebby, Pocahontas, Illinois. Placings in that class were 7, 10, 3, 6, 4, 5, 8, 1, 2, entry 298 is out, and 9. Entering the ring now is Class 61, Spring Yearling Females.
We could be doing that maturity right now if they're here.
Got a bunch of scratches.
It's only 7
Gelby Futurity entries. If you'd like to come into the ring and start your Gelby Futurity, feel free to. If you're here, let's do it. as we begin our Gelbvieh Futurity. The Breeder's Choice Gelbvieh Futurity Heifer Show was initiated to increase participation in the North American International Livestock Exposition Gelbvieh Show and Sale and to identify outstanding female genetics within the breed. The annual Futurity will be held in November each year during the North American Gelbvieh Show at Louisville. The Futurity winners will be selected by score balloting of the Futurity members present or their designated representative, not by the show judge. The owners of the top three placing heifers will receive cash prizes based on the Futurity membership and entry fees received, less all costs, expenses, and administrative fees. One Futurity member will be drawn as the recipient of the champion Futurity heifer. Each Futurity member, except the consignor of the winning heifer, will have one chance in the drawing. Members do not need to be present to win. Entries this year is Lot 1. Is BCFG Butler's Miss Dixie 283D. This is a March 4th daughter of BCFG Butler's Red Oak 908W, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms. Number 2 is CIRS 81YD, a February 26th daughter of DCSF Post-Rock Powerbuilt 37B8, shown by Circle S Ranch. Number 3 is RBLG B-Lick Destiny, a February 15th daughter of GGGE 3G Yukon 132Y, shown by Reynolds B. Lick. Number 4 is JENJ Miss JENJ 6050, a January 14th daughter of ALS Maverick 70T, shown by Genjo Farms. Number 5 is MMGG Gentle G Miss Chantilly 77D, a January 4th daughter of CCRO Carolina Leverage 3214A, shown by Mike Moore. 6 is PMFG Claire 504C, a October 6th daughter of CTR Highlight 066K, shown by Pleasant Meadows. And our final entry is entry 7, SLMG Millie 155C, a September 24th daughter of DVE Davidson Jackpot 74Z, exhibited by and consigned by Blue Well Farms.
Are you a member? No. Wished I was.
Another really good class of these junior yearlings. After the wins a class, I think she does it on soundness and movement. So much easier moving and tracking around the ring. She's really fluid. She lines her tracks out. She's square on the move. Big-bodied, big-ribbed, very maternal in her type. When we compare to our heifer standing second, a little more rib sweep, a little more dimension, a little more cow power, I think, in there. And I think then when you look at her and you get her out and track her and follow her around the ring and watch her walk, she's real sound and fluid. This heifer moved up because she is sounder, I think, than our third-place female. Probably gives up a little bit of true dimension when we compare her to maybe the heifer that came in behind her. But watch her track, watch her get around the ring. She's good from her shoulder down to the ground. She's good when we get behind her. She wants to fill her tracks, cover the ground. Female that's got a lot of good and still sound and functional. Big, rugged, powerful female that comes next. Really one that when we first saw her, we were really attracted to her because standing still, you really have to appreciate this female. Lots of bone, foot, power, dimension, big rib. A lot of things about her that we've seen earlier today that we really like. But man, we get her out and she really wants to struggle. She kind of lumbers. She kind of kicks out those back wheels. She comes in at her hocks. She works off her front end a little harder than we'd like for her to. Like to just make her a little more fluid. Another really good female that comes next. Probably starting to roll a little bit out of balance, getting a little deeper right down in the front of her chest floor. Throws her out of balance just a little bit. Not quite as powerful made as what we have standing above us, but still a good, sound, functional female. Again, follow with another heifer, very similar in kind. Lots of rib shape. Center portion of her body's as good as we can ask. Like to just change her when we get off on her front end. Same way, another big-bodied, really productive appearing female. We just need to make a few changes. We're going to get these heifers up any higher. But a good class, congratulations. Give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Thank you, Chris. Placing first. Placing first in Class 61 is entry 322, Conley Sandy, 5104, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second, entry 318, EXAR Winnie, 2235, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Third, entry 319, shown by Taylor Ray Duckett, New Liberty, Iowa. Fourth, entry 323, shown by Caitlin Taylor Tunstall, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Fifth, entry 314, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. And sixth, entry 311, shown by Dorothy Angus, Macomb, Illinois. We now are selecting our late junior yearling female in our ROV show. Angus exhibitors, I need Class 64 and 65 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 64, 65, 68, and 69. Let's bring all those Angus females to the makeup ring, please. We're getting down here to the short rows.
Performance, she's just going to probably be a little more power than what we want to see out here today. But good class. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out.
Nice single entry geldie female on this side of the arena. Really a female, a tremendous amount of power and dimension. I love her out through her hip, the way she carries that down into her stifle, into her rear leg. Big-footed, attractive, very feminine-fronted, nice udder. Got a 30-day-old bull calf. Just a tremendous individual that I think represents your breed very, very well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Charlie. Single entry in our Division 6 here will be our division champion, entry 22, B-Lick Brook, shown by Double Diamond Farm, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Class placings in Class 69 of our ROV and our senior yearling division. Champion female of the year is EXAR Envious Blackbird 7813.
The division.
Senior champion female will be entry 374. Silvera's Sarah's Dream 4540, shown by Case Wilson, Bowdoin, Georgia. Congratulations. And your reserve senior champion female will be entry 379, PVF Frontier Gal 4181, shown by Caden Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Congratulations. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Angus female for our ROV Angus show. Let's bring those divisions and reserve division champions back into the ring. In our Gelby ring, our judge, Mr. Charlie Boyd, is evaluating our Gelby females. We will be selecting our champion Gelby female. Once again, the American Angus Association is recognizing both the champion and reserve champion roll of victory winners. When you hear your name called, please come to the picture backdrop to pick up your awards and to get photos. The 2015-2016 Roll of Victory Reserve Show Heifer and Intermediate Champion Female of the Year is EXAR Frontier Gal 4865, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Your 2015-2016 Dam of the Year is CNC Princess 1142, shown by Callahan Cattle Company and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. Your reserve dam of the year is DAJS Sally 928, owned by Peyton Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Your 2015-2016 Dam of the Year in Embryo Transplant is Silvera's Sarah's Dream 1339, owned by Abigail Colburn and Silvera Brothers from Visalia, California and Fireball, California. And your reserve dam of the year in embryo transplant is Cherry Knoll Elsa 8014, owned by Shelby Stabler, Gathersburg, Maryland, and Cherry Knoll Farm, West Grove, Pennsylvania. Congratulations to all of these winners. The following awards were awarded on Monday, November 7th at the awards breakfast during the National Angus Convention in Indianapolis, Indiana. It is my pleasure to announce your Victory Show Bull of the Year, CNC Blue Ribbon 4010, shown by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. Your 2015-16 Roll of Victory Show Heifer of the Year is Champion Hill Georgina 8547, owned by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. And your 2015-2016 Roll of Victory Show Breeder of the Year is Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Let's put our hands together for all of these winners for the show season this last year. Okay.
On your Gelby side of the arena, really a nice lineup of females to choose from for your champion and reserve. Obviously not tremendously high in numbers, but extremely high in quality. A lot of good females with tremendous amount of volume and rib, very cow-like in their appearance. Obviously, when we get to this point, there's differences in terms of look and soundness and condition, but I think all in all, just an excellent lineup of females. All of you watching as Gelby breeders, you should be commended. It's a very maternal breed. Congratulations to you. At this time, we'll select you a champion in reserve. Thank you.
Selected as your grand champion Gelby female is entry 18, BCFG Skies Cali 282C, shown by Casey Martin, Oregon, Illinois. Congratulations, Casey. And your reserve grand champion, Gilby female, for this year's North American is entry 22, B. Lick Brook, shown by Double Diamond Farm, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Congratulations. Balancer females, we need all of our balancer females to the makeup ring, please. Please bring all of your balancer females to the makeup ring immediately. folks, as we get ready to select our champion Angus female. Once again, let's put our hands together for our judge, Chris Sankey from Council Grove, Kansas, and his son, Cody Sankey from Economy, Indiana, for their great evaluation of your Angus females today. Chris?
Thanks, Jake. We're not going to take much more time here. I know it's been a long day and people got a lot of things to do, but I want to express the gratitude that I have. You know, the opportunity to come to Louisville, judge with Cody, get a chance to judge the National Angus Show means a lot to us and our family. And I appreciate the American Angus Association Board of Directors, the committee, North American, for giving us that opportunity. You know, the North American is one of those icons in our industry that, you know, when it got started here, and I'll date myself a little bit, it's been almost 40 years ago when I had my first opportunity to come here. And I came at one time with the judging team, but I actually came before then. In the Angus business, had an opportunity to come one summer with Sam Woody and Premier and see how things are really done old school when you really want to know how Angus cattle are prepared and the way things are done and the intensity of how it needs to be done. And it kind of stuck with me. I think it probably made me kind of stuck and gave me something to strive for and hope that as we go through this with our families that we can always reach back and try to do something at that level with that kind of quality. And the North Americans started that off. And this has been a real honor. I appreciate that opportunity. I'll let Cody say a few words. We're extremely happy with our lineup. It's been a difficult day when you make your living in this business and you know everybody that comes to the ring. It's difficult sometimes to turn your back on them and not place them where, you know, they'd like to be, but where we think they need to be. I appreciate the fact that everybody's been really gracious about it. They've accepted the fact that, you know, we're just doing the best we can and we're going to get through this day. So congratulations to everybody. Give Cody a chance. Thank you.
Just to echo what he said, certainly has been an honor and a pleasure, and just like to thank the Angus Board of Directors for allowing me to live out a dream. To be able to come here and evaluate the Angus on the green shavings. But it certainly has been an honor and a pleasure for us. And like Dad said, when you know everybody out here, it makes it tough. You know, we didn't have an agenda, and some people may try and find one at the end of the day. There's a lot of you that stand on the outside down there, and I've been there, and I'm sure there's all kinds of chatter. But we just came out here to do what we felt that was best in our heart. You know, the great thing about the country that we live in is God gives us the freedom to like the cattle that we like and you like, and everybody can like different cattle, and it doesn't mean we all have to think they have to fit in the same way. And so it's really fun for us to get to come out here and do it, and for me able to do it with my dad, and that's about it. I'm going to let him go pick the champion. Folks, give him a big round of applause.
Selected as your grand champion female, entry 236. Seldom Rest Sandy 5086, sewn by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Sydney. And your reserve, where is it? Which one is it? What is it? 3. is entry 322, Conley Sandy 5104, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Congratulations to both Sydney and to David. We have group class. We have one group class, breeders, best six head. We have no get a sire or junior get, as I understand it. Would the following Angus exhibitors please come up to the front announcer stand to pick up your awards for your Roll of Victory presentations? Express Ranches, Silvera's Ranch, Cherry Knoll Farm, Pleasant Valley, Matty Udell, Sydney Schnorr, Dameron Angus, Double Diamond, David Smith, Wilson Cattle Company, and Kelsey Tice. Please come up and pick up your awards, please.
Really a nice May heifer calf to begin your balancer show this afternoon. Extremely deep body, but with all that power and cow look, she's beautiful up through her front end. Really good on her feet and legs, and she gets out and moves with a lot of freedom and ease off of both ends. Very high maternal in that look. A heifer calf I like quite a bit. Congratulations.
Thank you, Charlie. Placing first in Class 1 is 3G Cowgirl Dixie 6102D, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Your breeder's best six head in our Roll of Victory Angus show goes to Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Congratulations. Once again, those Angus exhibitors that need to come pick up their Roll of Victory awards: Silvera Ranches, Cherry Knoll Farm, Pleasant Valley, Dameron Angus Farm, Double Diamond, David Smith, Wilson Cattle Company, and Kelsey Tice, please. This concludes our Roll of Victory Angus show for 2016. Thank you all for attending.
Really nice pair of March heifer calves in your balancer show. Heifer that's going to lead off this class is just tremendously in terms of her power and her performance. Female with that much width and dimension is still very, very sound in terms of her structure. I like the shape to her bone. She's very flat in terms of her joints. I think a very interesting, but yet an extremely high quality individual to lead off this class. Nice heifer in second. Obviously doesn't have quite that power and dimension down her top and through her stifle as your class winner. Female that maybe gets a bit more restricted when you get her out on the go. But I really appreciate the way she lays into her shoulder and transitions into her forerib. Two very nice March heifer calves in that class.
Thank you, Charlie. Placing first in Class 2 of our balancer show is first is entry 2, Schilling's Dream, shown by Coggin Schilling, Edson, Kansas. Second is entry 3, Ohio MV Easy to Love 405D, shown by Maple Valley Gelby, Hillsboro, Oregon. We now are selecting our division champion, first division champion, Division 1 in our balancer show. Gelbvieh exhibitors, let's be bringing down our Gelbvieh bull calves and balancer bull calves also.
Beautiful pair of heifers in your first division in the balancer show this afternoon. I'm going to discuss these two heifers. This would be one of the closer placings, or probably the closest placing or decision we've had to make yet today. The May heifer calf that wins this very first class, I just love her up through her front end. She's really deep bodied. She's got a lot of middle. She's really athletic. She's very maternal in her appearance. Is she as powerful and as stout as the March heifer? No. Is she still thick enough? Yes. You know, if I were to change her just a little, she wants to kick that tail head up just a bit. Maybe it's not as wide out through her pin set as the March heifer, but a lot of good in this heifer. Attractive and very maternal in her appearance. The heifer, the March heifer, wins this second class. She is ultra powerful. Usually when you get one that powerful, you question how athletic they can be, and that's not the case with her. She really gets around the ring with a lot of freedom and ease. I like her bone work. I like that flatness of bone in her joints. Female is tremendously stout, but yet big body. She's really good in that midsection, but yet blends into that shoulder really nicely. Today, I'm going to elect to use her as your division champion in the May heifer reserve. Two excellent females. Congratulations to both of you.
Selected as your Division 1 champion in our balancer show is entry 2, Schilling's Dreams of Cogan, shown by Cogan Schilling, Edson, Kansas. Your reserve in this division is entry 1, 3G Cowgirl Dixie 6102D, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana.
He's also a single Angus.
Selected in our balancer show, class 5, single entry. Winning this class is entry 5, KJSGMV, Miss Delilah, 401D, shown by Maple Valley, Gelbvieh, Hillsboro, Ohio. Also a single entry in class 6, These two will then compete for this division, Class 6, Entry 6. Winning this class is Blue Well Daisy 337D, shown by Jeff Phillips, Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee.
This division in your balancer show, two single entry class winners. The class winner, your very first heifer, I really like her in terms of her balance. The female is extremely complete. She's got a tremendous amount of rib and volume, and you get behind her a lot of dimension down low in her stifle, but yet with that much power, she's still very feminine up through her front end and very nice in terms of her condition. Heifer, the single entry heifer in the second class, just ultra nice frontage. She's very flat the way she lays into her shoulder. She's very good the way she is down her top. Doesn't have quite the power and the strength in terms of foot size and bone as the very first heifer in the lineup, but an excellent individual. Today we're going to use the heifer who wins the very first class as your division champion, and the heifer that wins the second class as your reserve. Congratulations to each of you.
Selected as your division champion was entry 5, KJSGMV Miss Delilah 401D, shown by Maple Valley Gelbvieh, Hillsboro, Oregon. And your reserve division is entry 6, Blue Well Daisy 337D, shown by Jeff Phillips, Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. What did I say, Oregon? Sorry.
You done on your Angus side?
I apologize. Maple Valley, Gelbvieh, I apologize. I did not try to move you to Oregon. It's a beautiful state, though. I've lived there. They are from Ohio. I apologize.
Right. This side is finished.
Tremendous female to lead off this fall heifer calf class in the Balancer Show. Female that just really is extremely complete. I appreciate in terms of the way she balances up when you look at her from the side. When you get right on top of her and behind her, she's got a tremendous amount of shape and dimension, but yet it's the right kind of shape. Female that just beautiful the way she's up through her head and neck, transitions into a nice flat shoulder with a tremendous amount of volume and rib. Then when you ask her to go, she's so comfortable in her movement. I think an excellent individual. Two heifers in second and third are a bit different. Female in second just excels in terms of her volume, her performance, really cow-like in her appearance. If you were to change her, you'd like to flatten her up just a bit in that shoulder, lean her up through that neck just a bit, but I think a female will make a tremendous cow. The heifer that concludes the class, just really fresh in her condition. She's extremely feminine up through her front end. Would just like to power her up just a bit, give her a bit more performance relative to the two ahead of her, but three tremendous fall heifers to represent this class.
Placings from Class 9 in our Balancer Show. First went to entry 8. BCFG Butler's 133C, shown by Allie Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Second goes to entry 9. C-Cross Carolina 5320C, shown by C-Cross Cattle Company, Biscoe, North Carolina. And third, entry 7, shown by Green Hills Gelby, Mount Eula, North Carolina. This is a single entry.
Go ahead. Nice single entry October Balancer heifer in this class. Very nicely presented heifer. A heifer is very fresh in terms of her condition. Really good in terms of her structure. I like the way she gets out and reaches off of both ends. And when you get her parked, she's just really big body, good in her rib shape, yet still very attractive and feminine up through her front end. A very nice single entry heifer to represent this class.
Single entry in Class 10. Entry 10, Butler's Miss Carmen 132C, shown by Butler Creek Farm, Milton, Tennessee. We now will be selecting our Division III champion in reserve in our Balancer Show. Gelby exhibitors, we need all Gelby bulls and Balancer bulls to the makeup ring, please. Balancer bulls and Gelby bulls to the makeup ring, please.
in this fall heifer division in your balancer show. Two really nice class winners. The November heifer, just amazing in terms of her power and her rib shape, really robust and cowy, but yet has show heifer look. And with all that, elegant in terms of her structure, the way her bones sets in there, stands on a really big foot. I think an excellent individual. The October that wins this next class, as we discussed, she's just beautiful from the side. She's very elegant in her appearance, very feminine through her front end. Doesn't have quite that internal dimension and power as the November, but it's extremely high quality. And then the November that was second in that very first class. A tremendous amount of performance and weight per day of age. I like her in terms of her muscle shape in her rib. Maybe gets just a bit plainer through her front end and through her underpinning than the other two heifers, but a very high quality individual. Today we're going to use the November heifer to win your division and the October to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Selected as your champion, division champion, is entry 8. BCFG Butlers, 133C, shown by Allie Rabb, Markle, Indiana. And your reserve division is entry 10, Butlers MS Carmen, 132C, shown by Butler Creek Farm, Milton, Tennessee. Congratulations. We have a single entry in Class 13, which will also be our division champion. Entry 14, HYBD Sharp Forever Lady Cecilia, shown by Sharp Angus LLC, Arlington, Minnesota.
An outstanding single entry July heifer in your balancer show. Heifer is just tremendous in terms of her length of body. Female, it's extremely good when you analyze her from her hooks back. I like the way that pin width is. Female's got a lot of dimension, yet with that, she's very nicely balanced when you get off on her and blends into a really nice shoulder and really good up through her front end. An excellent individual to represent your July class and division.
Once again, our division champion, our class winner from Class 13, but will be our division champion, HYBD Sharp Forever Lady Cecilia, exhibited by Sharp Angus LLC, Arlington, Minnesota.
pair of really nice females in this class and division. Heifer, January heifer that leads off, just a tremendous amount of power, just a lot of cow in this female. Love her in terms of her rib shape and a sweep to that center body. With all that, she's so good in terms of her hip and her dimension, making a beautiful udder, really big-footed, but still with that, very attractive. If you were going to be nitpicky, you might want to freshen her up just a bit in terms of her condition, but that's an awfully good female. A lot of good in the slick-haired heifer that is behind her, really a lot of functionality, a lot of femininity. Female, it's extremely good out through her hip. She's a female, doesn't have quite that power and performance and base width as you get behind her as your class winner, but two very nice heifers that represent this division.
Thank you, Charlie. Placing first in Class 16, and your Division 5 champion is entry 17, BCFG Miss Star, shown by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. And second, and our reserve Division 5 champion is entry 16, SSMK Bonita, shown by Double Diamond Farm, Cynthiana, Kentucky.
Tremendous November senior yearling in this division in your balancer show. I really like this heifer. I like her balance. I like her power. A female, it's really nice in terms of her condition in this stage in her life, making a beautiful udder. She gets out and moves so free and easy for a female with this much to her. I think an excellent individual to represent this division, this age group. Congratulations.
Thank you, Charlie. Placing first in Class 19, and our Division 6 champion female is entry 19, GFGF Callista, shown by Green Hills Gilvey and Austin Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion balancer female.
Can we get a call for 25 and 20?
Attention Gilvey exhibitors, we need all Gilvey bulls and balancer bulls to the makeup ring. All Gilvey bulls and balancer bulls to the ring, please.
Folks, this has been a tremendous balancer show this afternoon. A lot of depth and quality throughout these classes. And briefly, I will discuss these heifers one more time and we'll select you a champion. That black heifer calf that wins the very first division, just tremendous power. Love her dimension. And you get on top of her, so much curvature to her top and through her rib. Excuse me, and out through her hip, carries that muscle so deep into her stifle, and with that much power, as we commented earlier, when you get that much in one, you question their mobility, and she's extremely sound. You know, I like her a lot. I think she's got a bright future. I'd maybe like to lean her up through her neck and flatten her out in her shoulder just a bit, but when you got that much power, you're going to have just a touch more shoulder. I think a tremendous individual. I like the red heifer, wins the division behind her, a heifer that maybe gives up some wow factor to the heifers on either side of her, but she's very functional. She's just a good basic female with a lot of length of spine, length of hip, and the female, again, is very good in terms of her structure. The November heifer that wins the third division, I like a lot. I love her freshness and her femininity. I like her balance and her eye appeal. Really good in terms of her center rib, a female with all that power. She's so elegant and so good in terms of her structure, so mobile when you get her out on the move. The heifer that wins the fourth division, not as many cattle in that division, but an excellent individual. One of the longest spine females that we've seen today, extremely long out through her hip. She's really good off of her rear leg. Maybe doesn't have quite to that sweep to her rib, but the heifer's on either side of her, but a really, really good female. Heifer wins the fifth division. She's the power heifer in the lineup. She's the big body, big hipped one. She's the heaviest heifer. She's big-footed. She's got a touch more condition. She's wanting to push just a little more chest, but I think a female, when you turn her out, is going to make a beautiful cow. Heifer wins the last division. I really like a lot. I like her balance. I think a heifer that's really good out through her top. For a heifer that size, she holds herself together very well. Maybe she's got just a bit more chest and brisket too, but I think a heifer with that much power, again, she's extremely sound and mobile. Tremendous lineup. There's two heifers that fit together very nicely for me, and I'll go out and show you your champions, but everybody standing around ringside, let's give these balancer exhibitors a big hand for an excellent female show. Congratulations to all of you.
Selected as your grand champion balancer female is entry 8, BCFG Butlers 133C, shown by Allie Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve grand champion balancer female is entry 19, GHGF Calista, shown by Green Hills, Gelby, Austin Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Congratulations. Gelbvieh exhibitors, we have completed our balancer female show. Let's bring all of our Gelbvieh and balancer bulls to the makeup ring, please, if you haven't done so already.
nice class of spring Gelby Bull calves. Two really excellent individuals in first and second. Both the two high-performing bulls, but a bit different in type and kind. The bull that's going to win the class, to me, wins in terms of just the way he's made up through his shoulder and his front end, and with that is extremely sound in terms of his structure. He's very nicely balanced and very complete. I certainly appreciate the muscle expression and the dimension in the bull calf in second. I love that shape to his rib. I'd like to do two things. I'd like to see him tightened up at the top of that shoulder just a bit and lengthen him out from the hooks to pins relative to your class winner, but boy, I certainly appreciate that center body and performance that he shows you. Nice bull in third. He's really eye-appealing, very complete. Really like him in terms of the way he is in his sheath. Really good in terms of his testicles. If you were to change him, he just gets a bit shorter and rounder out through his hip, particularly when he gets out on the move relative to the two bulls in first and second. Then we conclude the class with the bull that I appreciate in terms of his muscle. He's really thick-ended and big top. He's a bull that gets a bit straighter off of both ends and doesn't move with the freedom and ease of those other three bulls in the class. Nice class of Gelby Bull calves.
Thank you, Charlie. Placing first in our class is entry 25, 3G Day Money 673D, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second, entry 24. This bull will also serve as our division champion. Our reserve division champion and second in this class is entry 24, OHMV Double Time D411, shown by Hunter Sheely, Hillsboro, Ohio. Third, entry 34, shown by Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. And fourth, entry 26, shown by Haywire Cattle Company, Cephal, Arkansas.
Really nice single entry January bull in this class. This bull can stand in a lot more competition. Really powerful, tremendous performance, but with that, really complete, a lot of eye appeal. It's a bull that's really good in terms of his shoulder. I like his depth of rib. Extremely long from his hooks to his pins. Good in terms of that rear leg and the way he puts it down. Very, very good individual to represent this class and division. Congratulations.
Thank you, Charlie. Placing first in this class and also a division champion is entry 27, 3G Diecast 637D, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana.
Nice pair of bulls in this division. They have a December and a September. Very high quality bulls. The December bull, bull that's big bodied. He's a bull that's certainly more than adequate in terms of his muscle. I like his rear leg. I like his testicle size and shape. He's maybe a bit more compact than the September bull. Maybe not quite the extension up through his front end, but a lot of good in that bull. This September bull is extremely long-bodied. He's high-performing. He's extremely mobile in terms of movement. When you get him out on the go, he's comfortable. He's big-footed. He's big-testicled. What sets him apart is the way that neck comes out really high into the top of that shoulder, the way he blends into that forerib. He'll be your division champion, and the December bull will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Selected as your division champion and class winner from class 33 is entry 29 PMFG Challenger 556C, shown by Pleasant Meadows Farm, Glasgow, Kentucky. Class winner from class 32, entry 28 will be your reserve division champion, Blue Well Duke 331C, shown by Jeff Phillips, Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. Congratulations.
Really nice May yearling bull to represent this single entry division. One of the more complete, nicely balanced individuals we've seen today. Beautiful up through his front end, tremendous amount of shape down his top and out through his hip. Really good in terms of his testicles. Very, very clean about his underpinning and sheath. I really like this bull. If you're going to be really nitpicky, you'd like to just free him up off of that rear leg when you get him in motion just a bit, but a very high quality bull to represent this May yearling division.
Thank you, Charlie. Winning class 36 and our division champion, our division 9 champion, is Mr. Handyman, shown by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. Congratulations.
Nice pair of bulls in this class. Two, I think, are very close. The separating factor for me, the red bull is just a bigger footed bull. He's a bull that stands on a bit more substance of bone, but yet with that, he's extremely good. The bull is very long spine. He's really good out through his hip. He's a bull with that much dimension. He's so sound in terms of his structure. I think a tremendous bull. The black bull, it's in second. I love his eye appeal. The bull, it's extremely good up through his head and his neck and his shoulder, the way he blends into his forerib. If I were to change him, he's just give him a touch more bone and foot size for that amount of performance relative to the red bull that wins the class. But two very excellent individuals represent this class and division.
Thank you, Charlie. Placing first in Class 39, and your division champion bull is entry 32, SSMK DeLorean, shown by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Second in that class, and your reserve division Gelby bull is entry 31, GHGF Hired Gun C56, shown by Green Hills Gelby, Austin Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina.
I really like this 2-year-old bull. Bull has got a tremendous amount of power and performance, but with that, he's got a lot of look. He's good up through his front end. He's good in his rib shape. Really like him down his top and out through his hip. And when you get behind him and he goes away from you, with that much base width, he's so good in terms of his structure. He's good in terms of his bone work, his testicles, and the way he's clean about his sheath and his underpinning. Excellent individual to represent this age group.
Winning Class 42 and your division champion is entry 33, 3G Blood Brother 454B, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Gelby Bull.
Certainly been a pleasure to judge your Gelby Bull Show this afternoon. Not a lot of numbers, but a lot of quality, and I know it's getting late and it's tie-out time, and I'm not going to take a long time. Other than briefly describe these bulls, and we'll select your two champions. That very first calf that wins the first division, as we discussed in that division, he's really, really good at the way he lays into that shoulder, into his skeleton in terms of his structure. At this point in his life, he's not the stoutest made bull in the lineup, but he's one that's got a lot of look to him. He's got a lot of character. I think one that'll make a really, really good yearling. Black bull that wins the second division, certainly appreciate his length of spine, his length of hip, a bull with a lot of muscle, but yet with that is nicely balanced. I think, again, another bull calf that with a lot of time and with his performance, I think he's got a lot to offer to your breed and to various breeding programs. I really like the bull that wins the third division in terms of his soundness. He's a bull that gets around the ring with a lot of freedom and ease. He's big testicled, he's long top, his neck comes out really high in his shoulder. If I were to change him some, I would like to tighten him up in that sheath relative to the bulls on either side of him. The red bull that wins the fourth division, I love this bull when he's standing still. He's so complete, and he's good in his balance. He's beautiful fronted, one of the bigger ended bulls in the lineup, but with that, he gets a bit straighter in his hock and doesn't move out with quite that flexibility of a couple of the other bulls, but I certainly like this bull when you look at him from the side. The bull that wins the fifth division, really sound, athletic. He's really long and level down his top and out through his hip. I like the way he sits down off of that rear leg. A bull that's very, very complete and is designed with more than adequate amount of performance. The 2-year-old bull is just a power bull. He's a power bull with look. He's super complete. He's extremely sound for a bull with this much muscle and power. I think a bull that, as Gelby breeders, I would certainly take a look at. Without knowing his pedigree and EPDs, he looks like a bull that can make some awfully good cattle. With that said, again, a tremendous lineup. Congratulations to each of you. I will select a champion in reserve. Folks around ringside, let's give all these exhibitors a big hand. Thank you.
You went off in that.
And selected as your grand champion, Gelby Bull, is entry 33, 3G Blood Brother, 454B, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. And your reserve grand champion bull is entry 32, SSMK DeLorean, shown by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Balancer bull exhibitors, let's bring our bull balancers into the ring, please.
Way to be efficient, Karen. I like it.
We have 4 single entries. Let's bring all 4 in so we don't confuse our judge. He's easily confused. I haven't said one bad word about you all day. I know. I'm just trying to help my brother out.
They're trying to.
Okay, the Gelby futurity the results will be announced back in the stalls immediately following the conclusion of our Balancer Bull Show. Okay, Balancer exhibitors, let's bring those 4 single entries in by age order, please.
You know that's what they're doing.
Stop, man. I think we got it. We got to make it.
I do. Our four entries are entry 21, 3G Diamond Mine 680D, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendall, Indiana. We have entry 20, 3G Double Agent 602D, also owned by Emily Griffiths, Kendall, Indiana. We have entry 22, Mr. Charming, shown by Karen E.B. Duncan, South Carolina. And our final division bull is entry 23, 3G Centurion E527C, also owned by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana.
Balancer Bull Show this evening. We had four single entry bulls of different ages, and they elected, excuse me, to bring them all in at one time, and we'll discuss each one of these. The very first bull, really like him. He's extremely well balanced. He's really smooth made. He's attractive. He's very, very sound. We're one of the smoothest shoulders, or if not the smoothest shoulders bull in the lineup, but yet with that, still more than adequate in terms of his base width and his dimension and his performance. The bull comes out of the second division and class, extremely long-bodied, really long out through his hip, a lot of dimension out through that with the pins and out through their pin set, but yet carries that muscle really down deep into his stifle, and with that much length, he holds his top together very nicely, very attractive up through his front end. His neck comes out very high in terms of his shoulder. The bull that wins the third class in division maybe gives up some performance and weight per day of age of the other three bulls in the lineup, but one of the most attractive bulls, if not the most attractive bull in the lineup. Well balanced, extremely complete, long and level down his top, a tremendous amount of character up through his head and his neck. A very nice bull with a tremendous future. And then the bull, the oldest bull in the lineup, the fourth bull, tremendous power, a bull that's extremely soft-middled and big-ribbed, bull that's very mobile. He's good in terms of his testicle size and shape. If I were to change him just a bit, I'd like to change him in terms of the way his foot's shaped, but I think an excellent bull that has a lot of merit. Four tremendous individuals. It's been certainly a pleasure today to have the opportunity to judge your show. It's been a high-quality show. The exhibitors have been extremely cordial. I appreciate all the ring help and staff, and it's always indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be able to judge in Freedom Hall to North American, and thanks for everyone for that opportunity. Again, let's give these exhibitors another big hand for an excellent show this afternoon. Thank you.
Once again, your Gelbvieh judge today, Mr. Charlie Boyd, Mayslet, Kentucky. Thank you, Charlie. Selected as your grand champion balancer bull is entry 33.
20.
Oh, is it entry 20? Is that Emily, you number 20? This is the January calf? Okay. Entry 20, 3G double agent 602D, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. And your reserve grand champion bull is entry, is it 21? 21, 3G Diamond Mine 680D, also shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Congratulations.
Yep.
Are there
Paperwork if there is.
Okay, this concludes our Gelbvieh show for this year's North American. We'll see you, everyone, bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for our Belted Galloway show and our Simmental show. Good night.
All right, we have the final awards in the Gelbvieh show. Herdsman Award going to Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Premier exhibitor is Emily Griffiths of Kendallville, Indiana, and premier breeder, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Congratulations.